Treehouse Fees, THS, better than expected earnings, slightly better than expected revenues. Landcorp LH, better than expected earnings, revenues. Channel Advisors, CLM, reported less than expected earnings, but better than expected revenues. Fort Water, BWA, better than expected earnings and revenues. Upper Salem, TPX, better than expected earnings, better than expected revenues. Restaurant Brands, QSR, less than expected earnings, better than expected revenues. Consumer Technology, KDRA, better than expected earnings and revenues. Tyson Foods, TSN, better than expected earnings, less than expected revenues for the quarter. SBO, PDP, better than expected earnings and revenues for the quarter. Yenny's, YETI, better than expected earnings and revenues. Pilgrim's Pride, PPC, less than expected earnings, less than expected revenues for the quarter. This year, US, better than expected earnings, and less than expected revenues. Now he's moving. Revenues, Equifax, EFX, better than expected earnings and revenues. Stewart Enterprises, STC, reported better than expected earnings and revenues. Pivot Sports, HIB, better than expected earnings. O'Reilly Automotive, ORLY, better than expected earnings and revenues. Noel Corp, KLR, less than expected earnings, better than expected revenues. AFF reported better than expected earnings, generally in line revenues. Callaway Golf, ELY, larger than expected losses, but better than expected revenues. Bowlers, MC, better than expected earnings and revenues. Molina Healthcare, LOH, a loss for the quarter, looking for a gain, company reported less than expected revenues. XPO Logistics, XPO, better than expected earnings and revenues this quarter. MGM Resorts, slightly better than revenues for the quarter. Spirit Airlines,
Nobody count on Russia.
less than expected losses, less than expected revenues. Altice, ATUS, better than expected earnings, slightly better than expected revenues. Trupanion, TRUP, larger than expected losses, but better than expected revenues. Zynga, TNGA, better than expected earnings and revenues. Corporation loss for the quarter, looking for gain, company also reported less than expected revenues. Zillow Group, ZG, reported better than expected revenues. Uber, less than expected losses, less than expected revenues. Western Union, WU, better than expected earnings and revenues for the quarter. iRobot, IRBT, better than expected earnings and revenues for the quarter. Pacific Biosciences, PACP, reported better than expected earnings and revenues for the quarter. Zillow Group, ZG, announcing plans to acquire StoryTime, $500 million. CFO, said they're well on track to achieving the profitability goals in 2021. Iridium IRDA, the company's board approving the $300 million share repurchase program. Warehouse Financial, BHF, announcing $200 million share repurchase program. Bonus, Kansas City, increasing quarterly dividend by 44% to 55 cents a share. Global Corp was the CEO of the company, announcing the termination of its purchase orders with Coors Light. Kraft Heinz KHCs have been selling enough business to Hormel Foods for $3.35 million in cash. Singapore SYNC announcing it entered into a definitive merger agreement with an affiliate of Center Lane. Singapore shareholders received $2.20 a share in cash, valuing the deal at $92 million. Wall Street Journal reporting that Best Buy BD line will slash some store workers' hours, jobs and reduce hours. Wall Street Journal says Merck is in talks to produce an authorized COVID-19 vaccine. Financial Times reporting that Microsoft recently made an offer to acquire Pinterest. They said the talks are not active. Reuters reporting that GameStop examined the possibility of selling stock during the recent rally, but did not exercise an option to sell $100 million worth of stock because of regulatory restrictions. GME. Wall Street Journal said Bank of New York Mellon plans to eventually treat digital currencies like any other asset. Looking at the syndicate calendar for today, we have a bunch of deals, 4 IPOs, several secondaries. We'll take those first. Brookfield Renewable, BEPC, a secondary offering, 15 million shares at $51.50. Stock trading at $51.65. Barclays the lead on that deal. Comms Sovereign Holdings, CONS, secondary offering, 5.6 million shares at $4.25. Kingwood the underwriter on that deal. CalVista, KALV, secondary offering, 5.3 million shares at 36, stock trading at 38.50. Jefferies, Stifel and Cantor, underwriters on the deal. Leslie's, LESL, 29 million shares priced at 26, stock trading 26.60. Gold the lead on that deal. Limbach Holding, LFB, 1.7 million shares priced at 12, stock trading at 13. Lake Street, the underwriter on the deal. NanoX Imaging, NNOX, 3 million shares priced at $62.50, stock trading at 57. Cantor and Alco, underwriters on the deal. One Main Holdings, OMF, 8 million shares at 53, stock trading at 53.20. Barclays the lead on that deal. Oak Street Health, OSH, secondary offering, 10.7 million shares at 56, stock trading at 57.40. JP Morgan will lead on that deal. Varonis, VRNS, 2.3 million shares priced at $195, stock trading at $198. JP Morgan will lead on that deal. Emcor, EMKR, 5.7 million shares at $5.40, stock trading at $5.80. Cowen will lead on that deal. And Alganova, ONTX, secondary offering, 25 million shares priced at $1, stock trading at $1.10. Guggenheim will lead on that deal. That's your secondaries for the day. The 4 IPOs, 3 Exchange, the NASDAQ deals do not have a start time as of yet. They are Atrium, ATO, 7.5 million shares, price is $20. That was towards the high end of the range. Citigroup and Goldman Sachs leads on the deal. Bumble, BNBL, 50 million shares, price at 43. The deal size was increased. Price target above the price above the target range. Goldman Sachs and Citigroup will lead on that deal. Bioventus, PPS, an IPO, 8 million shares at 13. That was below the range of 16 to 18. Morgan Stanley the lead on that deal. Signify Health, SGFY, 23.5 million shares, priced at 24. That was above the range. Goldman Sachs the lead on that deal. That's a New York Stock Exchange deal. Opening up after the normal rotation. That's your syndicate calendar so far today. The economic calendar, we have a couple of numbers due out at 8:30 this morning, and that includes the weekly jobless claims data due out after the market opens.
Yes.
Natural gas inventory report. And we'll be back shortly to take a look at some research from around the street.
Yeah, I know. My machine went down. Oh, she didn't fucking turn it up. Couldn't believe that. Unbelievable. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't know it was down. I wish somebody other than Mike would tell me. All the morning upgrades and downgrades that he just gave, I didn't give you because I didn't know that you weren't getting it. Yeah. You gotta call me at night. I don't have time. I can't take calls during the night. Yeah. Yeah. It's a story, and that's the night and weekends. I can't take during the day. Can't. People don't really know what K-Pay is. And what they say, what are your thoughts on K-Pay?
now research, we start out with upgrades. Staple raising its rating on Avient, APNT, raising its rating to a buy for Colt. JP Morgan upgrading Anaptys Bio, ANAP to an overweight from underweight. CIBC upgrading into Pipeline, IPPLF to an outperform from neutral. Piper upgrading Pacific Biosciences, PACB to an overweight from neutral rating. Raymond James upgrading Willis Towers Watson, WLTW to a strong buy from outperform. Truist upgrading Ovintiv, OVV to a buy from Colt. Morgan Stanley upgrading the Simon Property to SPG to an overweight from equal weight. Atlantic Equities upgrading ALN to an overweight from neutral. Piper upgrading Underwell Review AA to an overweight from neutral. Bank of America upgrading Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY to a buy from neutral. Jackie Montgomery upgrading Bank of California, PANC to a buy from neutral. Consumer Edge upgrading Bellway Brands, BRBR to an overweight from equal weight. Citigroup upgrading Zillow to a buy from neutral. Easy Bank upgrading Cisco, CSDO to a buy from hold. Macquarie upgrading Criteo, CRTO to an outperform from neutral. Morgan Stanley upgrading Advanced Drainage, WMS to an equal weight. Those are your upgrades so far today. Taking a look at the downgrades, Stifel downgrading Federal Realty, FRT to a hold from buy. Vertical Research downgrading Spirit Air, SAVE to a hold from buy. Deutsche Bank downgrading Guide Brands, VIN to a hold from buy rating. HSBC downgrading Ferrari, RACE to a hold from buy. Citigroup downgrading Galapagos, GLPG to a neutral from buy. UBS downgrading Cerner, CERN to a neutral from buy. Vertical Research downgrading Spirit Air, SAVE to a hold from buy. Piper downgrading Helmerich and Payne, HP to a neutral from overweight. Benchmark downgrading Blue Mobile to a hold from buy. Benchmark downgrading Commune, COHR to a hold from buy. Hebrew downgrading Allstate to a market perform from outperform. Bank of America downgrading Camco, CCJ to a neutral from buy. Stable downgrading Treehouse Foods, THS to a hold from buy. Needham downgrading Qualis, QLYS to a hold from buy. And those are downgrades so far today. Taking a look at the initiations of research coverage, Mizuho initiating ADP with a buy rating, Rosenblatt initiating Sumo Logic, SUMO with a buy, Guggenheim initiating Overview, ALT with a buy. Cowen initiating App Harvest, APPH with an outperform. Wainwright initiating Plus Therapeutics, PSTV with a buy rating. Roth Capital initiating the PLDY group, stock symbol PLDY. Playboy with a buy rating. Market's initiating Recourse Systems, REKR with an outperform. Those are your initiations of research coverage so far today. Taking a look at some of the general comments. Tigers Financials at Facebook has significant upside at current levels. Barrick raising its target on Hibbett. HIPV to 60 up from 55. Piper goes to 209 on Zillow. 435 on Quick Company COO. Piper goes to 204 on Bigfia, IQV. And 1350 on Zynga. Piper goes to 41 on Invista and VST. Barclays raising its target on OEPG to 85 up from 70. Barclays goes to 122 on Crown Holdings, CCK. They go to 33 on Radware, RTWR. Barclays raising its target on Talent, TLND to 66. Barclays goes to 39 on Taylor Morrison, TMHC. And to 70 on Uber. Barclays goes to 25 on Under Armour and 14 on Zynga. Citigroup raising its target on Ares Capital, ARCC to 20 up from 17. They go to 15 on Amcor and 32 on Criteo. Citigroup raising its target on Foxconn and OXA to 33. They go to 28 on Blackstone Mortgage, BXMT. Citigroup cutting its target on Advanced Energy, AEIS to 120 down from 130. Citigroup raising its target on CDW to 175 up from 145. Piper raising its target on Impinj PI to 80 up from 60. JP rating its target on $7.80 on Uber. PTIG goes to $36 on Chef's Warehouse, CHEF. Citigroup Cutting is coming on Corvo, QRVO to 170, down from 188. Citigroup Raising is coming on Tenet Health, THC to 58, up from 50. Citigroup said Philip Morris, PM, shares have significant upside. Mizuho Raising is coming on IQV to 210. They go to 220 on Avalera, APLR. RBC Capital Raising is coming on Altice, ATUS to 39, up from 33. Mizuho Raising is coming on Uber to 72. Cutting is coming on Plains All American, PAA to 12, down from 14. Morgan Stanley Raising is coming on Sonos, SLNO to 45, up from 35. Susquehanna Raising is coming on Zillow Impression on WEX, WEX to 250, up from 210. Susquehanna goes to 35 on HP, and 43 on Taylor Morrison, TMHC. Stevens Raising is target on Penske Automotive, PAG to 78, up from 70. RBC Raising is coming on GM to 67, up from 52. Susquehanna Raising is coming on Uber to 70. RBC Raising is coming on Healthcare Services, HCSG to 30, up from 24. Susquehanna goes to 200 on Zillow. Truist goes to 210 on Zillow. Stifel Raising is coming on MGM to 40, up from 34. Cowen said the Ziegler results confirm a multi-year growth trajectory. Cowen Raising is coming on ABP to 35, up from 30. Vargas Raising is coming on Cummins, CMI to 281, up from 246. Jefferies comments on Green Plains Exploration, GPRV, saying the company's investments will be worth $130 a share. The company's right, but they have a positive buy rating on shares at a $28 price target on the stock. Cowen said XPO Logistics remains a top pick following its results. Lake Street Raising is coming on Clean Energy, CLNE, 27, up from 9. Canada Raising is coming on Greentown, GTBIF to 62, up from 35. RBC Raising is coming on Paycom, PAYC to 470. Canada Raising is coming on Pacific Biosciences, PACB to 62, up from 45. Bernstein said Tesla is very likely to gain EV share in 2021. Sharpe comes on Mesoblast, NESO, saying that the company's data will need additional studies after its phase 3 miss. Oppenheimer Raising its target on frequency therapeutics, FREQ to 68, up from 48. Cowen Raising its target on Paycom, PAYC to 475, up from 437. Oppenheimer Raising its price target on Circle Beach, HEAR to 37, up from 23. Opco goes to 24 on Vero, and 79 on Uber. B. Riley Raising its target on Callaway Golf, ELY at 35. B. Riley goes to 42 on Taylor Morrison, TMHC. B. Riley Raising its target on Turning Point Brands, TPP 63, up from 59. Opco assuming coming on Cloudflare, NET with outperform. Truist Raising its target on Euronet, PFT to 225, up from 185. Cowen cutting its target on Equinix, EQIX to 811, down from 864. Oppenheimer assuming coverage on Checkpoint, CHKP, with an outperform rating. Oppenheimer assuming coverage on Tuffin, TUFN, with an outperform. Splunk, SPLK, with an outperform. Evercore Raising its target on Uber to 75. Oppenheimer assuming Palo Alto Networks, PANW, with an outperform. And Okta, OKTA, also with an outperform. Action initiated ZDGE with a buy rating. We have spontaneous price in Ares Capital, ARCC, 13.5 million shares at $18.12. Those are some of the general comments of research so far today. We're now just about 3 minutes away from the release of our 8:30 economic numbers. That includes the initial continuing jobless claims data. Initial claims expected to be 760,000. Continuing claims
Delray's only up at $1.20 now. That group is fading a little bit. Straight's coming back to the Bitcoin groups. Oh God, Bitcoin up 390.
And we had the release of our Jarvis claims, 793,000, again, analysts expected that.
Good morning. Many of the new issues I put up don't come up. I gotta figure out what I'm doing wrong. So I'd like to give you one. And maybe you could tell me why the symbols don't come up. No, it's ITQR. Boynton Beach. Right. Got 20 minutes left. Sure, for you the cat limit. I have a bird in the door. Birdie. Okay. Oh, you moving to a Boca or Boynton? The West Coast? What's the city? Well, that's like 3 hours up. I'll try PV. For victory. Okay, it does come up. Okay, I'll try PV. For victory. Warrants. Warrant. Okay, that does come up though. Yeah, they come up. Okay. JCIC. Right, so I have to equal to equal signs. Or use. Okay, let's try one more. OSTR, so that's probably just a U also. Okay, that's where I wasn't getting. Thanks so much. When are you moving? It's quite different in Florida. It's like life never changed. Like life never changed. I have BUS, let's see if BUSU. No, that doesn't come up. So it must be equals sign it. Boy. And that doesn't come up. Who knows? Not important. I think I have them all now. I don't know the name of it. I have no idea. The new issue that just stick them on the page. But I can do without it. No problem. Thank you, honey. Oh yeah, Telray down 2.5. Cronus down. CGC down 3.
Slightly smaller than analysts had expected. The company's pointed out that it has updated how it accounts
They were
for revenue
ridiculous.
reporting. So its fourth quarter revenue miss, to some extent, isn't as large as some estimates indicated initially.
You know, one of the momentums yesterday was HQGE.
It's great to
Well,
see
we
you
would have done a
this morning. Let's
Telray
talk
if you
about
saw
that.
it, if you want.
Let's talk about the way investors should think about this and the way you think they should be thinking about this.
Well, listen, we're not one to give investment advice one way or the other. We put our heads down and we run the company. But if you look at the results in delivery, the growth continues unabated. We've got gross bookings growth of 128% year on year. Our revenue growth was over 200% in a delivery segment, and losses are coming down. We're investing, but actually in 15 countries now, we're profitable, generating $100 million in EBITDA, on $2.5 billion of bookings. So the question is, everyone agrees, delivery can be big, but can it be profitable? The answer there is yes. On the mobility side, as things open up, our business comes back, and mobility, we've proven profitability for some period of time. So we feel very good about these results, and obviously investors can either make a bet on us or not. But if we keep executing and growing the company, I think we'll be more than fine.
Speak to, though, the timeline with which you think about the whole business being profitable, the core business, which I know in many markets is, and then when delivery unto itself becomes profitable.
Sure. We have said that in 2021, we expect the whole business to be profitable, and we expect the delivery business as a whole to be profitable. The timing of that is going to depend on when society opens up again. But what we're seeing over and over again in places like Australia.
If you didn't get this morning's update, please text me and let me know.
Countries are opening up. For example, in January in Brazil and Australia, our volumes in the mobility business were down only about 20 to 30%. In Taiwan, we're actually up now, significantly up 16% in January. So what we know is as the opening happens, people come to the
TK trading of 18 points.
share gain on our platform versus other modes of transportation. We invested a lot in safety.
One shareholder fund of 13G.
And then the delivery business is going to continue to boom again. So what we're looking forward to is both of our engines pushing significantly positively, and we think that's going to happen by that soon.
Shares of iRobot, IRBT trading higher at 32 points. Trading of $11.
In the full mobility business, but
Company said its customer base grew of 80% during 2020.
More people are going to be using your service or less. And the reason I ask the question is because there's clearly been more car ownership in many places.
Shares of Qualys, QLYS trading lower. Shares trading down $9.94. Wedbush cutting its target to 130 down from 140. Shares currently at 107.
So we look at the evidence. One is
Trading low is 4 demolition of Tilray, TLRY, and Big Road.
in the suburbs as well. Which is actually
So
pretty
that includes pushing cannabis names,
on the urban service with Uber Eats and now
just Academy Road, CGC, also trading limits going down $3.83. And those are some of the names moving today. We'll be back with additional research from around the street.
So I see wherever people live, they're going to use Uber one way or the other. The other factor that we see is Uber is coming back much faster than taxis. It's coming back faster than transit in some cases. And actually what we're doing now is we're investing in technologies with an acquisition of AutoCab or Route Match that are going to power taxis and are going to power transit with their technology so that we can bring taxi and transit to the next generation. We think it's a win-win. It's a growth opportunity for us, but it also creates more transportation opportunities for society at large, which we think is a good thing. I want to talk a little bit about the competition and potential pricing pressure in certain markets. Let me show you a video. I spoke with Lyft President John Zimmer earlier this week and with his earnings report. Here's what he had to say about competition.
Lyft has been that underdog that has been doubted and been counted out multiple times.
GRYN adds key personnel to roll out plans for in-house processing division.
That there's not the synergies that we're looking to, and our focus on transportation of passengers will be
Some fighting I'm assuming that I think that Lyft is a very strong local mobility competitor. If I had a choice to make, which is to own the largest global mobility player and the largest global delivery player in China, I think the latter, which is what we do. So we'll look at the results of our research to see if we can talk about as well. This is a unique circumstance. There's no other player who's global that is also in mobility and delivery at the size and scale that we are. Honestly, this year, you see our results versus like a pure mobility player. The results speak for themselves. They're much stronger.
one of the things I talked to John about, but I'm curious, if you're as successful as I know you hope you'll be, and the delivery business really does take off, frankly, whether you'll be able to be more price competitive than any other player on the other parts of the business, like the mobility business, that we could.
Tilray down 6. CGC down 4.
When you look at our engineering team, about 3/4 of our engineering team are building common components for mobility and delivery, mapping, routing, pricing, so we have a price advantage as far as the infrastructure and the technology that we're building. And when you look at our audience,
DMTK up 20.
was accounting for more than 10% of first-time users on the delivery side. And we're building up our audience on the delivery side. That audience is going to move over to mobility.
Very.
We're growing our membership programs from 1 million members to 5 million members. We're going to have even more. And it will be
Another who?
you can get discounts on delivery. You can get discounts on mobility, on alcohol. It comes on to the
That's very nice of you.
no one else is going to do it.
Do you have family down where you live?
If they're going to compound over time,
I have boy Victor Sam. I don't have any quote on it. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, so are you going to work from down there? Oh, right. Okay. Wait, and they said you will be in April. Oh, so you don't have any idea when you're going. But where is your house located? I hope it's not New York City. Are they selling there? Okay. Everybody's getting out, so that maybe there's people that are buying them. Well, I would put it up for very, I guess, I would put it up for very high. Why are you waiting so long?
frankly, that's what society needs.
Okay.
You just enhance the definition of a drizzling.
And then you won't pay taxes anymore.
My question was really about how you thought about the
Okay, thank you.
perception of a transaction like that. Buying effectively an alcohol distribution company at the same time that you are in the mobility business and the driving business, and to the
Well, I guess the theoretical perception is
I gave you DMTK at 13 and never say with it, $73.
alcohol, and the vast majority of that
They deal with skin melanomas.
that's not going to change. Local e-commerce is here to stay, and we are going to learn and we're going to play a part, whether it's food or food or medicine or alcohol. That's the way the world is going. We're going to be looking forward and being a leader in this kind of stuff.
and it's the question of the morning, or maybe it's been the question of the week. When you think about the cash balances that Uber has to the extent, and hopefully there'll be a day where those cash balances get even bigger. We saw what happened with Tesla this past week, buying a little bit of Bitcoin, or I should say a lot of Bitcoin. And now you have CFOs thinking about this in a more meaningful way. Is that a conversation that's happening inside Uber yet?
It's a conversation that's happened that has been quickly dismissed. We're going to keep our cash safe. We're not in the speculation business. The upside in our company is in the business that we build, not the investments that we make.
Any thought about accepting Bitcoin as a mode of currency for your passengers?
Yeah, listen, just like we accept all kinds of local currencies, we are going to look at cryptocurrency and or Bitcoin in terms of currency to transact. That's good for business. That's good for our riders and our leaders. So that we'll certainly look at. And if there's a benefit there, if there's a need there, we'll do it. We're just not going to do it as public promotion.
And finally, I just wanted to ask you, we often talk about what the real future looks like. And we talked about EVs and helicopters and all sorts of stuff.
Well, Zillow up 21.
How do you think about your own investment in that world at this point?
Yeah, so there's EVs and there's autonomous. EVs, we're the leading party to. We have launched Uber Green now essentially all over the world. Now, what we want to do is have an economic way to give an advantage to drivers who are driving hybrid or electric cars and create a flywheel of moving from gasoline-powered cars to electric cars. And we're a leader there. We said by 2030 in the U.S. and Canada, we're going to be all electric, by 2040 all electric. So we are leading in EVs. We're autonomous. We are very big believers there. We made a big bet as it relates to the Aurora team, putting together our team with Aurora, Chris Hermson, who was part of the original Waymo crew. We think is a real leader in the field, and we're going to have a very special partnership with Aurora, and I think you're going to find Aurora driver on Uber in the not too distant future.
BURL. Interesting company.
I know your laborers are considered contractors, but does a $15 federal minimum wage potentially impact your business? And how do you think about it?
Yeah, well, they are contractors. And listen, when you look at, for example, Prop 22 in California, we are providing safety, a guarantee of earnings for drivers above the California minimum wage. So whatever the federal minimum wage is, I happen to think that raising the minimum wage federally is a good thing, especially within our society where inequality seems to be going the wrong way. And if it affects Uber and it's good for society, I'm all for it. Typically, our drivers make nicely in excess of those contracts.
Eric, I was happy to have the conversation. It's always good to see you. We really appreciate you joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Talk to you soon. I think that I thought it was Joe's turn, but it's my turn. When we come back, Jim Kramer is going to take a first crack at the trading day ahead. We'll talk to him about all the news we've been seeing all morning. Sparkle comes right after this. system attack.
Media wants that phone.
Revolution.
Media savvy.
Video wants to make my life saved my life.
Saved my life.
What we do here at David Harper changes lives
Everywhere.
everywhere. Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Ready to move on from workouts like this? Today's the last mandatory meditations for no enrollment. Today's the month, no commitment. With all this variety, you can move in our clean and spacious clubs. And the new crowd here in our app helps you find the best on your list so you can work out with plenty of room to move. America, your fitness is essential. Join the day for no enrollment, $10 a month, no commitment. Hurry, this deal ends today. So you want to learn to do that thing, big things, small things, anything, on anything, anywhere, anyhow, anyway, for as long as when you allow, days and days. In 1 hour, we will deliver what you need to know without bias, without opinion. It's my belief. Facts will win the day.
The facts, the truth, the news with Shepard Smith. Weeknights at 7 Eastern, CNBC.
Thank you.
I'm Jeff Rogers, owner of Rogers Appliances. For over 100 years and 4 generations, Rogers Appliances has been selling the best made home appliances with great service, a huge selection, and express delivery. With basic Wi-Fi power. I love to read it. See my team. Experience the love for difference. Rogers is your headquarters for media partners. This is Singers of America, non-surgically preached back in Brace Pro. Enjoy the show. We've helped thousands of patients get their lives back without drugs or surgery. You can see in these MRIs, our treatments are not abandoned. We actually treat and correct the cause of it. Pick up the phone and call us today for a free consultation. Today's MRI study, we can help you. You have nothing to lose but the pain. Visit wellnessandphysicscenter.com and get relief today.
All right, everybody, let's welcome back. We get to CNBC headquarters to Jim Cramer, who joins us now. Jim, first up, let's talk a little bit about Uber. What do you think, having heard that interview with Dara?
Well, I think Dara, it's very easy. She had comments about what could be in the actual comms, but
Celsius on CLSN.
one of the things that I like about these guys is they really are able to talk about all the different extensions. It's not just driver, because it was just driver. Obviously, the numbers are not that good. Uber's real. Drizzly's real. I guess what I find hard to understand is they're losing so much money, and there's so many companies that are making money, and they're not getting talked about. But I do think that Dara's doing a great job of trying to serve this.
What about what we've seen with Bitcoin today? I know this is something we come to almost every day. The moves are big, and this time around, there's some legitimate news behind it in terms of Bank of New York knowing what it has to say about this in terms of MasterCard.
Well, I think it's something it's something because they're basically, you can look at it and see, well, MasterCard's taking it, or they really take it, Visa really taking that PayPal tonight, really take it's not clear. Bank of New York says it's fine. I know Asia's asking the treasurers and Joe too from PepsiCo with you, but I will point out there's an excellent piece today by Max Raskin. It won't take very long. Went to Summit High with my daughter, and it's the Wall Street Journal. It's will take me 2 minutes to explain why. It's exactly my view, which is why you have to have it. You just have to have it. It's just an asset that when you learned during the 2008 crisis, it's made for bringing a lot of money. And I think the companies that aren't thinking about taking it are being very backward because the world's changed. They can't print more of Bitcoin. It's an excellent piece. It's a primer for those who can try and say, why are we talking about it? And I'm a believer. I think that every single treasurer, when you just did it this morning, I understand that. PepsiCo's a very conservative company, very well-run company. But I think it has to be on the menu. I really it has to be on the menu. And that's what all these announcements are about. MasterCard should be a little more clear about what they're doing because it's not really clear.
Is Bitcoin unique among all these digital coins? Because there was another tweet from Elon Musk a few hours ago saying, one coin to rule them all, and he's pointing to Dogecoin.
Well, he is a lot of fun. He's a great man. I only have to get to know Bitcoin. Obviously there are people who know it far better than I do. I just happen to store value. I don't believe that you can print money forever. If you're a central bank, you need a hedge against central banks. And the hedge is Bitcoin.
Jim, I hope you had a great birthday yesterday. I know you received probably the best present of all.
I got one.
You got your second COVID vaccine. I was so excited to see this.
That the RCMT 131%.
What's the
RCMT is corn.
RCMT?
Yeah, they got a contract for the clean fuel sanitizer project. Contract. RCMT, yeah, $5, $8 stock.
Getting these vaccines aren't easy. Come by. There's been a lot of confusion about when it's somebody's turn, and it depends state by state, depends on how things stand. We should tell everybody that in order to try and help alleviate all of that, assist with education, today, NBC Universal is launching a new tool. It can be found at planyourvaccine.com. This is an interactive personal tool that actually helps users find state-by-state eligibility, personalized to you. You can find the closest vaccination location and lots of data about the vaccine in your area. Plus, you can also get a checklist of the items you'll need to bring with you for your appointments. And Jim, I already checked the site out this morning because it just went live at 8 o'clock. And it is very up to date. It tells me, I didn't like what it had to say. It says I'm basically not eligible for the summer. But that could change too as we get new information coming out with J&J and potentially other vaccines that get out there. And it is really important to be able to get the most up-to-date information.
I was able to get that out and get updated for people who are going to got the appointment, maybe navigation getting. I did have to wait 2 hours, stayed unbelievably good. It was a beautiful day. A nice day. Everyone was great. Was saying me happy birthday when I got there, and it was one of those joy. This last year, honestly, has there been any joy? This was joy. Hey, Jim, what the second shot? When would you expect if there's going to be a worse sort of if you're going to feel worse? When is it supposed to come? And so if you're okay now, I mean, what have you heard later today? Like, are you going to be on Mad Money? Can you guarantee you'll be able? I mean, even if you got the chills, I took two Tylenol. That was it. Yeah, and feel the same. I didn't drink my first cup of coffee because I didn't know what the day would be like because I'm sick. But I know I feel pretty good. You gotta get the shot. Your life is going to change. Moderna, maybe not as than Pfizer, not as much. If you heard anecdotally that the second shot for Pfizer is not, even though the messenger, I don't know. You hear all kinds of stuff. It sounds like it's widespread, but I heard the same thing. Yeah, Fauci said he's down a bit. He's not old, but he's an older guy. He's close to 80, so he said he was there. But it's 24 hours, and if you're prepared for it, compared to the alternative, it doesn't sound that.
News on KPay.
Not immunized until 12.
Let's see what that is.
It's still a window where people don't wear masks, of course, but there is a window that you're not sick, and I would know.
Hey, Jeff, we are really glad that you are totally vaccinated at this point. It's really great to see everybody else.
Natural Life Sciences receives pre-order and begins production of the oral sanitizer mouth spray for Indonesian distribution. Okay, that's LRDG guy. LRDG is the manufacturer of the Natural Life Biosciences. So when you read KPay, you're reading something to do with LRDG.
And on the crypto side, let's put some more context around that BMX story. Up 2% right now, 70,000 shares of volume. This is American Mortgage Bank. It's the world's biggest custody bank. Getting into cryptocurrency, according to the journal, Ian Whitehall is saying it's a full transfer to Bitcoin. Looking to go live later on this year, so those shares catching a bid. And then, of course, following the MasterCard.
Facebook up 95.
Upside 30,000 shares of volume. That it will start allowing merchants to accept some cryptocurrencies on its networks later on this year. It's the latest embrace of those digital coins by traditional payments companies. MasterCard already works with some crypto platforms that issue credit and debit cards, remember, allowing people to kind of spend their crypto assets. But remember, those don't get processed through MasterCard's network. The company will be looking for digital coins that respect consumer privacy
and offer stability for people and meet them a way to buy and sell stuff, not necessarily, Joe, as an investment. So some caveats there as well.
Right. We've heard that, so we heard from Elon Musk too, as well about, we want to use it to invest or buy the car or just keep it on the balance sheet. But
Working capital.
yeah, but here it is, we'll see, checking off the list of major companies to say that, see if that continues. Thanks, Don. Final check on the market this morning. The Dow indicated up 53 points in the free market. The NASDAQ, as you can see, is indicated up about 65. The S&P indicated up a little bit over. And as you can see, Bitcoin back above 47,000. Was it 48,000 at one point? That's it for us. See ya, gentlemen and lady. Gentlemen. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Welcome tomorrow. Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Squawk of the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer and David Faber. Future's pretty stunning as the market chews on more high-profile earnings. Pepsi, Uber, plus Disney and Expedia tonight. Bitcoin, Canada's, the bubble IPO, all part of the conversation. Jobless claims are still elevated at 793,000. Our roadmap begins with some activity until Canopy, Aurora giving back some of yesterday's Reddit trade.
Plus, we got Uber shares under some pressure. We'll keep an eye on that. The company did report a nearly $7 billion loss last year, but says it remains on track to be profitable this year. And as Carl just mentioned, we're on an IPO. It is going to make its NASDAQ debut. $7 billion valuation.
Well, I don't use the orders.
A major moment for female-led companies. Female CEO, female board, the ladies are in charge.
You have to click on open positions and then active positions.
Jim, I don't know if you want to start with cannabis. I see Bitcoin now, all-time high this morning. You couple that with Bank of New York, what Dara just said about it a moment ago. Interesting day for the cryptocurrency.
I have to say, Carl, when you see MasterCard feeling bad about what they're doing, can't really tell exactly where it starts or stops. I'll take Bitcoin, I'll send you Bitcoin, you don't get Bitcoin. But this guy, the Bank of New York, it's really interesting.
That's the problem.
Say, you know what? Regular currency is no good anymore because everybody's creating it. This is the more valid story. Musk is driving so much of this market, it's fascinating. David, I'm not at the Doge. The Dogecoin, yeah, that's not necessarily what I expect that PepsiCo will take in return for Fritos, right? But there is a sense that don't put out a release, PayPal's meeting today, about this being left in the dust. Do you find that quizzical that these companies are playing such a, let's say, a laggard game?
I guess, but I'm trying to understand whether this is a seminal moment in the history of this currency and or cryptos in general.
I'm too.
And I'll say anecdotally, I'm getting questions from areas that I would not have anticipated in terms of, well, should I own Bitcoin? And not from people who are speculators, but sort of as a hedge, or is it simply something that should become a part of my portfolio in some way? I'm sure you're hearing plenty of.
Oh, well, how do you integrate it? That's what people are talking about in the MasterCard. Lisa Ellis, I think, is really unbelievable. At Moffett Davidson, partner on this. She's just incredible work trying to differentiate what Visa's saying from PayPal from MasterCard. But you don't really understand, when they say they'll accept Bitcoin, does that mean that you get it transferred into dollars immediately, a Visa strategy? Or is there a MasterCard strategy? I give you Bitcoin and they send you Bitcoin? No one's really clear. And I think no one's really clear, it just happened too quickly.
So where's the clarity going to come from?
I think we need to clear out. We'll get the clarity from Dana Schulman, PayPal, because he was the first guy to say, you know what, this is a legitimate deal of the major companies. And the size of the market cap of PayPal is extraordinary.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We know that one, Carl. Right? I check it, but it's right around 300. This is usually where PayPal is. Not an inset. 331. Yeah, 331.
PayPal and Jack Dorsey talked about it. I mean, Bank of New York Mellon is the largest custodial bank in the world.
I wrote about Z of 21.
Eventually, they're going to treat it
Little stock or CMT. Probably be a short point today. Telray's down 10 now. Surprised you didn't show it that, but you probably wanted more than that. CGC down 4. Telray's a joke. That's an absolute joke.
It needs to be incredible.
Definitely the fact that's not quick.
They
But
bring these
you weren't there.
to all the different repositories. That's going to change. That's going to go to credit.
Telray down. Telray's going to be a bot for a scalp.
That's what it is. People want to use Bitcoin as a form of credit. But yeah, how do you buy Lamborghini with Bitcoin, and then how do you buy a bag of Doritos with Bitcoin?
Right.
Right now I'm talking about volume.
It's got to be immediately translated, or does it just, or is it its own thing?
Who wants that level of risk?
I mean, is Musk going to price
Not
it
getting
as
it for you.
an actual Bitcoin? Yeah.
What?
Sell this for 1 Bitcoin? All right, 47 grand. Yeah,
The boys will defend it with
sell the
4
model.
point
He's
6.
right around there. Some of the
And Pyro is up 12, but and Zillow is getting a little ridiculous.
Is it really a revolution that we're seeing? Are these just all revolutions, and we have to recognize the revolutions, or they are just kind of
RCMC.
very exciting things that are interrupting the boring world of the PepsiCos? I don't know. I find so much. I find myself playing. There's a piece in the Wall Street Journal about GameStop versus.
When David's going to get home,
they do have these characteristics, Paul, that make it so that they're just brilliant. They're brilliant. And I think a lot of people want to have car crashes. And I'm not seeing any, but I do see spikes in stocks that are going to lose people so much money that it's just, they're going to say, why would I ever buy a stock?
well,
You mentioned GameStop, Jim. There's the Journal piece. There's the Reuters piece, which does cite 4 people familiar with their deliberations that says, look, they realized that there was an opportunity to sell some shares, but that they thought the regulatory restrictions just made that impossible when that squeeze was happening.
Well, it seems fair, right?
Yeah, no, listen, it's funny, I didn't share this, but I had some similar reporting. The level of disclosure, the significant risk factors just prevented them. It's kind of funny. They're having that as an exclusive. I have it written down in my notes from a couple of days ago, talking to a couple of lawyers, and I didn't even do it. But yeah, that's the same reason, I think.
No, you said it on here.
Well, I mean, it was a disclosure issue that seemed to, and I haven't read the story, but it seemed to really maybe viewed as a gating issue, Jim. Because I know you brought it up so many times. So it's a very obvious question. Why wouldn't GameStop sell stock at 100, 200, 300, wherever they possibly
so
even here potentially?
Well, let's deal with real time.
But
right now,
there's issues apparently in the significant risk factors that they'd have to, they just couldn't get there.
Well, why can't they do it now? This is the highest it's been. This is back in 2013. This is when they before digital.
I mean, that's,
Why are they playing this game? Why do they insist on not doing what would be best for shareholders? Which is to raise money to be able to change.
I just told you, they're lawyers. It's blame
I'm saying issue a release saying, hey, here's everything that we know.
Right.
Right at this moment, everything we know, and now we're going to sell stuff. That's what they can do. That's called disclosure.
It is. And they could have conceivably done that at higher levels, but they chose not to again because
if you were in a pot shop,
I guess the risk factors are so enormous that because listen, I mean, Hertz actually did sell a little bit of stock when it was bankrupt, and they basically said, here's the risk factor. This is worthless. Yeah, you want to buy it, it's worthless.
It's a benchmark.
And then they went ahead and did it.
Well, look, Paul, right now, there are a dozen stocks being run by Reddit, okay, which are, and I get the list, I've actually read the list, that are cannabis stocks. Every one of those companies, they may say they don't need capital, but if they're going to tackle Canopy, which has an amazing war chest, they should just be issuing stock right now. It's not a sin to issue stock. What's going to happen is eventually people who are part of the revolution are going to recognize that just like central banks can print, these companies can all print. And they're just not that good at it yet because it's happening too fast. Should Aurora be issuing stock right now? I don't know. What do you think they're up against Procter & Gamble? He needs some money. David CBD is going to be
Jim, sorry. A lot of these names went through parabolic growth in their share price a while ago. We all remember that. But at the time back then, the notion of federal decriminalization was not on the table. And depending on who you talk to, now it is.
Oh, it's very real. But how are you going to get sure the edible market is literally just before the natural cannabis drug that thing is before the thing, the market that's the holy grail is the equivalent of the beer market. And that's why I continue to say that cannabis is great. Every one of these companies has a story. Some of them are more profitable than others. It's just not as big a business as people. David, it's not.
No, I get you. Listen, can I come back to this raising capital thing for a second?
Sure.
Did you see this Carnival debt offering this morning?
just take a look at
We
what's
had
short research. Security is talking about
the ships are security.
$98.
Just to your point about being able to raise money in this market, $3.5 billion
Make sure you
senior
raise this
unsecured
money
notes
up
to
to
$2,027. There you go. I was gonna try and quiz you. What do
Great
you
holiday.
think? What do you think you're getting? Yes, it's Gopi, 5.75% for a company that has the ship on the water. I don't even know how long. And
Remember, $8 when you covered that when the stock went down, and that was a Boeing line or a stock.
Billy, what does that say in terms of the as a
Great holiday.
reflection of the need for some sort of yield out there for willingness of investors?
I know we're not going to go into USS room.
That's gonna be,
Make
they're
sure
gonna
you
need
raise
a
this money up to $150 up to 85.
Just to hold
Great
on.
holiday.
Guys, pretty sure it's their fifth bond sale in the COVID era.
Well, it's the red flags.
I mean, they're doing it, you know, they're doing it right. So we're going to and Norwegian's going to get bookings are very solid. No matter what the understands was, the bookings are very solid. So everyone, the boys tries to walk, right? Knows that it's tough to get a reservation, but they're solid, but they're not. They may not go.
No, but ASGN is 108 from 80. They're raising is talking about the IQV to 221 up from 208. There's a block trade put up over Morgan Stanley. The ship Razzler, RTWR. 2 million ships put up. Credit Suisse raising is started on CPW to 175.
What number you calling? Yeah, that's right, you called too late. I don't answer that phone, I go upstairs. That does it, yeah.
$58 a share.
Yeah, I know. After the market can only call the cell phone. But let me get to this way. If you don't get one number, call the other number. Telluride was the idea to short, and but it opened 3.5, was scary, but now it's down 9.
We had an IPO price of the shares Loan Depot that'll trade on the New York Stock Exchange.
Not very much.
3.8
That's not up
shares
at all.
price at 14.
No, it's not up. It's not even worth talking about. What else?
Credit Suisse goes to 84 on Bungie, BG. Canaccord goes to 75 on Uber. Canaccord goes to 220 on the Zillow Group, ZG.
Well, the guy says it's going $1.50, but it wasn't supposed to really move big for a month. So whatever's happening.
150 on Trupanion, TRUP. Credit Suisse raising is going on Equinix, EQIX at 942 up from 915. KeyBank goes to 75.
Yeah, I remember you didn't like it.
Scotiabank raising its target on Park Resources, AETUS. Raising its ratings on outperform from sector perform. KeyBank goes to 90 on Cerner, CERN. And we have
Negative.
20 minutes to the open. Wells Fargo goes to 230 on IQV and 165 on Euronet, EFT. Piper goes to 55 on Palantir, ALGR. And again, just about 20 minutes to the open.
Nvidia up 8. Coop down 8. General Motors continues to act poorly.
We'll take a quick break here. A lot to get to in terms of the upgrades we mentioned and some of the earnings that are filtering in. With some movers like Zillow Group and Sonos.
Kansas City Southern started with $238 target.
I made a business out of my passion. I
Nation doesn't know obsessing over network security. All our techs are pros. They know exactly which parking lots have the strongest signal.
I just don't have the bandwidth for more business. Seriously, I don't have the bandwidth. Glitchy video calls with regional offices? Yeah, that's my thing.
With AT&T Business, you do the things you learn. Our people and network will help do the things you don't. Let's take care of business. AT&T.
Pure Storage PSTG upgrade to 33. DNN just raised 25 million.
Together with a dedicated advisor, you make a plan that can adjust as your life changes, with access to tax-smart investing strategies that help you keep more of what you earn. And with brokerage accounts, you see what you'll pay before you trade. Personalized advice, unmatched value. At Fidelity, you can have both.
Let's celebrate Black History, but not just February.
You're on out.
From now on,
Black history is American history.
let's uplift Black people and Black culture year-round.
To honor, to remember.
Ready, Charlie, Mary, Tom, having a good morning.
And history in the making.
It's about us.
It's about America.
CNBC celebrates Black history. When you switch to Xfinity Mobile, you're choosing to get connected to the most reliable networks nationwide. Now with 5G included. Discover how to save up to $300 a year with shared data starting at $15 a month. Or get the lowest price for one line unlimited. Come into a local Xfinity store to make the most of your mobile experience. You can shop the latest phones and bring your device for trade-in for extra savings. Stop in or book an appointment to shop safely with peace of mind at your local Xfinity store.
In the world of business, things can change in a heartbeat. Protecting yourself from unforeseen circumstances is critical to the livelihood of business. Call Pike & Lustig today for your business and commercial law needs.
Meet Bob Benetti, loving husband, father, and pancreatic cancer survivor.
I'm so glad I learned what was possible for me.
To learn more about the latest research including clinical trials, visit Pancreatic Cancer Collective.
Bumble makes its debut today after pricing its IPO at 43. That's above the already raised range of 37 to 39. The dating service raising more than $2 billion, overall value of more than $7 billion. We will talk to founder and CEO Whitney Wolford later this morning on Squawk Alley. The $7 billion number, David, doesn't really account for the option for the over-allotment.
Yeah, it's going to be
Oil down.
I see.
Yeah.
The dancing of Santa. I thought it was
But the business model is what's interesting to people. And here are a few things shared by, frankly, people, of course, who are lining up to own this thing this morning, so they're bullish. Lower churn, they should cite than match, because people, there's not as much meanness, frankly, on the site. There's more empathy and kindness, which is what Whitney Wolford was going for. The ladies are in charge. It's, by the way, fully female-run organization, board, all those things. And then her letter, when you read it, is interesting. She wanted a way for women to make the first move without judgment or fear, and a technology platform that would encourage good behavior, treat all genders equal, and create better relationships. And that is what led her to start the company. A lot of people doing virtual dates these days, by the way, again, which leads to lower churn. It just takes a lot longer to sort of move along in the relationship. You order Uber Eats for your virtual date, apparently. Again, I'm learning this.
Do you have Drizzly with that, or is it
I guess so. But that slow dating sort of helps. Will they move into virtual goods? Will they move from creating this community they have to other services? That at least is a question. It's certainly something that those who are positive on the stock, Jim, seem to believe is a possibility, and it's global. So you got all that this morning lining up for what seems to be a very
NL produces it, LRDG makes it. Sells it to them.
Pinterest, by declaring itself basically wholesome, seems to have attracted interest.
They have the patent for it.
It is interesting to be wholesome.
Yeah, that's an FT story that says Microsoft is taking a look. I have no idea if that's true. What were your thoughts about the possibility?
Pay markets it.
And there's the competitors. There are plenty of them.
Yes.
But people love the idea that they do have a lot lower churn. And Whitney Wolf Head is
The
well thought of amongst at least
that has so
programs I've been talking about.
yeah, competitions.
Yeah.
I do think that it's a wealth company, and you're absolutely right. It's going to be the hot deal. We're talking about it all day. I think it's a very successful business model. But I do like this whole idea. Twitter got higher in January, and Twitter stock went up. There's a reaction, David, to what I regard as verbal violence that's coming down, and I think that people are really trying to figure out whether they should be.
I haven't seen any note of that in my Twitter feed yet. Have you seen any of this?
Took a break from yesterday.
Did you?
Well, I just posted my stuff about Mozart. And Carl, at a certain point, there's people who trash you for having your birthday.
I know.
Wow.
Or anything
Yeah,
else.
Kramer's birthday. He wants us out of all good stuff. Kramer put.
We haven't even mentioned facts yet, so the hate tweeting hasn't begun.
You didn't talk about microvision, David. It's not the biggest because it met its April forecast. April milestones. Oh. MVIS is one I know that you're close to. It's a MEMS-based laser. I want it to be a MEMS-based laser.
Oh, it's lasers. I love lasers.
Bird, you gotta go.
No. It says pigs can fly using
Flying cars. Flying car lasers.
Put it out so it's double.
That's what we're doing, Carl. Flying car lasers.
Isn't Clover a payment system? That's the competition.
We almost made it to 9:20 before
Yeah.
it's that. We'll get to it. That's in 10 minutes. Don't go away.
This is how you become the best.
Don't get mad, get E-Trade, and take charge of your finances today. This is the investing book everyone is talking about. It's called Follow the Smart Money. And traders are lining up here to meet the authors, John and Pete Najarian, and get a free copy.
The smart money on Wall Street belongs to the big boys. They're the ones with the resources and technology to know before any of us when a stock is going to move. By following their trades the way we do, you gain their advantage and get in first, ahead of the herd on the smartest trades.
You see John and Pete Najarian on TV. Whether you trade stocks or options, this is how they pick their trades. And you don't have to be here to get your free copy. Call or go to followthesmartmoney.com right now. Just take care of delivery and it's yours free. Act quickly and you'll also get this companion DVD for free.
Call 800-850-3232 or go to followthesmartmoney.com now. That's 800-850-3232 or followthesmartmoney.com. That's followthesmartmoney.com.
Looking for a better dinner routine? HelloFresh delivers, literally. That means goodbye grocery shopping and hello fresh ingredients at your doorstep. Goodbye same old, same old. Hello 23 plus weekly options, including low-cal and veggie favorites. Goodbye 2-hour recipes. Hello, more time with the fam. Say hello 2021 with HelloFresh. Get refreshed with HelloFresh. Use code TV10 for 10 free meals, including free shipping.
Tonight, block the vote. Dozens of states considering new voter suppression proposals. Plus, small businesses, big problems. How owners are fighting to survive.
The facts, the truth, the news with Shepard Smith, 7 Eastern, CNBC.
Let's get to a mad dash. 7 minutes before we get an opening bell this morning. Zilla?
A lot of joyous calls these days. The Zillow call started yesterday with the mention that there was a little skin on Saturday Night Live this weekend about the Greater Shop Living. People have been using Zillow to surf. The surfing is incredible. The numbers are amazing. And in fact, that the homes are moving so quickly is fantastic for them and their home
And
business.
just a reminder about the traditional brokers and 5 years prior to freedom on the NASDAQ, you want to do your stock exchange, New York Stock Exchange, open at the normal location, personal signify SPY, and low neutral LTI, both of those will trade on the New York Stock Exchange. We have 3 NASDAQ deals, the stock size is smaller, Bioventus, stock symbol BES, trade on implementation beginning with 10 Eastern time, Lumbo, GMBL, trade on close beginning at 10:35 Eastern time, APR, we
your house to them, they'll fix it up. I know, look, obviously the housing goes down. Eventually,
You know,
the
capital
housing goes
raise
down.
starting at
There's
third-place
obviously
exploration.
you're treating almost like
$43 up from 20.
man, moves in some of these stocks, Jim. Well,
Social Security delegated 7 generations SPR and ETF to a tender for
you
buying
want to keep it where your chain
Well,
is.
one of the reasons talking about
I think it was a year when you look at performance of some of these things.
GM's up 31%, Ford's up 33%.
Somebody said to me yesterday that they had
Anyway, just about 5 minutes, joking. Education, APEI, company filing a $300 million mixed security shelf.
CYDY up a little. Tell Ray Gantz gets $2 better.
And yield raising its target on Euro debt EEFT to 170 up from $115 per share.
I knew to buy that dog. Price target is 15 to 20 cents. 15 to 20 cents. There's obviously a company going into it.
obviously they like this Drizzy acquisition very much to do alcohol, but the one thing, David, that's missing here is they're not making a lot of money.
No, they're not. They're losing.
I feared you would bring that up.
No.
Just
But,
away.
I mean, we keep talking about the ride business as though it's an afterthought, where bookings were down 47% year over year versus 50% in the third quarter. So I guess sequentially it's improved a bit.
Yeah, and
We all know why. But is this a reopening trade or not? I mean,
well, yeah, I think it is, but it's very glaring to me that delivery is the emphasis. But if you don't ultimately have autonomous driving, if you don't get that down, then I think you have a business that's just a good business, but it's not. It's a taxi business and a delivery business. It's not Amazon.
We're going to see how it trades at the open here, guys, as we see the opening bell at the NYC. And there's the NASDAQ. We're celebrating its IPO. We'll talk with the founder and CEO, Whitney Wolford, later this morning on Squawk Alley at the Bitcoin and Signify Health, celebrating its own IPO. David, you mentioned there are not many female CEOs of public companies and even fewer who are female and also a founder.
Yep. Female founder, female management team, female board. As I said earlier, kiddingly in a way, but the ladies are in charge, both at the company and on the site. And that seems to be something that has been quite favorable for it in terms of the willingness, Jim, of people to spend time on the site as they look for relationships. Lack of meanness, more empathy, more kindness. Hey, we can all get behind that. And again, of course, it is as she said in her letter, women have the confidence and control, and they're the ones that make the first move, so to speak.
Well, it's about time that there's all these vertical things that women handle most of the money in people's homes. But the city has a woman that is the CEO.
Yes,
it used to. I just think that there's when you look at the board, look at
Yeah.
Most of the purchases are made by women, right? He brings it and has a terrific person. And I say to myself, why wasn't that company run by women years ago?
Oh my God, Tilray down 17.
Right. Procter & Gamble, I think Taylor does a great job because Amy Chang on the board, a young, terrific, brilliant Stanford graduate in computer science. They're saying, look, here's how we buy our companies. It's a kind of insight. Why do we have to? These companies should quit Tilray. I'll put it. Tilray.
No, it's not game.
Where's AMC? They have to that. But I just think that I'm listening to him saying it's about time. These consumer product companies, they should, I think, won't be run by women. Women are the customers.
It's a very good point.
Well, certainly Andrew Newey, Jim, was well known at Pepsi, which brings to mind their quarter. Beat by a penny. Revenue of 5.7 was, I guess, some are arguing maybe a little shy of the better than the 5, but organic, I think. And Frito-Lay was 5.
We downgraded Cleveland Research and the shares of VMware, BMW. Cleveland Research downgraded BMW to neutral from by rating. Is raising its target on CPM, IQP. Indigo Quebec, Victor raising its target to $235, up from $197 this year.
I know you might have gave chemical labels on it, but it's very good. It's $1 billion brand out of nowhere. It's both the new hot Doritos doing well, and by the way, excellent Super Bowl for them, both from the Mellon ad, but also from the Matthew McConaughey flat ad that people got to kick out.
Oh yeah. All right, where he got stuck behind in the actual machine when it came to life.
Yeah.
You liked it?
He's a no intellect. He's a poet. He's got a new great guy. Yeah. He likes Lincoln's. Did that ad? Yes, he does. But Paul, I thought PepsiCo was I was trying for a show tonight. PepsiCo's boring. We talked with Warren Lewis about how boring it is. And boring was really good. I'm in praise of boring. I mean, it's not Dogecoin and it's not Tilray. It's just boring. But that's good because even the smoke clears, boring's still going to be there.
The smoke clears. I like that. You like it? Yeah. Cannabis stocks all going down today. They went up yesterday. That's why you keep seeing them on the screen here.
You killed this by talking about
it had nothing to do with anything having to do with these stocks.
I tell people when they say that you tried to take money away, I said, you found Jack Ma. I want to hear that.
He was out playing golf, Jack Ma.
Really? Yeah. You know that the people, I'm not kidding, the TikTok deal is still could be on. I know it's But if it's not, it's going to be a fight. You know, there's going to be an idea of ByteDance. That's the alternative. Apparently, the problem the government has is they're not concerned with TikTok divesting in U.S. operations. They're focused on software and data security, and whether that's going to be a larger issue.
That's been the issue all along.
You've been saying it's going to be the issue.
Yeah, it's been the issue from the beginning. Can we talk about Tilray so that they'll get rid of it, or is it just going to be with us? What do you think, Jim? To be determined, I'm told by our executive producer. We should point out, Jim, it is important to remember Tilray is in that deal, that reverse merger with Altria.
Right.
They're issuing the shares, but Altria's going to end up owning, shareholders going to own about 62% of the combined company, and the spread is enormous. I got to go back and look at what the ratio is, but the spread is gigantic.
But aren't you
found everything out?
You found out Irwin Simon making a comeback from Hain?
Yeah, Irwin Simon, that's right.
It's a well-run company. It's a $6.6 billion company. It's going to be a survival.
But they're caught up in this now. And of course, yesterday the stocks were up sharply, and now they're down sharply. Where are they going next is the question.
Kim, your site went down. They need help.
I mean, what are they going to bust next?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought they'd be all over Bed Bath & Beyond with 67% Bed Bath.
It's not down. I just don't have the effect.
But I mean, I think everybody was starting to figure out what are they going to go after today, and there's just not enough targets. They went after silver, and there wasn't a short position in silver, so it failed. It just didn't work.
I mean, through a Reddit lens, Jim, I see what you're saying. There is a groundswell of attention this morning on payments. Hard not to notice the leaders, MasterCard, as we said earlier, Bank of New York, Paycom, PayPal, Western Union, Jim, all of the top 15. This is sort of a Bitcoin.
No, I have to get the I'll get the open order.
Open orders is the one.
Bitcoin said it's stock $1,000.
Yeah. And then you go to order.
Kind of like you can do it.
Yeah.
But I was. But I released that you're involved with Bitcoin. You can do that. And Bitcoin goes up too. It's a virtual circle of beauty and kindness.
So all these different things, are these not signs of toppiness in the market potential? Do they not concern you in some broader way, or
The fourth meter
made of that?
I brought back the fourth meter. I haven't used the fourth meter in 16 years in this economy. I brought back the fourth meter last night.
No kidding.
Yeah, 4 years back.
And what goes into the frothometer? Sort of what are the
celebrity SPACs? You know, it's
A-Rod.
Anything EV at this point, unless it gets the battery charged faster.
EVs are right. I mean, everybody's got the most efficient battery,
right? Heavily shorted stocks are part of the fourth meter. Busting in.
There's a look at the CNBC SPAC 50.
We have two of them. We have two of them.
Post-deal. I think that's post-deal. I gotta remember which is which. And then this is post-deal, and the other one was pre-deal. But pre-deal is even more interesting because, of course, none of them have announced a transaction yet, and yet they're all.
There's nothing that things to buy.
I mean, they're printing money. The SPACs, all these hedge funds, they just go in and buy the offering of the SPAC. Then, of course, you might get it on the pipe, toward the deal, and it's right now.
People make money, sponsors make money. Yeah. All of them, I think you're absolutely right, Paul. Because I talked about Michael Semblos, who's a friend of mine outside of work, who's a strategist at JP Morgan. He did have some conspiracy theories that may or may not actually come into play about the election, but his work does say that these assets will not necessarily be terrific when you get it at the end, and I'm sticking by that. People don't want to hear that because it's too exciting. But Carl, this is not like, this is not NASCAR. We're not NASCAR. We're not. It's not WWE here. It's not. We're not WWE. We're not NASCAR. We're not Grand Theft Auto, and we're not Call of Duty. We're like business, stocks, companies with money, and not losing people money. That's what we're doing. Understood. But right now, a lot of people are just making money. Well, no, I know that, and that's the fourth thing.
Right. And by the way, there's an enormous amount of capital coming into businesses that otherwise might not get it, which may result in some really positive things. There probably will be a breakthrough in EV battery technology that will be beneficial for everybody. There probably will be an urban mobility, I don't know, what do you want to call it, flying car or not, that'll be great. That'll be autonomous one day. I mean, there is so much money as a result of this SPACs flooding into businesses that otherwise might not have been able to find it, or maybe they would have, but it would have been more expensive capital. So it'll be interesting, but there are going to be a lot of losers too. There's never doubt that.
But see, Dave, we're only going to be talking about Hormel and the nut deal.
The nut deal with Kraft?
It's just not interesting.
No, it's not. It's not.
But it is interesting. It's a real company, Hormel. They have great dividend record. People have made money in Hormel for years and years and years.
It's $3.35 billion Hormel buying that nut business from Kraft.
They're getting the cleaners, the cheese balls. The cheese balls aren't as good as the other cheese balls. But you know, Carl, like things are happening in the real world, and they're very positive, and no one really cares. And then there's this world that we're showing right now, and Dow hit a record high.
Here's Hormel not responding to the $3.35 billion deal.
There's no short interest. No one's short Hormel.
Interest for Bitcoin get to the all-time high of interest, went about 86.49, and as you say, not quite getting there. Jim, you know, we have some of these reopening upgrades this morning. Simon Property, I think, is one to talk about. We mentioned Under Armour, I think, over at Piper, which kind of brings us to Disney tonight, and the question of whether or not you continue to buy it on the streaming momentum or the idea that parks really are around the corner.
I think you have to, because that's one. Look at the Uber. You have one business that's not doing badly, and another business is doing badly. I think delivery is not doing that. I'm not going to rave about Uber, because I don't think it's a great business, having been a client of these companies. But Disney's different. I mean, when you get these theme parks open, they did restructure this company during this period. I think the profitability of Disney is going to be remarkable. Happy birthday, late birthday, Bob Iger yesterday. And I think that what you're going to see is a Disney that's going to make so much more money per person that you're going to be staggered at what this company is going to be able to do. They have taken advantage of a very difficult time for them and really reinvented the company. Carl, I think it's going to be remarkable. I remember we used to sit here and count number of ESPN subs that are dropped. I don't even know, David, they could get rid of ESPN.
It's amazing. It's not part of the conversation any longer. I don't think they will get rid of ESPN, at least in the near term. There may be some moves they make in terms of the O&Os or something like that, or the ABC network, I don't know. But, Jim, you're right. It's all about direct-to-consumer. It's all about the focus of the company. Although when theme parks reopen and people actually start going to movie theaters again, that won't be a bad thing. It's going to be now at a $345 billion market value. Is the reopening already taken account of in that stock price?
Well, not if you have a Roaring 20s view that it's going to be years worth of bookings. See, I think it's not a quarter. I think it's people are going to be booking for 2023. I think that's what's going to happen.
If you had told anybody at the beginning of this horrible pandemic that Disney stock would be up 100% or whatever the number is from the low, and their theme parks have been operating far less than capacity. If in fact they didn't allow to be open, right? California's been up and closed. It's amazing, and nobody would be going to movies.
In your world, do people talk about how great Disney Plus ended up being?
Yes, it's considered. I mean, it's Netflix and Disney, and obviously, for a while we were looking for two.
I saw my HGGE.
For some period of time, it was very close. Now Disney's $100 billion larger than Netflix, but they are the two dominant providers when it comes to direct-to-consumer, and then everybody's sort of trying to play to some extent with their offerings. By the way, you see shows of Viacom. I mean, the Paramount Plus, which we all got to know as a result of watching the Super Bowl, that's coming. They're unveiling it at least, I think, March 4th. That stock's up 54% this year.
I was not.
Is that really on fundamentals?
It should never have been where it was.
No, that is
it was
great.
not going how it did. People valuing it as being. Remember, people talking about debt.
You're right. It was trading in multiples that it should never have been in. In retrospect, many people were very concerned about it. But there are still a lot of questions about the overall trajectory of the company, or whether at some point you've got to have more consolidation in this industry amongst these players that are out there to be able to even try to compete with the likes of Netflix and Disney.
I totally agree. It hasn't happened yet.
No. But it's got to happen. And it will at some point. I just don't know when.
What pot break-in?
Get what?
A cannabis break-in.
Tell me.
Grow Generation. Last night I said it's time to take some profits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grow Generation.
Well, that's what you need. If you want to be a gentleman cannabis farmer, maybe you have to go to Grow Generation. If you want to be able to, you make it yourself.
The plants.
Right.
Wait. They set the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. It's a one-stop shop. God. Grow Generation. I recommended 15. It's a short haul.
Is that for your hot hat? Is that for your inside? Like, or do it outside?
Handle that position. It's not the business I've chosen.
Wait, you're growing olives. You might want to add some of it to the property there.
Well, I got my olive oils in. It's just the best it's ever been. I do. I create olive oil.
I've seen it. Carl, have you ever gotten a Christmas gift of olive oil?
Yeah, now out of the pandemic.
But yeah, I've given Christmas gifts to Jim, but never received an olive cream, Carl. I'm sorry.
Nice olive oil.
Well, Beyond Meat is down, even though that PepsiCo makes very, very, what I say, aggressive plans.
3 points on Delray.
Snacks. In the Kellogg release, you'll see that vegan is the fastest growing segment in the snack business, other than the soys in terms of velocity. Vegan, it's here. And the Chipotle cauliflower that I have for dinner,
Yeah, there's some interesting food stories today. Restaurant brands, Jim, down more than 4% on some of those Tim Horton comps. I think down 11 or so. A challenging quarter for QSR. We're going to take a break here. Treasuries this morning, yields are lower. That weekly jobless claims number was elevated at 793K, still above what economists have been expecting. I'll take a look at where the 10, 30, and the 5 are, the 2 as well. Dollar index will wrap us up here. Back after a break.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Through the years, you guide and protect every step along the way.
Jacob, that was great. Thanks, Mom. Okay, first.
What you do for them, Amica is proud to do for you, earning your trust and delivering peace of mind. With every call, every claim, we're an insurance company that meets the highest standards. Yours. Experience Amica. Auto, home, and life insurance.
So, what's your plan for retirement? See the world? See the grandkids? Keep doing what you love? However you plan to retire, you need to be prepared. Do you have a financial plan? Do you have a tax strategy? How much of your portfolio can you afford to withdraw? Learn more about these things.
So LABD, a 20-cent loss.
Your way in this free guide from
So Sabra, $2.
Portfolio is over $500,000. Call for Fisher's 99 retirement tips. Our free guide shows you how to make your retirement more secure, even in volatile times like these. Call 1-800-940-1144. We'll also send you a timely bonus for by uncertainty. Fisher's stock market outlook.
Wow, Dow was up 130.
This market is going and why. Get the insight you need right now. Call for your two free guides. 1-800-940-1144.
Don't just retire. Retire now. 3 meetings and 3 stops per day. There's just never enough time. If you've ever considered flying private jet, you have to check out One Flight's badge. The badge makes searching and booking private jets as simple as booking a hotel. Just type in your location to find the closest airport. Then, from over 4,000 jets in one flight. When I land, there's always a car waiting for me, courtesy of One Flight. What's your time worth back?
These days, it's okay to do some things halfway, but taking prescriptions shouldn't be one of them. So CVS has a proprietary search tool that looks for savings, plus free delivery. Get a free prescription savings review at CVS.
Grubhub Perks give you the kind of Panera deals that make you want to get a free delivery perk on your first order from Panera. Only on? Well, what you got?
Total market coverage in your hands. Now on the CNBC app. Up to the minute updates, breaking news alerts, everything you want to know when you need it. Stay connected, stay informed with the CNBC app.
Got some China headlines to get to this morning. One was a readout between the first phone call between the president and President Xi of China. Axios this morning, Jim, says the administration definitely sees merit in the idea that China is a fierce, maybe the most important competitor to the United States. On the other hand, Jim, Reuters has a piece about Goldman, BlackRock, Fidelity hiring hundreds in China as some of the restrictions on financial services start to open up over there.
There's no doubt, and those three firms are leaders, there's no doubt that this was a suppressed move by the previous president. These companies felt very gun-shy to do business in China. Obviously, the major issue is is whether it will be Taiwan. Taiwan's right at the end of the Trump administration. There were really a lot of safe routes about Taiwan. Taiwan has to be very careful because they're largest customers, Chinese and us. But I think that the dialogue is starting. This is one of the reasons why I'm continually beating the drum on both. Because this is the way that the Chinese would show that they mean a different kind of business. And there are other people here who really wanted to bring back the days before China opened. A Cold War stance. This is not a Cold War stance that the president's taking. It is not a Cold War stance.
There's going to be a point sometime in the not too distant future, I imagine, where we're going to be talking a lot about our relationship with China in a significant way in terms of its impact even on our market.
Oh no,
It's not a good relationship.
oh no, it's bad. It's competitive, and we're not winning in a lot of places.
Right.
And it's not secure.
No,
But I'm just saying that
those
it's
are
not.
all bad things.
They're all bad, but he's not. I think it's going to be done. The diplomacy is, from my understanding, is happening now. It's very quiet.
Well, it's not going to happen on Twitter. That we know.
No, it's not that. Jack Dorsey took care of that.
Well, yeah, but also, the current president's not interested in using that as his communication platform.
But it's just, Carl, it's so fluid what's happening in China now that the president's literally trying to figure out, is it about suppression? Is it about freedom of speech?
Right. So human rights comes into the conversation in a way that might not have been, and that can also make things more difficult in some way. On trade, though, I mean, if there's any area that this administration is somewhat aligned with the last, it's probably on China policy.
It's very, very, very hard line. But it also involving climate change. Right. At the same time, if it's done below the surface, it just makes it so more business gets done. That's what I'm saying. I find, Carl, it's an insecure relationship, but it's not insecure in your face. It just won't be. That's just not what it's supposed to operate.
GRYN is not working.
Do some work looking at the level of exports to China relative to the initial agreement of phase one. Remember that, guys? About a year ago, and they missed the target by 40%, according to Peterson. But whatever happens, Jim, is going to be done through a multinational lens. There's a scoop on CNN today that the Secretary of State is planning his first trips in mid to late March, and it's going to be with meetings with NATO counterparts, talking about issues in Europe and also Asia-Pac.
Well, see, when you hear that, you know that it's going to pull up just 25% of what they make the Chinese buy. So, I mean, a lot of people, the previous administration would speak of those countries as client states of China. That when you do reporting, this administration does not regard those places as client states of China. Italy's a client state. Germany's a client state.
Call from Glenn Bryant.
We got a record high on the Dow. Speaking of all the payments that are moving today, we're back in a moment.
They're first to respond, first to put others' lives before their own. And in an emergency, they need a network that puts them first, that connects them to technology, to each other, and to other agencies. That's why AT&T built FirstNet with and for first responders. The Emergency Response Network authorized by Congress. FirstNet, because putting them first is our job.
No one likes to choose between safe or sporty, modern or reliable. We want both. We want a hybrid. So do banks. That's why they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach helps them personalize experiences with Watson AI while helping keep data secure. From banking to manufacturing, businesses are going with a smarter hybrid cloud using the tools, platform, and expertise of IBM.
Apps are used everywhere except work. Why is that? Is it because people love filling out forms? Maybe they like checking with their supervisor to see how much vacation time they have. Or sending corporate their expense reports. I'll let you in on a little secret. They don't. By empowering employees to manage their own tasks, Paycom frees you to focus on the business of business. To learn more, visit paycom.com.
I was once among the largest option traders on Wall Street. They're a high-risk way to make money, and seeing all this new interest from first-time investors does make me feel nervous. I think the risks aren't widely understood. We all have the right to lose money by making dumb trades. Watch or listen live on the CNBC app.
Want to save hundreds on your wireless bill? With Xfinity Mobile, we pay them. How about saving hundreds on the new Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultra 5G? You can do that too. All on the most reliable network? Sure thing. And with fast nationwide 5G included at no extra cost, we've got you covered. So join the carrier #1 customer satisfaction. And get a new Samsung Galaxy starting at $17 a month. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store today.
Discover the plus of 55 plus living in Crestwind, Palm Beach, located in Westland, Florida's newest city. Crestwind, Palm Beach is a fresh new home choice designed for the next generation. Crestwind, Palm Beach is a 55 plus community for those who thrive on a happy, healthy life through fitness, nutrition, and relationships. 9 decorated models now open. To learn more about all the pluses Crestwind offers, visit CrestwindPalmBeach.com. That's CrestwindPalmBeach.com.
Cannabis stocks obviously giving some back today. Tilray hit a high of 67 yesterday. It's currently below yesterday's intraday low, although even with these losses, Tilray, for example, is still up 4x since the beginning of the year. More Spark of the Street continues in a moment.
What the heck, Troy? That's not your kid. Dan Black Duck is just covering for Sophie. Same way he got me money to help cover her hospital bill when my health insurance didn't pay for all. But this isn't fair. That's exactly what I said. But then I learned that health insurance isn't supposed to cover everything. Wait, for real? For real, real. Luckily I had Black. Get health expenses, health insurance doesn't cover. Go Aflac! Get to know us at Aflac.com.
Can they even afford this house?
I'm pretty sure we can. Pretty sure. You're rocking money. Not pretty sure. What's the difference? Let me show you. I'm pretty sure these are enforcers. Pretty sure you do not run. Pretty sure these are parachutes.
HQGE moving back up.
Good choice. When you're buying a home, pretty sure isn't sure enough. When you need to be certain of how much home you can afford, look at him. This is Decision Tech. Find a stock based on your interests or what's trending. Get real-time insights and your customized view of the market. It's smarter trading technology for smarter trading decisions. Fidelity. Why did you invest in gold? Are you living in the past? In a digital world, gold shouldn't weigh down your portfolio. You see where things are going. Digital currencies like Bitcoin are the future. They're secure, orderless, and unlike gold, they actually have utility. Leave the pack behind. It's time to drop gold. Go digital. Go grayscale. Grubhub perks give you the kind of Panera deal that make you want to. Get a free delivery perk on your first order from Panera. Only on Grub. Do what you love.
Don't waste to vaccinate on the path forward. Help for troubled states and cities.
The COVID pandemic has driven something of a municipal bond boom.
Chip shortages threaten auto sales. Stay connected, stay informed. Watch or listen live on the CNBC app.
Let's get to Jim and stop trading. Quite the fabulous booking spoke out this morning, which is so nice. They had a magnificent quarter. I love the fact that Morgan Stanley called it a Grammy-worthy quarter. And this is just, again, the make your home into a better home, reshuffle trade. It's really an example of a company that has done remarkably well because of COVID. It's doing well. Quarter Patrick is really good. It's just an all-around fantastic quarter every single night. They'll be grateful. Yeah. Definitely benefiting from that home, as you say, Jim. It's made up for and offset some of the manufacturing issues they've had in Asia. And then raising the guide does sort of lend some confidence to what happens when we move, hopefully, out of COVID later this year. Yeah, I agree. Remember, they had all the same chip problems everybody else has, and they able to override it. I love the product, though, can I say? I mean, it's just the thing that just makes your house great. I did not know it has become as popular. This was a remarkable time. Considering that retail's closed, they managed to be able to do this. So I can't wait to hear exactly how he was able to do so well in a chaotic moment. And I think it's here to stay.
It's real.
How about tonight, Jim?
Okay, I've got Hormel. They got nutty planners. And then PayPal, and I've got both the CFO and CFO. Remember, I think PayPal is integral to the revolution that we've been talking about. I don't like the word revolution. I like to lighten it, but no one thought about it. It's just not sexy enough. Wrong word.
One last question from me, Jim. A lot of people who had the second dose of either Pfizer or Moderna say that's the one that you do feel a little sluggish for a couple of days afterwards. Are you getting any?
No, it's just like it's going to be anybody be infected. No. I took 2 Tylenol. I woke up and I said, geez, I guess my head's supposed to be foggy, but it's not. And I came to work and I tried, no, it's the same old. I get my stitches out of it. I get my back surgery. So there's a lot of yeah. Look at how their sub GameStop at 300 is the best ever they get.
That was good. That's the play and hurt, Jim. We'll see you tonight. Mad Money, 6 p.m. of course. Mad Money with Jim Cramer. Good Thursday morning, everybody. Welcome to Squawk of the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber and Morgan Brennan. Dow record high here. Obviously, Bitcoin, cannabis, all part of the mix this morning as we continue to wade through earnings season and Disney tonight.
Yeah, but first let's get to our Night Terrell with new findings from Oxford University's COVID recovery trial. Hey Morgan, well this is the same trial, of course, that told us that dexamethasone is a life-saving treatment for patients with severe COVID-19 who are in the hospital. Now they are out with new results on another anti-inflammatory drug called tocilizumab. Now this is a rheumatoid arthritis drug on the market called Actemra from Roche. And they found that it, on top of corticosteroids like dexamethasone, also reduced mortality for patients with severe COVID-19 in the hospital. Now, in a trial that included more than 4,000 patients, they found that overall, there were about 29% of people who were on usual care plus tocilizumab who died versus 33% who were on usual care alone. So that's a reduction of 4 percentage points. They said it shortened the time that people spent in the hospital, reduced the need for a ventilator. And they said that for people who had significant inflammation, for those who were on oxygen and got the combination of corticosteroids and this drug, it reduced mortality by 1/3. And for those who are on ventilators, it reduced mortality by 1/2. So guys, this is the second drug to come out of this trial to show a result like this. And it's shown mixed results in other trials before, so getting these real clear results from this Oxford University and UK trial will be welcome news to a lot of people. Really figuring out how to use the best drugs in the best way will improve outcomes for COVID patients in the hospital. We'll get back over to you.
Yeah, Meg, I mean, we spent so much time talking about vaccines and vaccine rollouts, but the treatment piece of this is obviously so key, so integral as well. I guess, how does this speak to that puzzle that we're seeing come together in terms of those treatments and what it means for people who do contract COVID, even as we await more shots and more arms?
Yeah, one thing that we've been hearing from a lot of folks as we get vaccines out there is drugs are still a really important piece of this puzzle. We still have thousands of people in the hospital, thousands of people dying every day in the United States from COVID, so we still need better ways of treating it. If you can figure out whether people are being affected by the virus or whether it's that inflammation that's taken over, that's what doctors tell me is so important for knowing how best to really kind of save lives and reduce the severe effects from this disease. But of course, we still need drugs earlier in the course of the disease, and we are waiting for results from Merck on its drug for early COVID sometime hopefully soon.
We'll keep an eye out for that. Make sure. Thank you. We also want to mention today, NBC Universal is launching a new tool, which can be found at planyourvaccine.com. There has been some confusion about how and when it's your turn. The site seeks to alleviate that. It's an interactive personal tool where users can find state-by-state eligibility, the closest vaccination location, and lots of data on the vaccine in that area, plus a checklist of items you'll need for your appointments. David.
Thank you, Morgan. Our next guest said his firm saw the highest level of M&A activity in its history despite COVID lockdowns over the last year and certainly the last quarter. Joining us now is Kent Moelis. He's the founder, chairman, and CEO of Moelis. Kent, always good to have you. I'd love to just start off on the quarter itself. Your company stock is up a bit this morning. It's near its all-time highs. I think you said that it's the highest level of client activity you've ever seen. Is that the case? And if so, why?
Yeah. Hi, David. Good morning. Yes, I think we continue to see just what you're talking about on the show today, the disruptive nature of the economy, low interest rates. And every company in the world, I think, who started out with their business January 1st of 2020, I've got to believe by January 1st of 2021, they've had thoughts as to whether they're the right businesses with the right capitalizations, right digital strategies. So there's just a lot of transformation going on.
Yeah, you said this on the call, and I wanted to ask you to sort of expand on it. You said, I've never seen the business community in a shorter period of time rethink everything about what they're doing. What does that actually mean?
Well, that's correct. I think if you were in business a year ago today, you didn't have a great view of COVID, maybe some people did, what it would do to the world, what it would do to digital transformation. I think we've accelerated lots of changes in the economy by 5 to 10 years. I know we might talk about one that I was involved with yesterday in terms of taking it.
We'll get
I figured that might happen.
Yeah.
But this is happening almost in every business in America, and it's exciting for some, and it's also defensive for some. Some people have to take defensive.
Right, and it's funny because you have a restructuring business that obviously benefited certainly in the early part of COVID, where it looked like there were going to be a lot of restructurings. Has that followed through, or is it? Are you surprised, Ken, at where we are 11 months in, given what we saw in the March-April period?
Yeah, it would be hard for me to have predicted this. I think it's a testament to free market capitalism, innovation. It's extraordinary what the community has done in the face of a world that was turned upside down to reimagine their business and come out where it is. It really is an amazing work.
Yeah, but you and I have been talking for a long time. You're not a huge fan of what the Fed is doing. I can't imagine you are. And don't you believe in some way it's planting the seeds for the seeds of our own demise, not to put it too sharply?
David, I really put this year in a different box. In most years, I might have that view. This was, there was sort of what I look at as an almost eminent domain. There was a taking of certain people's livelihoods, and businesses were shut by order of the government for the benefit, deemed to be for the benefit of all. By the way, we'll determine whether that was the correct answer one day, but it happened. And if the government forces you out of your business, I do think the government has to take extraordinary steps to recompense you for that. So this is very different than most of my philosophies.
Yeah, well, all right, so you're not worried about a level of speculation in the market? I mean, let's go Carnival today. $3.5 billion, 6-year notes, 5.75, I think, is what they're getting. Unsecured, Ken. That doesn't concern you?
No, look, there's sophisticated people on both sides. Carnival has a great franchise. There will be people cruising any day now. Or you could put your money into, I think, the German Bunds for 10 years and get back negative money. So I think people are taking their choice and making their investments, David. And, I think that's probably a valid investment in a great franchise.
And how are you preparing for the fact that maybe, if it is a sort of a speculative period we're in, that it could come to an end somewhat similar, let's say, to what we saw in 2000? I mean, are you at Moelis sort of positioned for that, even if you don't expect it?
Yes, and look, I think you always expect the unexpected. It's the one thing. Take your risks in certain places. We maintain an unlevered, very liquid balance sheet, and then we take our risks operationally, the things we're experts at, and then we maintain a buffer against the unknown. I think it's a good way to go. It's worked well for us.
All right, let's talk about flying cars. I mean, you talked about speculation. I kid. They're not really cars. I know they're not. I saw the pictures. They're urban mobility vehicles. I mean, Atlas went up yesterday. You did this deal with Archer, fairly large valuation. You're basing it off of 2026 numbers. I mean, talk about speculation, Ken. I don't know. How can I believe in something like this?
David, because there's really no speculation involved. If you think about it, you've got like vertical takeoff and landing. That's what used to be called a helicopter. There's 15,000 of them right now, and they vertically take off and land. We're adding the word electric to it. And not only that, so think about it. We're going to have a cleaner, cheaper, and by the way, way safer. There's 12 rotors on these planes. There's, one of the reasons I'm uncomfortable on a helicopter is there are multiple points of single failure look at a helicopter, you know, it's not really made to fly to a stop so easily. So, and then lastly, so the replacement cycle just on substituting electronic takeoff and landing vehicles for these helicopters is a massive market, and the technology.
We had an early look at the initial one, we're going from the low depot stuff to the RTI.
You have 100 times quieter.
3.8 million shares priced at 14. The early look is 12 on 190,000 shares. No CI.
They'll be significantly cleaner, significantly cheaper, and usually that even drives the market. So there's only 15,000 helicopters now. You envision a world if you can accomplish that, where
does the FAA already, I mean, where are they with that? You know, where are we going to be? So 2026, these things are going to be all over the place, and I'm going to be walking out of my apartment. One's going to land on my street, take me to work.
well, maybe not that much, but look up in the sky, you probably see 5 helicopters an hour. I mean, that enough is 15,000 replacement helicopters. So if we doubled that to 10 hourly, you saw that would be 30,000. The market is enormous. The batteries, I heard you talk about, as the batteries, which definitely will evolve, you'll go from a 60-mile distance to a 100-mile distance. I'll make it easier for you to get to your Hamptons home one day, you go out for lunch, come back for your afternoon shot, and no one even know you were gone, David. It'll be,
these days, nobody even knows I'm gone anyway because I can work from home. So, by the way, not in the Hamptons, but, you know, I mean, Ken, on SPACs in general, you obviously you did this deal, you priced another one, you're involved in others. Is this here to stay? We talk a lot about it. It's certainly been an area for providing growth capital for companies like the one we were just talking about. Am I going to be talking about SPACs?
yes, David, in the last 20 years, the number of common stocks that trade by name has decreased by 50%. 50% of the names are gone. And the reason that is large pools of capital, known as private equity and late-stage venture, they organize a tremendous pool of capital. There's $1 trillion and a half private equity on the sidelines, and there's $300 billion now of SPACs, and you seem to be worried about that.
Jim,
They are getting access now to companies at earlier stages of development.
I just put an order in.
The entrepreneurs who are going through these companies are getting certainty. They do not have to go through a 10 or 12 month IPO process.
I gotta get back to the main page. I can't stand this one.
How fast and how certain we've gotten Archer to have a fully funded business plan, early stage of development.
That's not gonna get back to me. Okay.
Look at their 5-year model, meet with people, really understand it in a way you can't do in the public market IPO because of the regulatory laws. So it's a spectacular way of bringing big institutional money into a new market.
Yeah. Finally, Ken, speaking of flying, are you going to get bankers back on airplanes?
Yeah, I can't wait. I personally can't wait. I know most of our bankers can't wait. I'm very optimistic. I've been spending time around the vaccine. I think this is all going to come back faster than you think. People like being with each other, and it's so much more fun to be in business when you actually are in person.
Yeah, I look forward to that as well. Maybe even seeing you. Yeah.
And an updated look on Loan Depot, LPI, now we're at 13.
So Tom, a closer look at cannabis sector, a day
Price at 14.
What do I gotta do here?
plus a date with Wall Street. Looks like to break
I'm trying to get E-Well in here.
this morning after ringing the opening bell. We'll hear from the company's CEO on Squawk Alley in the next hour. In the meantime, Squawk Street is back after this.
Blunders. They're how we learn. But investment blunders are a costly lesson that can hurt your retirement. Decisions like trying to time the market, placing big bets on a single stock. Well, then politics and elections influence your investments. Fisher Investments has gathered the 13 most important award now. This Bible free guide.
Why change? Let Fisher Investments send you our free guide, 13 retirement investment blunders to avoid, like running short of money in retirement, or working with a money manager who's not a fiduciary. Call now, 1-800-208-4466.
Fisher Investments has helped thousands avoid costly blunders and achieve a comfortable retirement. If you have $500,000 or more to invest, call now.
Call Fisher Investments now for your free guide, 1-800-208-4466.
Don't just retire. Retire well.
How can we build wealth during uncertain times and maintain peace of mind?
Which one?
You will.
For your money. Get the tools you need to earn, save, lower debt, invest, and build your
Those
financial
are pending orders.
strengthen your decisions, expert advice, and
Wait, I got an idea.
CNBC and Acorns help
Change
keep the
your
resources you need within reach. Take charge of your financial wellness at cnbc.com/investinhere. When you switch to Xfinity Mobile,
This is
you're
still.
choosing to get connected to the most reliable network nationwide.
That's
Now
right.
with 5G included, discover and save
Oh,
on
oh,
rate
oh,
Share deals from $15 a month, or get the lowest price for one line unlimited. Come into a local Xfinity store to make the most of your mobile experience. You can shop the latest phones, bring your own device, or trade in for extra savings. Stop in or book an appointment to shop safely with peace of mind at your local Xfinity store.
Pay up to 50% less during our truck and SUV sale at Mike Maroney Chevrolet Silverado.
yeah, I get open orders again.
41,888 Equinox, not 25,000, 12,988.
Here's all this. What you see?
11,988, all with our money back guarantee and free delivery and
I see.
Mike Maroney Chevrolet, Okeechobee Boulevard, West Palm Beach. MikeMaroneyChevrolet.com. Welcome back, HotStocks, coming off their highs following yesterday's Reddit fuel rally. Frank Holland has more on this press run.
Hey, good morning, Morgan. Well, the cannabis stocks that are of high interest on the Wall Street Bets Reddit page so far today, seeing a lot of deep declines at the open. Tilray, for example, down about 32%. Of all of them in the red, as you can see, the exception there is Sundial. That's up about 10% today and more than doubling this week. Now, despite the declines we're seeing so far today, that Reddit page is still filled with a lot of cannabis stock chatter, and of course the meme. Here's one of them. It's kind of a meme within a meme with Rickroll. You gotta Google that. But it does speak to the randomness of some investors who are buying into these cannabis stocks. Other posts, much more sophisticated. We saw one posted overnight calling Tilray a short squeeze and really trying to instruct people on the thread how to play the short squeeze and then cash out. And then you have extensive diamond hands talk. That's slang on the Reddit boards for an investor. The plan is to really hold on to the stock for the long haul. In this case, a lot of that stock talk is focused on Tilray, Freya, and Sundial. So if this is a short squeeze play, it's a lot different from what we saw emerge in GameStop, where the short interest was over 100%. Tilray has the highest short interest of this group. Our data team says shorting of cannabis stocks in general is on the decline in recent weeks. What is on the rise is the trading volume on these things. Yesterday, some really eye-popping numbers of the for Tilray, or Organigram, a company most people haven't heard of. The high trading volume actually taking Sundial from basically a penny stock to one with a $4.5 billion market cap. Cannabis stocks, they were already trading higher on legalization optimism and increased adoption, and also the forecast for legal sales to rise 40% this year. But when you look at the cannabis ETFs and the stocks this week, it's just hard to believe that the Reddit boards are not having a major impact on this sector. Carl, back over to you.
All right, Frank, it's a good place to start with the next guest, who says that the recent Reddit trade has shown that the power of the individual investor is real. Boris Jordan joins us this morning, executive chair of the cannabis company Curaleaf, joins us this morning. Boris, welcome back. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you, Carl.
I'm curious to know what you think of the Reddit movement. I'm also curious to know whether or not there's anything in the fundamentals of the business that reflect or explain the run-up we've seen in the last, say, week or two.
Well, I think you need to separate the situation with stocks that trade on the big boards in the United States, and those are largely Canadian companies because of their federal legal in Canada and therefore allowed to trade on the U.S. exchanges, whereas the U.S. companies that have their exposure to the U.S. market, which is the biggest cannabis market in the world, trade actually in Canada. So if you take a look and see what's going on through the Reddit trade in the U.S., yes, you have a lot of shorts in those stocks for good reason. A lot of those companies have not performed well. I mean, yes, this week we saw Canopy grow announce almost $1 billion loss, $850 million loss in their stock, almost 20% of the back of that. That has largely to do with short change in shorts, and that's what Reddit's been doing, very similar to what happened in the GameStop situation. If you however look at the U.S. companies, which have benefited from obviously the short trade as well, but those companies have very few shorts in them, and therefore
whereas Canadian companies which represent, you know, a very small piece of the cannabis industry can trade in the US.
Yeah. Do the CEOs of these companies that are seeing the squeeze and benefiting from the share price angle, is it their fiduciary duty to take advantage of
Transpo's down.
more shares while they can? While the price is, I guess you would argue.
Sorry, Carl.
Go ahead.
I'm very surprised that they haven't. Although they do have something, they have these ATM programs or at the market programs, and so they may be able to go and actually issue shares through those type of programs. We don't see that very often in the United States, but they do have them in Canadian companies. They could be selling shares right now, and we don't even know. But I'm surprised that we haven't seen any large.
I don't know what you just said.
Being issued by these companies. The one thing I would like to point out specifically on the Tilray trade, as we all know, Tilray and Apple announced a merger or an acquisition and a merger a month ago. And a lot of the short interest that's in Tilray is actually ARB trades. So a lot of the retail investors may not understand the fact that these shorts will not cover, because once that transaction closes, the ARB will disappear and people will get paid for it. So those aren't true shorts. They're actually ARBs between the two prices of the two companies that are working. So that may be one of the reasons where they're chasing them, and they're noticing that the short interest is not closing, and they think that deal flow will affect as well because it's largely ARB trade rather than short.
Of course, these are such key and crucial points you're making in this conversation. I am curious, though, stepping back and sort of looking at what has helped fuel some of the recent activity we've seen. The fact that there is this expectation that here in the U.S. we're going to see not only federal decriminalization, but actual
Yeah, we have a look at the initial public.
and that we have seen some of the other cannabis company CEOs make comments
Bio
along
business
those lines.
is
How do you
BVS.
see it?
April share price of 13, so I'm looking at 1950. BVS, Bravo, Victory Sierra.
So obviously the election, particularly in Georgia and the Senate election, really changed the landscape of cannabis because of the fact that we now have both the Senate and the House Democrats control. You know, I'm not a believer that we're going to get full legalization because we still have both conservative members in the Senate on the Democratic side and on the Republican side. But I do think we're going to have a step approach where I think we will get safe banking this year. We can also make it.
Looks the other side.
I don't even let me get to it.
The white. Hold on here.
I do think we'll get that problem this year. I know what people working on it. And we actually could also get probably do some innovation and a lot of social justice legislation put into that law probably. But full legalization, I think, is something that will probably take several years to do. I just don't believe, even though Senator Schumer's passed and this is what he's
Don't point, I can't see.
I don't know.
Well, don't point, I can't see.
Maybe I do it.
full legalization of cannabis.
I don't know how to get to put an order.
Over the next 2 to 3 years.
Yes.
And certainly we'll get states banking.
Which I don't know what you missed. So next time at the same time,
I don't read. How about that? Here's portfolio. Click
So it's
account.
going to be a state issue.
Approve.
I'm looking at some polling data this morning in North Carolina. I mean, you're looking at disapproval ratings of less than 20% in terms of on medical. And I know for you guys, New York alone, adult use would be a pretty big deal, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, Curaleaf today is already the largest operator in the world on a revenue basis. You know, New Jersey, obviously, there was a big domino effect. Now, New York moving that direction, Connecticut moving that direction.
Doesn't work.
So all of these states that were medical are now moving to adult use. There's really 2 reasons for that. One is it's very popular.
Maybe there's no one right there.
You know, if you look at the ballot initiative in November, not only did these states pass 50%, but they were actually this is the third bipartisan issue. I think it's one of the few bipartisan issues in the country where both Republicans and Democrats are united on this. And so we do think that this is going to create a domino effect on the East Coast. And once the East Coast, particularly New York, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania, go adult use, you're basically going to have over 85% of the U.S. population of access to adult use cannabis. And we therefore think that Washington at that point in time will have no reasons to say that they should address the issue of legalization. And so we do think initiatives will take, you know,
Yeah, some people say that about the minimum wage, which, sometimes it takes the feds a little bit longer to put it all together. But literally, from the capital raise angle to the legislation angle, of course, great guidance for our viewers. Thanks so much. Good to see you. Good to be here. Great.
We're keeping our eyes on Bumble, making its debut on the NASDAQ this morning. Don't miss CEO Whitney Wolf-Herd in the next hour on Squawk Alley. We'll be right back. This is the investing book everyone is talking about. It's called Follow the Smart Money. And traders are lining up here to meet the authors, John and Pete Kajarian, and get a free copy.
The smart money on Wall Street belongs to the big boys. They're the ones with the resources and technology to know before any of us when a stock is going to move. By following their trades the way we do, you gain their advantage and get in first, ahead of the herd on the smartest trades.
You see John and Pete Kajarian on TV. Whether you
All right, Kim.
or options, this is how they pick their trades. And you don't have to be here to get your free copy. Call or go to followthesmartmoney.com right now. Just take care of delivery and it's yours free. Act quickly and you'll also get this companion DVD for free.
Call 800-850-3232 or go to followthesmartmoney.com now. That's 800-850-3232 or followthesmartmoney.com. That's followthesmartmoney.com.
Hey, our workers' comp insurance is expiring. Should just renew it? Yeah, sure.
Hey there, small business owner. Pi Insurance here with some sweet advice to stop you from overpaying on workers' comp. Try Pi instead and save up to 30%.
Kim,
Sure.
I have the same problem. I can't fucking put an order in this system.
But no, you can't.
Yeah, okay, tell me how to get to the other one again.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, it is. And then you go to account.
Order?
No, account. A portfolio. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just go. It's like a website. I don't know.
How do I do it?
Buy sell. Trade.
And I realized I could actually do something. Now I use Keeps, the easiest way to keep my hair. And it only costs $1 a day, which means no more to help you get started at Keeps.com.
Ryan Sullivan, Worldwide Exchange, 5 a.m. Eastern on CNBC.
We cannot find enough shares of this.
Yeah, you got orders. Go to orders. Yeah, yeah. You need something new. This red.
Yeah, this one's up.
Saturday Night Live over the weekend. When we come back, we're going to check in with Zilla's CEO, Rich Barton, on that sketch.
I go back to
Accounts.
16%
Yeah,
share
portfolio.
appreciation today. That's an all-time high. When we come back, don't go away.
Okay. You can make a little bit.
Don't touch it.
Everything is less than
We'll be back at 4:30 to broadcast that number. We also have an updated book on the initial public offering of BioVentus, BVS. Stock is now looking at $18.31. Deal price is 38. We have a look at on Signify Health, which is trading on the full trade on the New York Stock Exchange, 23.5 million shares. At 24, stock is looking at 28.50 to 29.50. SGFY.
vehicles available no matter what adventure lies around the corner. Here's an extra one.
And again, waiting on the EIA numbers. It's out, but the drawdown of 171 million cubic feet, analysts expected a draw of 178 million cubic feet.
On a mission to we're doing that at speed perfect number so that is the most comfortable, the most durable, and the most innovative facilities out there.
Get $100 only at liveouter.com. I'm Courtney Reagan, and here's your CNBC COVID update at this hour. For a second straight day, the U.S. recorded more than 3,000 COVID deaths. New daily cases came in below 100,000 for a fourth consecutive day. California's pandemic death toll has just passed New York State to lead the nation with almost 45,500 fatalities. But New York's population-adjusted death rate is still much greater than California's. It's the second highest in the nation, after New Jersey. More than 10 million Americans have now received both doses of a COVID vaccine, according to the CDC's count. Almost 45 million doses have been administered, putting the nation on track to reach President Biden's goal of 100 million doses in his first 100 days in office. And in updated guidance, the CDC says if at least 2 weeks have passed since your second shot, you don't have to quarantine following exposure to someone with COVID. But if it's more than 3 months after the last dose, or you have symptoms, then you do still need to quarantine. And the CDC adds vaccinated people still need to wear masks and maintain physical distance from others. Morgan, back over to you.
Courtney Reagan, thank you. Shares of Zillow surging on better than expected quarterly results and upbeat guidance. The stock now up more than 45% so far this year. The company also announced it is acquiring home viewing scheduling platform ShowingTime.com for $500 million in cash. Joining us now on CNBC exclusive, Zillow CEO Rich Barton. Rich, thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Morgan.
So if we just look back on the year that was 2020, I mean, certainly we saw so much, I think, the digitization of everything. For years and years and years, we've been talking about how ripe residential real estate has been for technological disruption. Where would you say we are in terms of that process? I mean, is this finally a tipping point where, and I realize you have a strategy in place for this at Zillow, but is this finally a tipping point where it becomes a much more mainstream process to buy and sell a home online?
Yes, like we're seeing in all industries, Morgan, we saw a kind of COVID catalyzed acceleration
Facebook down 3.
of pre-existing movement from offline to online. And that clearly is happening in real estate as well. So we, as the technology leader for consumer real estate, saw a dramatic acceleration in the adoption of our technology tools, which ended up speeding home sales. And of course, the pandemic has inspired so many people to think about moving because they might be untethered from their commutes now, that we saw kind of a really interesting confluence of factors that drove some incredible results for the company in 2020.
Yeah, and I want to dig into all of that a little bit more. First, though, I want to hone in on the home segment, which includes your iBuyer business. I realized you had hit the pause button on that in the first half of last year, but then it resumed. Revenue for that business came in above the guidance range. It was still down 50% in Q4 from the year earlier. What are you seeing? We talk so much about inventory shortages, for example. Is that something that's affecting the business? How are you able to, I guess, leverage that dynamic?
Yeah, well, the results that we're seeing are kind of historical looking. So what you're seeing in the homes results right now is the air gap kind of closing the plant for a few months during COVID. But on forward-looking metrics, the homes business is as big as it's ever been. We had our biggest quarter in Q4. We bought more homes in Q4 than the previous Q4. So that business is working. It's back and it's ramping really quite quickly. In terms of inventory levels for the housing market, I think that you can get kind of schizophrenic and worked up looking at select headlines about what's going on in the housing market. And one of the shocking ones is historic low inventory. Well, that is actually true. Inventory is historically low, but the real headline is that homes are selling on average in December in 17 days, which which is 25 days fewer than they did the December before. So this, homes are flying off the shelf. It's a really high velocity market, and that is what has resulted in the highest home volume sales we've seen in 15 years. Higher prices appreciating too, and of course, Econ 101 says that as prices rise, more supply comes on the market because homeowners see their equity go up and they think, okay, now might be a really good time to sell. So we're seeing that in our homes business. We're seeing that in this increased activity in our business across the board, from our traditional Premier Agent business right through our rentals business and mortgages as well.
Richard, I understand all the things you're doing to reduce friction in the overall purchase of a home, but do you ever think we'll see levels like this again, in the sense of it is somewhat seemingly unique period, you mentioned it yourself, where people are suddenly realizing, well, I may not have to have that you guys had, or at least not as often, and so I'm going to move now. Or do you think this is sustainable?
Well, people make home decisions. They don't take it lightly. They make decisions over a long period of time, and this has been a period of extreme introspection as people have kind of reshuffled their lives and rethought about things. We think that's going to put that particular trend for the great reshuffling, as I've been calling it, is going to play out for many years. So I think that will be a durable tailwind. More interesting, however, David, is that millennials are starting to have babies and buy homes. And it is a really big cohort of millennials, and right behind them is Gen Z. And everybody thought millennials were not going to buy homes, that they didn't want to buy homes, they didn't want to start families. Our research always showed that they were just delaying it. And what's happened now, it's been kind of delayed 5 years from the generation before, and they are in that prime home buying stage of life right now, and that is going to drive things for quite some time. Now, we at Zillow, our success doesn't really depend on the macro forces in the housing market. Yes, they can help, but that's kind of like a noise. The big trend is that buying and selling a home is super difficult. It's like we're back in the 1980s still, and e-commerce needs to come to home buying, and we are on the forefront of integrating this all down. Ultimately, the big consumer nirvana dream is that we enable a one-click trade-in. That is kind of the consumer North Star that we're headed towards, and we're making incredible progress towards that integrated future right now. That's going to play out for us for years.
Well, of course, a big part of the friction comes from the financing. And, it didn't take long rates this week for people to look at the slight uptick in the 30-year fixed rate and mortgage applications, which came down in time. So I guess the broad question is, how much sensitivity does the market have to the threat of rising rates at this point?
It's always a threat, Carl. It's always a threat, but rates are so low, and they've been so low for so long. And Chairman Yellen is indicating that rates are probably going to be low for some time. And we debate that on the show a lot, whether or not that's a good thing and what's the reckoning going to be. But it is what it is. We don't have a crystal ball, but we believe rates will make homes affordable for quite some time.
All right, Rich. SNL just did a skit on Zillow. I know you referenced it on your earnings call as well. It's quite funny. Certainly, I can relate to this a little bit. But 9.6 billion visits for the full year last year, 19% year over year. I realize that is a huge monetizable opportunity in of itself. But how many of those visits actually translate to other parts of your business or other potential revenue streams for Zillow?
Very low, Morgan, but that's okay. That's because we get 9.6 billion of them, and so many of them are just dreaming and fantasizing, which is, when we started Zillow, it's our 15-year anniversary right now, we knew that home shopping was the stuff of dreams. We knew that. We built that right from the start. There was a headline from the San Francisco Chronicle when we launched in 2006 that was Zillow, real estate porn. So people have been on this for quite some time. What's wildly gratifying and exciting for me and for our team is to break through a cultural barrier into this really rare area where Saturday Night Live is speaking. I think Dan Levy and then the team there just absolutely nailed it. And so our challenge is, as you know, is to take this 9.6 billion business that we get at the top of the funnel, I'm envisioning a funnel here, and the bottom of the funnel is the transaction, and increasingly turn more of that shopping and dreaming traffic into transactions. We monetize a single-digit percentage of the people that come visit us right now, and so that's kind of like potential energy. That's oil in the ground. Oil's not a good analogy right now. That's potential energy for us that will fuel. That should fuel our growth for many years to come.
All right, Mr. Clark, thanks for joining us. There's Miller up 18% right now.
CNBC is out with its new All-America Economic Survey showing broad support for President Biden and his agenda. Steve Leisman has all the numbers for us. Steve.
Morning, David. Yeah, a special online inauguration edition of the CNBC All-American Economic Survey finding President Biden enjoying the best first-term presidential honeymoon.
It took me from 9:30 to 20:11 to get out of my position. And that is why I wasn't talking.
But as President Obama found, sky-high approval ratings can fall with a downturn in the economy and controversial policies. So the survey of 1,000 people throughout the nation showed Biden with a strong approval rating for handling the economy so far and uniting the country.
I don't understand. Maybe this has to be refreshed. I don't think I have these many shares of that.
Creating jobs, providing relief to individuals and businesses. Those are at the top of the list for most Americans and enjoy pretty good bipartisan support. To get to other Biden's agenda, they are supported by majorities, but not viewed as urgently. 59% of the public, for example, think raising the minimum wage is important. 30% think it's a top priority. Results are pretty much the same for addressing climate change. President Obama's popularity suffered when he pushed healthcare amid a deepening recession. So this survey suggests Biden needs to be careful about the timing of his policy agenda and vaccine distribution. That could be one key.
Still 3 million. It says I have 6 million. I'm trying to put an order. I can't even put it. See, and this is 3-4 bit.
Yeah.
So how come it isn't going on?
They did say the OTC market doesn't function.
To say the least. On this site.
No, it's wrong. They put
Well,
a,
this site is wrong. It's not that site.
they put a line. They put another.
They support Biden's $1.9 trillion relief bill. 18% saying it's too little. 36% saying it's too much. The most popular parts of the plan are for small business, the $1,400 checks, and funding for vaccine distribution. Carl, I think if Jim Carville were advising Biden, it would be it's the virus.
They obviously can't handle it. See, now this is wrong too.
That's a good one, Steve. Yeah.
You just refreshed. I don't know this last stuff. I know I saw it.
Steve, thanks. It's a great roundup of where Senate stands right now. Our Steve Leisman. As we go to break,
Yeah, it's over.
check on the HotStocks. Still right now below Tuesday's closing lows. Later on, exclusive with the CEO of
What upgrade has JP Morgan share with IRBT? JP Morgan raising its rating on IRBT to an overweight from a neutral rating.
It's not there. No, I know.
Yeah,
So there it shows and here it doesn't.
no, that one is, doesn't work.
Actually, it's for both new and existing.
And no phone calls out of
No,
sight.
I'm.
But I do want the fastest 5G network. I want to know the best.
Are we actually doing this again?
It's not complicated. Only AT&T gives everyone the same great deal. Like the Samsung Galaxy S21 5G. We trade
online dating. I thought you meant that.
This you cannot do fast. All you do is
Pick
just
up your
close
phone, go to ourtime.com, just take a look.
Too many stuff I can't handle.
Yeah.
On our time, the dating site for people over 50.
Two
You know what's making sales life
sides.
worse?
Okay, let's table that. Oh, hello.
Much worse. Much worse. Sorry, not that you're in this. You'll have to come in. No! But you know what gives her some relief? Using ZocDoc to book a video visit with an in-network doctor. You'll get a prescription this afternoon. Does that work? Yes. Instantly book an in-person or video visit with ZocDoc.
Grubhub Perks give you deals on all the food that makes you float.
Gold is up, JNUG. HEQ up $1.
You love perks. Love what you love.
Riot is up $9. Can you believe that? $9.
Instead of to the states for distribution, Johnson & Johnson asking the FDA to authorize its COVID vaccine. This vaccine will require but one shot. SpaceX will launch a 4-person, all-civilian crew into orbit. 8 groups across the country are migrating online. The shift makes the groups harder to track.
The facts, the truth, the news with Shepard Smith. Weeknight, 7 Eastern, CNBC.
This popular spot, targeted by retail investors, may deliver this year's biggest gains. Check out where on citynation.cnbc.com. More Score from the Street coming up.
You could think getting commission-free trades is as good as it gets, but you know better. At Schwab, free means more. You get commission-free online trades and quality trade executions on our powerful platform. Plus the satisfaction guarantee. Expect more from this time. Trade up to Schwab, the better place for traders.
Keeping your oyster business growing as you want. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/pro.
Our voices have power.
Each and every one of them create the world we live in. Let's find your voice. I'm Alicia, and this is my Mr. Boss.
Welcome back. It is now time for our ETF Spotlight. We're taking a look at the Amplify Online Retail Group, ticker IBUY. It's a quick green again today, up 2%, up more than 150% from the last year. One name of the group to watch, Uber, reporting fourth quarter results. The company's losses narrowing as delivery growth continues to outpace a drop in ride-sharing revenue. That stock is up about 50% in the past 12 months. We'll be right back.
ETF Spotlight is sponsored by Investing. Let's invest in possibilities together.
Now we have a look on the initial public offering of Bumble, BNBL, 50 million share price is 43, stock is looking 52. BNBL.
Between sudden snowfalls, slick ice, and freezing temperatures, winter can be pretty unpredictable. But the one thing you can predict is the legendary capability of a Jeep Grand Cherokee. The most awarded SUV can handle it all. Jeep Grand Cherokee. There's only one.
Right now, get 0% financing for $72 on select 2021 Jeep Grand Cherokee models.
Turn on my TV and boom, got all my favorite shows right there. Wish I traded platforms like that. Well, have you tried making this one? This is totally customizable. So you focus on the network you want. And it's as clean as you want to it. You can even see how your predictions might affect the value of the stocks you're interested in. This is what I'm talking about. Free up more time to do true contracts. Pretty good. We'll tell you for a couple of cash.
Focus on what matters to you with Thinkorswim. 11 family. Cash. Day after day, the mystery deepens. And now it looks like $80. All new American breed, Monday to 10 Eastern. Set your DVR now. CNBC.
The outside world is a busy place to do this. When you're going to be essential, it won't be normal. Our cities are in my hundreds of employees. Our products are built to provide a better network. And now that you're going to double has an offer, you need a business with respect and out. So when things are safe, you're already there. Now with my communication, I'm going to financing to get your business over to the with no more no bills, and good extension. Signature Impact Brokers and Doors. Call us today.
Discover the plus of 55 plus living in Crestwind, Palm Beach. Located in Westland, Florida's newest city, Crestwood Palm Beach is a fresh new home choice. Designed for the next generation, Crestwood Palm Beach is a 55-plus community for those who thrive on a happy, healthy life with fitness, nutrition, and relationships. 9 decorated models now open. To learn more about all the pluses Crestwood offers, visit CrestwoodPalmBeach.com. That's CrestwoodPalmBeach.com.
Kellogg shares down a touch this morning after the cereal and snacks company reported Q4 profit and sales that did miss, but provided some strong guidance for the year. Joining us this morning in a CNBC exclusive is Kellogg's chairman and CEO, Steve Cahillane. Steve, welcome back. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you, Carl. Thanks for having me.
I was just thinking about the year for you guys, and it does seem like it's going to be a great business school case study one day. Not just managing the incredible spike of demand a year ago, but how you manage the natural deceleration from here. How's that going to work?
Yeah, it's a great question, Carl. And, the way we've approached this year in terms of planning 2021 is we looked at 2020 and what happened and tried to strip out what was related to COVID. And we looked at our original plan for 2020. What did we expect to happen? Then we went back to 2019 and said, what did actually happen in 2019? Stripping out one-time events and applied our strategic planning guidance against that to really figure out what's a winning plan look like for 2021, stripping out all that noise. And that was the guidance that we gave today. But having said that, 2020, we finished the year. It was a fantastic year. Despite all the challenges, and I'm really proud of our people and the way they showed up, kept each other safe, delivered food to the marketplace, and had a year unlike any other that Kellogg's ever had.
Yeah. When you think of the lessons from 2020, and I'm talking about not just factory safety, worker safety, but obviously very rapid changes in your supply chain, rising commodity costs. I mean, what practices do you think you're going to carry out from 2020 into the next, say, 3 to 5 years at least?
Well, so much has to do with agility and how quickly companies can pivot. That's really important, and everybody learned that in 2020. The other thing for us, very important, is really understanding consumer dynamics. It's always been the case that consumers will tell you certain things and they'll behave a certain way. And really understanding the consumer behavior is paramount to success in a company like ours. Now you think about 2021 and what consumers are telling us remains highly uncertain because there's so much that they don't know. But really getting to the heart of consumer dynamics, consumer behavior, and being able to reach those consumers in a one-to-one way and get our messages across is absolutely paramount to our success going forward. So the investments we've made in data and analytics, in e-commerce, and really making one-to-one connections with consumers for us is among the most important things that we've had to do in terms of really accelerating our capability.
Steve, it's Morgan. M&A continues in the sector. We just saw that 21st deal with Kraft selling that business earlier this morning. How are you assessing your portfolio? Are there areas of the foods market that you would like to be more involved in?
Yeah, good morning, Morgan. I think there's obviously crisis like this create tremendous opportunities. We love the way our portfolio shapes up right now from a brand standpoint, a category standpoint, and a geography standpoint. Having said that, we'll always look for opportunities, and our balance sheet right now is incredibly strong. We took real measures against them in the fourth quarter. One of the things that people talked about a potential EPS miss in the fourth quarter. Well, we actually, we redeemed additional debt with the payment of $20 million, which accounted for 4 cents to our EPS this year, really to get our balance sheet in a strong position to give ourselves optionality. And we talked about returning cash to shareholders in 2021. We're going to do that. We increased our dividend. We're going to be back into share buybacks. But that gives us flexibility to think about if the right opportunity comes along, whether that be in emerging markets to strengthen our position there, or bolt-ons in wellness and healthy snacking. But we'll look for those opportunities. But it has to be judged against the lens of organic growth, which is still very, very exciting for us.
Yeah, well, you know what the hell's wrong with you all?
In the veggie space, we're 26% in 2020. So we're well positioned with our brand portfolio today.
Well, wasn't what I expected him to do.
Steve, Carl referenced this, but I'd like to get a direct answer. I mean, how concerned are you about rising
Oh,
commodities?
it went to 4.8 and today it's 3.4. That's to me, that's quite a bit of correction. All right.
Yeah, David, we've got a terrific
Thanks.
procurement team and process. We're well hedged for the first half of the year. There's clearly costs that are rising, and we'll always look at productivity to see what we can do to offset rising commodity costs, rising costs in general. So our first line of defense is always to look at productivity, but then to look at revenue management opportunities and say, where do we need to get more price? Where do we need to get more value? And that always starts with creating value, right? Creating value for our consumers, for our retailers that they're willing to spend more. So we think we're well positioned. It will be a challenge as always when costs go up, but we feel like we're in a pretty good place.
Well, finally, Steve, just on the breakfast day part, on the one hand, I guess you could argue, look, we're going to obviously go back, maybe back to work a little more often and eat out breakfast a little more often. But I have to imagine that the lingering remote work dynamic and maybe a lingering pantry load mentality will keep that, will maybe offset some of that natural return to work?
Yeah, we think so. Because one of the things that undoubtedly you will see, even as people do go back to work, they're clearly not going back in the same ways that they were in 2019. So there'll be more at-home occasions to begin with. But also, we've got a wide portfolio outside of breakfast, but a big cereal business. And a lot of our cereal growth that we saw in 2020 happened outside the breakfast occasion. So we introduced something called jumbo snacks to make it easier to use our cereal as snacks. And so we'll continue to be laser focused on the breakfast occasion through our cereals, through egg and waffles, through Restart Farms. But we'll also look at all those other occasions that present themselves, whether they be at home or as the world gets back into the normal environment.
Steve, I appreciate a really good color on the numbers to helping our viewers understand what's at play. Good to see you again. Thanks so much.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
We're still waiting for Bumble's first trade. It's going public on the NASDAQ. Don't miss CEO looking more preferred in the next hour. Squawk Alley will start on the other side of this break.
The four-way is a destination place. Right here, between these walls, is a lot of history.
Like lawyers, doctors, educators, partners, they became closer with a friend, but you're sitting in a place where giants meet.
The four-way as a restaurant meant so much to this neighborhood, and we wanted to continue that.
To have a place where you have dignity and belong, that's the legacy of the four-way.
Blinders, they're how we live.
But investment plans are a costly lesson that can hurt your retirement. Decisions like trying to time the market, placing big bets on a single stock, or letting politics and elections influence your investments. Fisher Investments has gathered the 13 worst blunders and how to avoid them in this eye-opening free guide.
Why take a chance? Let Fisher Investments send you our free guide, 13 retirement investment blunders. Running short of money in retirement, or working with a money manager who's not a fiduciary. Call now, 1-800-208-4466.
Fisher Investments has helped thousands avoid costly blunders and achieve a comfortable retirement. If you have $500,000 or more to invest, call now.
Call Fisher Investments now for your free guide, 1-800-208-4466.
Don't just retire. Retire well.
3 meetings and 3 stops per day. There's just never enough time. If you've ever considered flying private jets, you have to check out One Flight Badge. The badge makes searching and booking private jets as simple as booking a hotel. Just type in your location and find the closest airport. Then choose from over 4,000 jets in one place. When I land, there's always a car waiting for me, courtesy of One Flight. What's your time worth? Badge.
On Squat Box, great down Disney's quarterly results. What's driving performance during the pandemic? How does Disney plan to maintain the magical momentum? Tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern. Watch Squawk Box anytime on demand.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. at Bumble headquarters in Austin, Texas. It's 11 a.m. on Wall Street, and Squawk Alley is live. Happy birthday, welcome to Squawk Alley. I'm John Ford. And Julia Borston. And boy, we've got a lineup this hour that's enough to last a week. Bumble's founder and CEO, Whitney Wolfe Herd, can join us later this hour with that IPO on deck. Sonos pumped up the volume again in the latest quarter. CEO Patrick Spence is with us with that stock up more than 14% in the early trading. It's doubled since just before the last earnings report 3 months ago. And later, CEO of Zynga as EA announces game on. And of course, more on Reddit's pot trade coming down from quick highs. But we're going to start with Bumble's debut. Julia.
That's right, John. Bumble's pricing above the range last night and increasing the size of its deal as we await that opening trade. Our next two guests just launched a SPAC that is targeting that same female demographic that uses the Bumble app. Dana Settle is the founding partner of Breadcroft and an early investor in Bumble, and Catherine Power is the CEO of Click Brands and founded 3 other brands aimed at the female consumer. Now, before we get to the SPAC, let's start off with Bumble. Dana, tell us what drew you to this investment and what it is about the company and the leadership of CEO Whitney Wolfe Herd that gives you confidence in its ability to compete with Match and some of the others.
Well, this is really an incredible story of persistence and just, a phenomenal founder, CEO with great vision and execution that really is unparalleled. We originally met Whitney in 2016 when she was just getting started and sadly had already raised some funding, but we kept after it and we're very, very grateful to have been included in the investment from Blackstone last year.
And Catherine, you're very much focused on that same demographic. What is the fact that the deal is really more than expected say to you about this perhaps newer interest in the power of the female consumer?
I think it really has to do with, creating a company that has values that align with the modern consumer. That's really where Whitney hit the nail on the head. Today, consumers want brands and leadership teams that share their values and really, speak to them in a way that they haven't been spoken to before.
Dana, good morning. It is John Ford. I'm thinking
Lazy up 78.
about Stitch Fix and Katrina Lake, who previously was the youngest woman
Tuesday up 35.
public. She also faced
Watts up 48.
in dealing with male investors, right? And so often when I talk to female entrepreneurs, they have said what we need beyond more startups by women, which we certainly do need. We also need more female investors to create an ecosystem that's healthier, that's looking at different types of data, that's more welcoming to all kinds of ideas. How does the SPAC that you guys are launching fit into the broader ecosystem that sort of needs to be built out?
It's a great question, and thank you for asking. It's certainly something that we're very focused on, and a big reason that Catherine and I launched Powered Brands was really to, first of all, to build an incredible company that we think should exist, but secondly, to really inspire other female leaders and founders to take their companies public and to, in doing that, create wealth, sort of across the cap table and create more angel investors that are women and people of diverse backgrounds. We think that ultimately that is how you can make change.
And Catherine, as you're putting together what will eventually be the company here, what do you think structural ways that you can be creative and perhaps different than the other approaches to the beauty market that we've seen so far?
Sure. Well, we're looking for a number of fundamentals. First and foremost, we're looking for brands and leadership teams with real X factor. We are looking for companies that have, a high digital IQ and e-commerce expertise built into the foundation of the company. We're looking for things like clean ingredients, sustainable supply chain, and really inclusivity and diversity, built into the business from the beginning. This is very hard to layer on after the fact, and this is how these new generation companies are forming and producing their products today.
Dana, I think we're getting some initial indications on the IPO. I think 67 is probably the latest indication. I think I saw 67, 61, I think, half an hour ago. Dana, it's always a little annoying when people try to reduce management styles by gender. You often hear women or men are either less or more risk averse, for example. But are there some broad brushes that you think are actually legitimate and valid?
Look, I think that, Whitney and Catherine, are just two examples of phenomenal leaders. Whether they're male, whether they're female, they have a vision, they go out and execute against that vision. I don't think that it matters what gender you are. I think that it's about having a vision and executing. And that is the important story here. And Whitney is going to take this company all the way. I mean, it is an incredible, incredible story, but it's really only just getting started.
Catherine, I want to get to you in your vision for this fact, but also what you've learned about this market, not just for your own companies, but also in terms of these consumers at Bumble. I think it's so interesting that you've launched 4 companies, and each of them is sort of based on the data that you're seeing in the market. What is the data you're seeing right now about the female consumer? How is she different now on the other side of COVID? And how do you expect her spending habits to change post-COVID?
Yes, well, she's definitely still shopping. 2020 was a record year for direct-to-consumer e-commerce companies, and what should have taken us 3 or 4 years happened in just 1 year. So certainly that's a major shift in behavior, and one of the reasons that e-commerce expertise is so fundamental to this new company that we're creating. The consumer is after this sort of notion of less is more. Really, rallying around comfort and quality, and I think we'll see that play out in various categories across, this millennial consumer.
Dana, I want to put a similar question to you. I mean, you have a lot of data that drives your research as an venture investor. What are the trends you're seeing that drove both your investments in Bumble and in this SPAC? And I'm wondering, in terms of the competitive landscape, there are so many dating apps. People are not necessarily loyal to just one. Do you think female consumers are going to be more loyal to Bumble, or how does it compete there?
Well, Bumble has built a real brand, and I think, when we do a lot of our research and investment, we do a lot of primary research, but really, it is about listening to the market, understanding the modern consumer, and Catherine has touched on it, that is critical. The modern consumer cares about the brand, they care about the team behind the company. They're looking all the way through, and we think that is going to be a major differentiator. And when you look at Whitney's vision to really create a platform for healthy relationships, that is extremely broad. It's very differentiated in terms of its positioning, and it has a great business model behind it.
Catherine, we were talking a bit before about the consumer environment and about the way that a new company can be tech-led. My question for you is about the omni-channel environment, that mix of technology and brick and mortar, and how through the pandemic strategies need to shift for after. How important are big retailers still? How important is a social presence for, say, a new beauty brand in this environment? And do you need to go after it in a different way than you might have 15 months ago?
Absolutely, and I think this is a great question, and we've seen so many of the great retailers really pivot successfully to things like
reserve online, pick up in store, or buy online, pick up in store, executing with different technology partners, same day delivery. These things are going to be key going forward, and I, am a big believer in traditional brick and mortar retailer as well as direct to consumer e-commerce. I think we're just going to see the strongest brands and retailers survive and ultimately thrive as a result.
Catherine, Dana, thank you both so much for joining us. We look forward to seeing what DLW do with your stock and, of course, with your separate facility as well. Thanks, guys.
Keep your eye on Uber today. Shares not moving a whole lot as the ride-hailing business slowly recovers, but delivery grows more than 1x. Morgan Stanley reiterates it as a top pick today. Price target 70. Squawk had Dara Khosrowshahi earlier. You can watch that full interview online at CNBC.com. Squawk Alley continues in a minute.
Millions are saying yes to Allegra, the #1 allergist recommended non-drowsy brand. Allegra works 2 times faster than Claritin, and unlike Zyrtec, it's non-drowsy. Say yes to the fastest non-drowsy 24-hour relief. Allegra.
This is Decision Tech. Find a stock based on your interests or what's trending. Get real-time insights in your customized view of the market. It's smarter trading technology for smarter trading decisions. Fidelity.
Total market coverage in your hands. Now on the CNBC app. Up-to-the-minute updates, breaking news alerts, everything you want to know when you need it. Stay connected, stay informed with the CNBC app. Snowflake, Airbnb, DoorDash. Who's next on CNBC's list of disruptive innovators? Startups that could be the next generation of great public companies. Go to cnbc.com/disruptors and nominate your company today.
In the world of business, things can change in a heartbeat. Protecting yourself from unforeseen circumstances is critical for the livelihood of you and your business. Pike & Lustig has the vision and experience to navigate you through the minefield of a business transaction or actually ready on the other side. Your business is being changed. It's simple. We see solutions where others see problems. Call Pike & Lustig for all of your commercial business law needs.
Sonos is turning out to be quite a story today. Shares up almost 14%. Sales growth in the holiday quarter. Stocks up big, as you can see. What was first on CNBC this morning is Sonos CEO Patrick Spence. Patrick, welcome back. I never say this, but actually congratulations on the quarter, because we've spent quarter after quarter talking to you about supply chain challenges, and you managed to find ways to work around it.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Carl. And I mean, it was an incredible quarter. I think it shows really the resilience and the adaptability that the team has built over the last 19 years. I mean, you name it. You guys talk about it all the time. We saw component shortages. We saw COVID hitting dock workers and also some of our plants. We saw container shortages. We saw port backlogs, right? You name it. We saw it in the quarter, and the team did a phenomenal job coming ahead of expectations on every metric. So I'm just so proud and grateful of everybody's work.
How do you raise your guide when the lazy narrative at the moment is people will be spending less time inside their home, maybe less money upgrading their home, and that may have an impact on the purchase of more electronic components, for example?
So I think there definitely has been a tailwind of more people being at home, but I think there are three big macro trends as well that set us up for the long term. The first is the explosion in audio, right? You see streaming music and everything happening there, but also podcasts, audiobooks, and now social audio. So there's a lot going on in audio, and that's exactly where we play. So a huge opportunity and just explosion in audio. The second is what Rich Martin talks about, this great reshuffling. And as we've seen and many companies are looking at, they're providing their employees more flexibility. And so that creates a world where more people are moving, setting up shop in different places, and they want to make sure that when they're working from home, they have a really good setup. And so, the other thing I would say is that we're seeing a lot of video streaming go direct to consumer, and a lot of people want to create a theater in their home, and that's what we're world class in. And so those three trends are not going to abate over this next period of time. We see these happening for years, and we think we're positioned to take advantage of them.
Patrick, I'm so glad you mentioned social audio. We've been talking a lot about the impact of Clubhouse, the fact that Twitter and Facebook are now interested in this audio conversation space. How big of an opportunity do you think there is there for a company like yours to have people spend even more time listening to audio?
Well, it breaks my heart that people are listening today on their phones and having to put up with that quality of audio. So it's something that, I think over the long term is a great opportunity for us, because why not, be sitting at home, maybe on the go, and be, actually interacting with that in a much higher quality way, or maybe in a different environment than you do today. And so I think there's a really good opportunity for us there long term.
Guys, John Ford, once again, I want to understand your customer ecosystem a bit better. So from my look at things, it looks like we got 1.8 million new households in 2020, average of 2.9 registered products per household. How is the behavior different for your above average households, the ones that have 3 or more devices? How do you make more money off of those households, whether it's upselling them maybe into different services that you can offer, maybe rookie style, or getting them to buy more devices?
Yeah, so thanks, John. I think there's two things there. You said services, and so just over the last few months, we've introduced our first service, Sonos Radio HD, and we've seen great take-up on that, so we're excited about that. It's a whole new world for us. It's complementary to what all our partners do, but it's really resonating with our customers, and so there's opportunity there. And then there's also opportunity. Audio is a $60 billion market. We guided to revenue in the 1.525 to 1.75 billion. And so we're just a small portion of that today, right? And so we see a huge opportunity to bring new products in audio, really disrupt other categories, and we know our customers will come back and buy those. So we think we're very well positioned to build on the brand and build on this great customer base that we've developed to this stage.
I promise I'm not blowing smoke here. I'm just using myself as an example. I'm one of those Sonos owners who's had the devices for years, and they continue to work. So I see no need to upgrade. I'm not giving you any more money right now, and I don't know, from your perspective, maybe I should.
No, John, we're playing the long game, so I'm so glad to hear that. There's lots of customers, in your shoes, and what our job is to really bring out new products that then interest you in adding another one. And that's what we see, right? In this quarter, we saw a record number of new customers, but we also saw a record number of existing customers just like you, coming back and adding additional products. So they saw Arc or they saw Move and they want to add that. And I think now I'll take up the challenge of making sure that one of our next products is one that you want to add to your system. But that's what we do at the end of the day, and customers continue to show that they're willing to come back and add another Sonos product to their system.
Finally, Patrick, Street's obviously asking some questions about what you're going to do with your cash. You got minimum debt. There's M&A, there's buybacks. What's the top priority in terms of cash?
Yeah, well, we see a huge opportunity ahead. So the primary focus, now that we're in a really strong financial position, is how we invest to drive more growth, right? And that's through potentially acquisitions, that's through investing in new categories organically, but that's where we're fully focused.
Patrick, again, great to have you on the quarter. Certainly shares reflecting the strength of the quarter. Appreciate it. Patrick Spence of Sonos.
Yeah, thank you.
Jenna Mo's getting crushed today.
Supposedly found its next GameStop. Game names like Tilray, Avira, Canopy, and Sundial all down 30 days of session. Meantime, we continue to wait Bones First Trade, founder and CEO Ricky Wilford.
C3.ai, we've solved previously unsolvable problems. Inventory optimization, predictive maintenance, anti-money laundering, operational readiness,
Peggy, no.
precision healthcare, energy management. C3.ai is AI built to transform your business at its core. C3.ai, this is enterprise AI.
Some say this is my greatest challenge ever, but I've seen centuries worse. With a companion that powers a digital world traded for the touch. The gold standard, so to speak.
10 years ago, we founded Loan Depot because we were confident we could deliver data and ownership to individuals and families across the nation.
Serving more than 27,000 customers a month, lowering payments, providing jobs, investing in neighborhoods and communities nationwide.
We know what it means to put down roots and bring dreams to life.
At Loan Depot, we know.
Home means everything.
3 meetings and 3 stops per day. There's just never enough time. If you've ever considered flying private jet, you have to check out One Flight Badge. A badge makes searching and booking private jets as simple as booking a hotel. Just type in your location and find the closest airport. Then choose from over 4,000 units in one place. When I land, there's always a car waiting for me, courtesy of One Flight. What's your time worth? Badge.
We all want to feel safe in the places we spend our time. Restaurants, shoes, stores,
Hotels, stadiums, offices, banks, childcare centers, and schools.
I'm Dr. Richard Carmona. This is the Well Health Safety Seal from the International Well Building Institute, the global authority on healthy buildings.
When you see the Well Health Safety Seal, it means health and safety measures have met rigorous scientific standards.
So look for the Well Health Safety Seal outside and feel more confident going inside.
The way we work has been completely transformed in just months. CNBC is your HR resource.
We have employees who never want to congratulate this.
Creating opportunities through change.
Really good opportunity, it's possible to succeed.
People are going to spend a lot less time commuting and more time just teleporting in.
CNBC can help you engage, inform, and elevate.
We saw this as a unique opportunity to reinvent how we work.
Go to cnbccouncils.com/WEC.
As Reddit moves on to HotStocks, Robinhood users who feel burned by the GameStop trade and the company's restrictions are showing up at its Menlo Park headquarters. Kate Rooney has the story, and she's there at those headquarters. Kate? Hi, Miss Julia. A handful of Robinhood customers have been showing up right here at Robinhood's headquarters in Menlo Park, venting frustration that they can't get in touch with anybody about some of their account issues. We saw one gentleman this week kicking and banging on the front door of Robinhood. He claimed that he was unable to access his account, and this wasn't the only time Menlo Park police have been called to Robinhood lately. Police records obtained by CNBC show a total of 10 incidents at Robinhood from January 28th to February 9th. Before late January, the department said that they had seen 0 reports this week. In one case, a man threw a t-shirt at a security guard's face. Another vandalized a sculpture out here. The most extreme example we saw, someone allegedly threw dog feces at the front door. We spoke to 43-year-old Reyes Rea, a Robinhood customer who says he drove 2,400 miles across the country after losing $50,000 trading Nokia. He says he was locked out of his account.
Yeah, I just did it for a second. Well, I think you're buying more than I am.
So my money's currently held hostage to Robinhood. I can't get it out.
Robinhood declined to comment on his account and any of these customer service issues, but Ray did tell us that he finally got in touch with Robinhood and they have since resolved the issues with his account in particular. These are obviously just a few examples of Robinhood's 13 million customers, but they do echo conversations we've had with other users and complaints made for the FTC in recent weeks. This started with Robinhood limiting the buy side of certain stocks in late January. Robinhood said that they did that because of requirements from their clearinghouse, and they say it was not for the benefit of hedge funds that had gotten squeezed by traders on Reddit. In the past 2 weeks, Robinhood clients have filed more than 2 billion lawsuits seeking huge damages. And for now, Rail says that he is moving his money into cash. He says he doesn't trust Wall Street, Robinhood, or any of the other groups. Back to you guys.
Hey, Kate, really quick. Everybody's trying to make sense of the relationship between the U.S. personal savings rate and Robinhood downloads. Today it's B of A. They chart the two together, and the chart is literally titled "Stuck at Home with Just Some Cash and Free Trades." Others argue, look, correlation is not causation, but do you think this makes sense, trying to pair these two?
It's interesting. We saw a similar uptick with stimulus checks, and people say that, in the case of the gentleman we spoke to, he's a professional poker player. He says that he has been using this as a form of gambling. He's used to using money, but some of the newer users for Robinhood and these other brokerage firms have just seen a new landscape. They are at home day trading. They might not have been able to gamble on sports when those were out of commission. There's a ton of new factors here, so I wouldn't be surprised if Bank of America is spot on.
Yeah, new factors that are definitely something we haven't seen yet, at least in this new economy. Kate Rooney on Robinhood. Kate, thanks so much. Great stuff. Keep your eye on Zillow shares today. Getting a nice boost after the earnings quarter. Up almost 16% beat on the top of the bottom line. Revenue up 22 for the year, despite the effects of the pandemic. And as we said earlier, Bumble's founder and CEO, Whitney Wolford, will join us in just a few moments as that debut is moments away as well. Stay with us.
So, what's your plan for retirement? See the world? See the grandkids? Keep doing what you love? However you plan to retire, you need to be prepared. Do you have a financial plan? Do you have a tax strategy? How much of your portfolio can you afford to withdraw? Learn more about these and 96 other retirement topics coming your way in this free guide from Fisher Investments.
If your portfolio is over $500,000, call for Fisher's 99 Retirement Tips. Our free guide shows you how to make your retirement more secure, even in volatile times like these. Call 1-800-940-1144. We'll also send you a timely bonus for a world upended by uncertainty. Fisher's Stock Market Outlook shows you where we believe this market is going and why. Get the insights you need right now. Call for your 2 free guides. 1-800-940-1144.
Don't just retire. Retire well. At Southern New Hampshire University, we're committed to making college more accessible by making it more affordable. That's why we're keeping our tuition the same through the year 2021.
And USNHU was the place for me when I saw how affordable it was. I ran to my husband with my computer and I said, look, we can do this.
Take advantage of some of the lowest online tuition rates in the nation. Find your degree at snhu.edu.
In the world of business, things can change quickly. Protecting yourself from unforeseen circumstances is critical to the livelihood of you and your business. Pike & Russell has the vision and experience to navigate you through the minefield of a business transaction or usually litigate the other side. Your business is being cheaper.
AAZZF doing well.
Where others have seen problems. Call Pike & Russell for all of your commercial business law needs.
Looking for some recommendations on that shortly. RCMT came in quite a bit. NVIDIA having a great day. RCMT got to 13. Facing right now. Wow, 20,000 bid AAZZF.
At least 6 people are reported dead in car crashes related to icy conditions. In Dallas, a single accident involved more than 50 vehicles, including several 18-wheelers. firefighters are going car to car looking for people in need of medical attention. Yoshiro Mori, the president of the Tokyo Olympics Organizing Committee, will resign over sexist remarks, this according to multiple reports. Mori, a former prime minister of Japan, had apologized for saying at an Olympics meeting that women talk too much. And for all my Swifties, Taylor Swift is releasing her third album of the pandemic. This one is a re-recording of her second album, Fearless. Swift had vowed to redo her first 6 albums after her former manager sold them. The new version of Fearless will include 6 songs that didn't make it onto the original album. As your CBC News update for this hour, Carl, back over to you. I'm pretty excited.
Scooter is going to be sorry. Thanks, Courtney Reagan. Keep your eye on PayPal today. That's an all-time high this morning as the company's Investor Day kicks off.
Oh my God, A8's easy up. Look at this go.
Payments are pretty hot today. MasterCard joining PayPal on its move to crypto. Dan Schulman and the CFO are with Jim tonight on that. We're back in a moment.
It's a machine to care for those who love, and also help life feel right. It's one last for Chevrolet invested billions of dollars to remove your life, ever good enough energy to America.
This is where everything started.
H2GE getting massacred right now.
You're sitting in a place where giants ate.
The four-way is the hard soul of the community.
Got to 6. Somewhere around 3.5 is the buy. Very. Oh, you're gonna lose money. It'll be at least 90 to that. Okay. That's like it. Selling the Tilray, which ones?
Projects means new project managers. You need to hire. Indeed, you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/home.
When the pandemic hit, Land O'Lakes had already deployed sales force, so
He's selling the high-up Tilray calls. Expired tomorrow. The 90 cents. I think he said the 70s. Tilray has a chance of being 70 tomorrow. Like you have a chance of growing 4 penises overnight.
The product line up shelf, so we couldn't shut down our operations. Salesforce was our key.
Bumble looking 75.
Welcome back. Shares of Zynga higher by more than 6.5% this morning after posting its best ever revenue quarter. Also saying it's building a war chest for potential M&A. Zynga CEO Frank DeBoer joins us now. Another first on CNBC interview. Frank, welcome back. I really want to talk about consolidation happening in the gaming space. I mean, we just saw EA buying Blue Mobile weeks ago, Microsoft buying ZeniMax, but then at the same time, Google shutting down the Stadia gaming studio, and Amazon's having trouble with its studio efforts. What's all this action around the gaming studios?
Wow, FLL down $1.43.
Look, 2020 was a transformational year for the industry. The entertainment that you get from playing games reached new heights of participation, engagement, and also commercially. That the industry's never been bigger. And there's a lot of different new technologies coming online that are going to lock in growth in this industry for the next 10 years. So you see a tremendous inflow of capital and a lot of deal making underway right now. In 2020, there were over 200 merger and acquisition deals on record, and it looks like 21's already starting off to an even faster pace. We participated in that. We bought two companies in 2020, Peak and Rollick, which have been huge contributors to our success this year and think will help drive the company going forward. But what's really interesting about the industry chessboard right now is a lot of the incumbents are seeing a lot of pressure from new entries. You know, you see a lot of new IPOs on the way with Playtika, with Roblox, some others are announced. There's a lot of SPAC activity that are bringing companies into
I just bought some FLL at 760. It's down $1.37.
companies coming in that aren't really traditional gaming companies. Sometimes they're ad networks that have game units. Sometimes they're platforms. Sometimes they're a unique focus on mobile. They're putting pressure on some of these more traditional companies, and it's really causing a lot of shifts. And I think it's an exciting time for investors looking at interactive entertainment because there's so much new choice, and the growth is really profound, and it looks like it's going to
So Frank, can we think about this kind of like the Netflix effect on TV? Because video games have been around for a long time. One might look at this and say, well why is making a game so hard? I mean, we should know how to do this by now. We've got studios failing. We got studios getting bought out because they're so good. Has mobile gaming, has the advent of the cloud,
Buying back some HQGE at 3.8.
there's a new skill set or a new type of creative that's more successful in this
I don't know
environment?
if I got it.
I think it's actually the fact that the
I
audience
guess I
is
didn't get
so
it.
vast now. You have over 2.5 billion people playing mobile games every day. You have a proliferation of hardware out there that you can play games on phones, PCs, consoles. You can play it in your chat clients. So you can play games pretty much anywhere at any time. And it's not just young men that are playing games anymore. It's men, women, it's people 8 to 80 all over the world. Now, the difference is that the talented people that actually make these games, there aren't that many of them. It's a finite base of talent out there in the industry. So you see a lot of people chasing highly talented people that know how to make great games and reach these huge audiences. And that's part of the pressure. It's not a high enough supply for great developers, engineers, and designers. And a lot of companies are fighting over who has the best talent and the right culture.
Yep.
Greg, as you look at the number of your gamers who are playing on Apple devices,
Yeah, well, I can't give any advice, and certainly I'm not going to give it in writing. So it's against the law. I go to jail if I institute it. And would I have bought that stock at 6? No, after selling it at 6. I just tried to buy some at 3.8 though. So,
But I think it's part of a larger trend around
yeah, I think that's a good idea. And AAZZF is awesome.
privacy rules. California has implemented privacy rules as well, and we at Zynga respect our players' privacies. And so as we've incorporated these new regulations and measures, we haven't seen an impact on our business. And as we looked at IDFA, what we found is that it impacts certain companies in the ecosystem, heavily ad-based networks or marketing services companies. But when you're a game company, really how players come into your services is it's less relevant as the fact that your players are in the games for very long periods of time. The majority of our revenue comes from existing players, and they stay engaged for months, if not years. A good example of that is our Group of Friends game. Just this last quarter, it's 12 years old. It just had its best quarter and its best year ever. So people play games for very long periods of time, and these changes in privacy are something that we can account for because we're operating at a very high level of scale. We have over 150 million people playing our games every day, every month. And when we look at the diversity
Then we have latest look on this Bumble BNPL, stock looking 73, deal price of 43, BNPL.
Greg, you mentioned Words with Friends and how it's 12 years old but still going strong. Give us a sense of how that works mechanically within your business. I imagine the margins on Words with Friends have to be, pretty good. It's not like there's a whole new dictionary coming out that you got to worry about every year. And I believe you mentioned that margins are going to be contracting in the first half because of the launch of new games. So do you have franchises that are pretty like Words with Friends in effect, funding these launches of new content that you got coming out?
Yes, we do.
One of the updated book on
It's a mix of games.
Bioventus, BPS, so stock is 1728.
Friends are very, very profitable, very long in terms of their life cycles. And
Deal price is 13,
players
and APR,
strong the whole time.
stock is looking
What we've done is
25.05, deal price at 20.
With these Harry Potter puzzles developed back in September, which is off to a tremendous start. And in the early stages of these games, you do invest marketing to get to a level of audience that you can then sustain for very long periods of time. And so that's what you see us doing in the early part of next year. Is we have a new Farmville game coming in the first half. We're working on another game called Puzzle Combat, and we've announced a Star Wars product that we're releasing that will come out in 21. So we're investing a little bit more this coming year in our new game releases, but the rest of the portfolio is going strong, very profitable, and it's helping to fund some of these growth initiatives.
S&P at 8. Mastercard up $9.
Frank Cabal, CEO, Algeda, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bumble founder and CEO Whitney Wolford joins us first on KBC Next.
Visa $4. Mastercard up.
Carl, I know we're having dinner tonight.
We're getting crushed.
It's powerful relief from flakes again.
You.
The highest level of performance requires agility.
Anyone know that?
This is the A
I need
game.
to
Well,
right before
See this?
I know the A game.
Wow.
And the A game is at its best.
Let me show you. You have 18,000.
10 years ago, fellow Latinos, we were confident we could deliver the American dream of home ownership to individuals and families across the nation. At Home Depot, we know home means everything. When you've got a business, you don't want to worry about slow internet or cancel cybersecurity. So Comcast Business Internet with fast, reliable speed and add the advanced security of Comcast Business Security. It combines the speed you need with threat protection. Plus, there's 24/7 support. It's internet and advanced security made simple. It's about
It's a very process stuff.
Get started with strong internet and voice solution for $35 a month when you buy home. Plus, ask for a Comcast Business Security.
I wonder if he owns any.
Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he might. He sold it in the 40s. He probably had paper. This is not coming. Sure.
Bumble public debut is expected in just a moment. Pricing at $43 last night. Its latest indications there at $73. Bumble founder and CEO Whitney Wolford joins us now. Whitney, congratulations. At 31 years old, you're the youngest woman to take a company public in an IPO. My question for you first is, what's next for Bumble?
Kim.
Bumble, well, we are so
Kim.
honored and excited about this opportunity. And we are really so excited about getting back to work and growing into our big future vision of really connecting people across all verticals of love and friendship and business and going international and taking our mission to different corners of the earth and really helping put the
RT is going to be $12 stock.
We're so excited and humbled to be in this seat right now. And Whitney, as you look at your business model, big number of users and growing fast, but just a small percentage of them are paying subscribers. How important is it to Bumble and Badoo, your other past future, to get more people to pay on a monthly basis? Yes, this is high priority. We are very committed to, reinvesting in future monetization features and product offerings to convert a higher penetration of our customers. Users will do this through value subscription services, higher tier, and other adjacent opportunities.
morning. It's John Ford. I want to mention the indications now are $75 a share. We'll see where this opens. I want to ask about Badoo because I believe you said that it was in the latest quarter that you reported 39% of revenue. It is from this app that isn't as women-led, but of course that core Bumble app is growing much faster. What is the future of Badoo? Do you expect it to decline? Are you transitioning people over into more of a Bumble experience? What should investors expect to see from that legacy app?
Yeah, no, it's a great technology platform, and there's a very loyal customer base in a lot of international markets for Badoo. And what we're really focused on is really reinfusing our mission of an accountable, kind digital ecosystem and leveraging their incredible legacy technology, which has been an innovator and pioneer in this digital space. They were one of the first.
Excuse me, let me take the dog out.
Pandemic, and so really taking that technology and putting a new emphasis on the brand and really making sure that we merge under this one, umbrella brand of Bumble Inc., which really encourages kindness, accountability, and making the first move more broadly. But for Bumble, we'll stay committed to women making the first move.
And tell us about that both brand and cultural journey that Bumble has been through. Because a year and a half ago, very different story when Andrew, was still in the picture here. There are all these questions about the culture that he had built around that company that in effect owned Bumble at the time. You said that you hadn't experienced the kind of misogyny that some people were alleging that he brought to his corporate culture. But how have you built beyond that, and what did you learn from that experience?
Yeah, so today Bumble is all about looking forward, and we are committed to our customers, but we're also very committed to our team. We have merged under one consolidated internal team, and we are all here for diversity, inclusion, equality, and breaking down barriers that have historically existed in the tech landscape. And we're very grateful to the technology and the team that came before us, but we are looking forward, and we're really excited about building an inclusive not only user base and technology platform, but a culture where all of our team members can thrive.
Whitney, speaking of the user base and thinking of engagement, I wonder, can you talk about how you view the way in which the pandemic altered engagement behavior, and whether or not you see that changing again once we get out from under this thing?
Absolutely. So the pandemic has been, an incredibly difficult time for people around the world. But what I think it highlighted was the need for relationships. Now more than ever before, we recognize the importance of having companionship and community. And what we've also seen is that people are really leaning into a digital-first approach when it comes to building their relationships. So prior to the pandemic, we would see people.
All right, Full House Resources is backed off. Another day down, it would be a buy if it ever came down to it.
Which is people are getting to know each other on our products. They are spending time on video, on audio. They are socializing, building relationships, building connections, and understanding if they're compatible digital first. Some folks are actually building the foundation of their relationships. We're talking several months of getting to know each other digitally before they end up meeting in real life. And then the meaningful relationships that come out of this are profound. It also engineers an extra layer of safety and accountability into your relationship journey. You can get to know someone by video and understand if this is someone you feel safe with, this is someone you actually want to meet. It really takes out a lot of the cumbersome nature of just going offline immediately.
All right, so and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more of this as the country gets vaccinated, but this notion that we're hungry for human-to-human contact, that we're going to want to go back to, I guess, classic environments like restaurants and bars and wine dates, you think it's not dispositive of further growth on the digital front?
Completely positive for us. As the world slowly transitions back to normal, we think we have this massive opportunity to help people meet each other in a seamless way, in a way that maybe feels safer than the historical opportunity of going to a bar or a concert or to a crowded place. And even as the world completely goes back to normal, the ease and the opportunity that online dating offers will be here to stay. We really think that this is a seismic shift for the better, and we think that this is a long-term industry with long-term staying power and long-term meaning both during and post-pandemic.
And Whitney, I want to get a better sense of where you see Bumble fitting into the competitive landscape for online dating. You're up against Snap, Facebook, also making a move in the online dating space, and any platform could copy Bumble's female-first-led approach.
Yeah, no, I totally appreciate that opinion, and we've seen that happen over the years, but Bumble is not a feature, and Bumble is not a gimmick, and Bumble is not just a technology redesign. Bumble is a brand, and we are we've engineered this brand from the ground up, and that is something that cannot be replicated. Features and products, absolutely, people can build those, and we love the innovation coming out of the space, but you cannot replicate a brand, and that's something we're really proud of, and we continuously reinvest in our brand and in the mission ahead of us to really put women in the driver's seat of their relationships, and more broadly with the and the broader ecosystem of connecting, to really engineer safety and accountability into the experience to make it pleasant for everyone.
And your rival Match has bought another app that's focused more on friendships, and I'm wondering going forward how important your non-dating business is. You have Bumble BFF for friends and Bumble Biz for business networking. How much are those and perhaps other non-dating businesses going to be for your growth?
They'll be very important in the long term. In the near term, we're very focused on dating. We think there's tremendous opportunity ahead of us to rewrite the norms of dating around the world, and love means a facelift in terms of how we treat each other and how we do so effectively with health and equity.
Full House Resources dropped a lot.
For the meantime, we're very focused
FLL.
on taking our dating approach
Down to $1.50.
and doubling
Got
down
down to $7.
on our strength and our growth in our domestic and foreign markets.
I bought a
But
little bit.
in tandem and parallel, we're looking to the future. We're very focused on the long-term horizon of being the global.
Yeah, I bought 400.
Thank you to anyone you might be
It
looking
got down another day, I'd buy more.
Okay.
Wow, Whitney, that's going to run you right up against Facebook, but also into a
Better.
No, it hit 9 and square.
Oh.
Biz and BFF in some context, because in some of these S1s, companies try to present themselves as something other than their core. I think back to GoPro, and they were talking about themselves as a media company. Glad to hear that you're not doing that. But tell us, you said that Biz and BFF are longer term. What can you tell us about the important metrics and data associated with those? Maybe we're not ready to talk revenue yet, but what kinds of engagement are you looking to build in that will show you the health of those ideas over time?
Absolutely. Well, I think it's important to emphasize that we evolved our product offering to
And Bumble BNPL now looking 76.
we were
BNPL.
watching the behavior take place in our product, and we were listening to our customer, which, if you do that thoughtfully, they are your best roadmap. And we recognized that because we had this strong barrier to entry of women making the first move, women in particular, but men as well, were commanding their profile to look for platonic relationships. And when we saw this take off, we built a feature around it. And the fact is, we have 9% of our dating customers using the friendship mode right now in a very V1 version. It's important to note that we have not optimized or invested or really put time or effort into the friendship category yet. So it's in a very, call it, test phase still. So to see that type of adoption just shows you the massive opportunity ahead.
Can you give the viewers a sense of R&D, where that budget goes, and to what degree artificial intelligence, computer learning plays in figuring out the right algorithms, or figuring out what we want perhaps before we actually are able to tell you?
Sure, so I can't talk to
Putting an order in for Bumble at 71 and a half.
But I can tell you that we invest a lot into both very strategic team members and capital more broadly into data, understanding the customer, understanding how and who they want to meet, and we really factor that into our algorithms very thoughtfully and meticulously, and we will continuously
Bumble BNPL now 75.55. Deal price is 43.
not just seeing people.
Bioventus BBS looking 16.90. Deal price is 13. And Apria APR looking 26.10.
The fact that we are
Deal price
building
at
an
20.
organic growth business is something that we're very proud of and we protect.
Whitney, I thought it was really interesting in your S1 that you spoke to how you think Apple's new operating system change is going to minimize your ability to
to target at, what kind of impact should we expect that to have on your business? Sure. So I think what we're really focused on right now is just meaningfully reinvesting in our organic growth. As I said, we have seen such strong network effect over the years by really staying true to our strategy and not being hyper-reliant on performance or paid marketing. And so at the moment, we are just doubling down on our focus of really engineering true network effect.
And Whitney, I've got to ask, on this day, which is huge, those of us who have followed your career for a while saw the way you sort of got pushed out, cut out of Tinder, and so your path and your journey to this moment, being the youngest woman to bring her company public and for it to be a dating app that focuses on women leading, really significant. Now, I know you like to focus on the company and the path forward. CEOs and founders do at a moment like this, but what does this mean for you, given the journey you've been on?
Well, I don't want to comment on that particular topic, but what I will say is this is a moment that should serve as an example to anybody feeling like they've come to the end of their road, professionally or personally. There is always an opportunity to get back up and rebuild yourself and reinvent yourself. And I took certain situations throughout my life that hurt me or impacted others that I knew in a negative capacity, which was really the toxicity of the internet, coming off of these platforms where I've been harassed by strangers, and it was really demoralizing to me. I took that and turned it into purpose and passion and tried to come up with a solution. And, upon meeting Andre and convincing me to really look at that intention through the lens of dating, I was able to go out and really find a wide open space. And I recognized that half of the market had been overlooked when it came to dating more broadly, and that was women. And so every single one of you has gotten up in the morning and focused on building an experience around women for women. And when women are safe and happy, everyone else follows, and it creates a better relationship for everyone. So this should just serve as an example that anything is possible. And I'm so excited to hand the baton on to the next woman who surpasses me as the youngest woman, and we're just honored to be here. Whitney, we're grateful for you joining us on this big day, and we hope you will come back and do more interviews with us very soon. Whitney Wolford on Bumble's IPO. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
That was great. Can't wait to see the open. Interesting to hear part of the conversation, guys. As it relates to the ongoing reopening of the economy, of course, the COVID trends have been pretty encouraging. The vaccination trends are getting better. Even the street today with these upgrades of the likes of Simon Property and Under Armour and Disney tonight, we will see whether or not the quarter reflects an environment in which we are going to see economic activity take off. The halftime is coming up next.
T-Mobile is now America's largest and fastest 5G network. Right now, current and new customers can get a free Samsung Galaxy S21 5G, a leader in 5G coverage, the fastest 5G speeds, and a free Samsung Galaxy S21 5G.
Wonders. They're how we learn. But investment are a costly lesson that can hurt your retirement. Decisions like trying to time the market, placing big bets on a single stock, or letting politics and elections influence your investments. Fisher Investments has gathered the 13 worst blunders, how to avoid them, in this eye-opening free guide.
Why take a chance? Let Fisher Investments send you our free guide, 13 retirement investment blunders.
KWEB up 262. The Chinese stocks have not stopped. Harry Tom up 3.5. EDD up 370. Bob up 360.
Costly blunders and achieve a comfortable retirement. If you have $500,000 or more to invest, call now.
Call Fisher Investments now for your free guide. 1-800-208-4466.
Don't just retire. Retire well.
Municipal bonds don't usually get the media coverage the stock market does. In fact, most people don't find them all that exciting. But if you're looking for the potential for consistent income that's federally taxed,
BURLL. Oh, is that acting well?
Municipal bonds from 10-year mortgage. If you have at least $10,000 to invest, call and talk with one of our bond specialists at 1-800-376-4376. We'll send you
65 on BRLL. Lithium battery something going. It was up to 88.
Specialized in fixed income and growth solutions for 30 years. It offers high-quality municipal bonds from across the country. They provide the potential for regular income, are federally tax-free, and have historically low risk. Call today to the Preston Free Bond Line, 1-800-376-4376. That's 1-800-376-4376.
Grubhub Perks give you the kind of Panera deals that make you want to move. Get free delivery perk on your first order from Panera. Only on Well, what you love.
On Squawk breaking down Disney's quarterly results. What's driving performance during the pandemic? How does Disney plan to maintain the magical momentum? Tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern. Watch Squawk anytime on demand.
Welcome to the halftime report. I'm Scott Walker, front and center this hour. The surging Dow, the index hitting another new high today, and why one of our committee members is buying several stocks, and even though they're at record highs, we discuss and debate that with Josh Brown, John DeJarian, Sarat Sethi, Steve Weiss is here, along with Tiffany McGee, the CEO and CIO of Pivotal Advisors. Let's check the markets. Mentioned the Dow, new record today. Big fall back just a touch, but nonetheless positive day for technology. You've got Chairman Powell helping out. There's your picture right now. S&P, NASDAQ, Russell 2000 positive. More vaccines are coming. Markets are watching liquidity. Pretty good backdrop, isn't it, Josh?
Yeah, I think if you're bearish right now, you're one of those guys that's like, this will end badly. That's like those are the people who are bearish because it's too good. And I'm somewhat sympathetic to that. It'll end badly.
Generac up 30.
If you know your cocktail, and I know you do, this is what Tom Cruise has to explain. Of course it will end badly. Because if it did, otherwise it wouldn't end, right? Everything ends badly. So in the meantime, though, you've got really the big marquee FANG stocks moving sideways for a long time, and almost everything else working. And I think you have to take that as a positive. The semiconductors look ridiculous right now. And semiconductors are important because they're in every segment of the economy is now utilized.
DRL, we had that at pennies and 64 cents done.
And I feel that way now more than ever. Look at the payment stocks. PayPal it's removing.
MU up $4. Texas Instruments up $3.60. Semis up $48.
Where stocks are working. So the worst thing I think you can say right now is it's too good. It's moved too fast. Too many stocks are working. But like, if that's the kind of investor you are, it hasn't been a really good 10 years for you, has it?
Yeah. You know, Weiss, we had Keith Meister on yesterday who talked about the backdrop and the environment for stocks. Let's listen to Keith, and then we can react on the other side.
As we look forward, I think we're going to have a lot of vaccines available. There's a lot of pent-up demand. So just when you've had additional stimulus, the Fed's still there, you're going to get the economy reopening. So I feel like the economy is going to be very, very strong for the first half of 2021, which then creates what's the biggest risk. I think the biggest risk is, do you get inflation, and what does that do to the price of equities? But until the market starts to worry about that, which I'm not smart enough to know exactly when, but given how hard it's been to create inflation over the last year, I think it'll take a little longer. So I feel like for the next several months, the setup for the market's quite constructive.
Hard to argue with that, Weiss, isn't it?
That's been my thesis, except I'm not worried about inflation so much. I'm more worried about rates, presaging inflation. But I still maintain that we can get to 3% as long as we do it in a measured way, and the market's not really going to flinch. Sure, it'll be up or down. Any point in time, we get a 5% to 10% correction, but the setup is great. And we still have enough people. It's not everybody's uniformly bullish. Still have those people, as Josh referenced, saying it's going to end badly. Still a lot of strategists saying, hey, this is too much too soon. There's froth in the market. The dynamics are as follows. Half as many stocks as we had 15 years ago, 10 years ago, trading in public company, SPACs included. I believe we could see an economy that goes to the 84 levels, which were over 7% GDP. And that's going to drive it. And inflation is not a concern because we're going through this industrial revolution that pulled demand forward for chips, for 5G,
and has made us much more productive. We're seeing productivity increase with corporations and the economy more than we've seen over the last 10 years. That was the knock. Productivity's falling. Guess what? It's not. It's increasing. So semis are my biggest position. They have been for a while. It's going to continue. And the shortage is a good thing, by the way. So I continue to like tech overall. I do think the large cap tech will lag, still go up, but will lag relative to the others. They have these great idiosyncratic stories. But there are risks. There is fraud in some days, but not the market overall. It's interesting. Very valuation.
Tiff, you know, I'm betting that you can't be too concerned at all about where we are, judging by the moves that you're making. You have a new buy in Zillow, right? You bought it on Monday. That stock has absolutely flied. As it's gone higher, you have bought it, which is interesting to me. It's up 75% in 3 months, yet you're still buying it now. You bought more Peloton on the dip that it had. What does that say about your big picture view about where stocks are, even though they've come pretty far?
Yeah, I think first, Scott, we've got to really take into consideration that, we're really in the middle of the acceleration of the digitization of basically everything, right? So, I've got a whole entire thesis on Peloton.
I can't hear you.
By yourself,
People are
yeah.
thinking about Peloton
No.
as
No?
a fitness company,
No.
right? This equipment company. But I'm thinking
So
of it
30
as
days
a
until we're
streaming.
not doing it.
And you think about streaming, we think about Netflix and Disney Plus, but there are also these smaller streaming companies like Crunchyroll and Britbox. And when you look at those numbers compared to what Peloton's been able to do in the past year, it has surpassed those numbers of those companies that have been around for much longer. I was in a Peloton class on Sunday with 60,000 people. And so I'm looking at things from a different perspective with Peloton. It did take a dip because it is having issues with meeting the demand, right, of bikes. But it also has this app that has nothing to do with the bike, right? You can take all sorts of classes, and I'm really, really bullish on Peloton. And so I used that dip as an opportunity to buy. Zillow, CEO of Zillow was just on CNBC earlier, and it's the and I cannot say that word today, it's the digitization of home buying, which is like so crazy because it is very hard to buy a house. It's not an easy process, but they want to make it a one-click process. Whether they can do that or not, I'm not exactly sure, but just look at these numbers. 9.6 billion visits last year to Zillow, right? And what they're doing, which I love, and they had this really cool Saturday Night Live skit, is they're, I love this idea.
I'm concerned about the market because the TNA made a top yesterday. That could very well have been a top. And that would not be good for the market, so you got to be careful here. Very careful.
Take this funnel of dreamers and make them buyers. But all they need to do is get these 9.6 billion keep coming back, and that's what they're doing. They're already drawing them in. So there really is this kind of a revolution going on, and that's what I'm invested in.
Yeah. John Azarian, so what do you think about that thesis? I mean, you have to believe that a lot is known. A lot is already in these stocks, isn't it?
Dusseldorf has a big bid at 154. Sorry.
About Zillow and Gene Munster because both of them have been
No, that's anything right.
in what is likely to be a fantastic.
No, I just said it's a big bid on Dusseldorf.
Obviously,
Like
the big jump
7,000.
today, I'm kicking myself, Scott, for missing that, but kudos to you, Tiffany, for catching it. As far as some of
The
these
buying came to the buyer was from Canada, yes.
yeah, there's a lot of that out there, Scott. And
Buyer came
is
in
it
from
possible
Canada.
that they can continue at the pace that they were on for the last month or the last 6 weeks? No, it is not possible. However, my point back and forth with Josh would be it doesn't mean it ends. I mean, when we talk about things ending badly, unless I know the world is ending tomorrow, this isn't going to end. We're going to have another market again tomorrow. And I know that Josh doesn't think the world's going to end either, but this is just part of the discussion whenever you get to, well, it's going to end badly. Some people will lose money. People lose money every day. Some people will make money. People make money every day. When you get an overextended stock and you get that fear of missing out, whether it's an asset or a store of value like Bitcoin or Doge even, or whether it's Tilray, when you get that, Scott, yeah, you'll have people streaming into that. They were after hours last night, by the way, with Tilray. The stock closed at like 61 or 62. I saw it trade 77 in the after hours before breaking down hard. So did that mean it ended? No, it's still trading today. So you can decide, oh yeah, maybe now at 41 I really like the stock, for instance. And those are all examples in Tilray. I don't think anything ends unless we think the world ends, Scott. There are always going to be people that are late to the party, and some of us that try to be earlier just that way. And, you know, we don't always win. We don't always win.
It's not a matter of it's not, I mean, I think you're being a little extreme. It's not that the world has to end for some of this to end. It's the Kramer philosophy is he talks about certain pockets of the market, which in his words are on a, quote, highway to the danger zone. It's a Kenny Loggins market. At least part of it is starting to look frothy. Stocks that have enormous rallies that are, in his view, totally disconnected from the underlying fundamentals. The whole world doesn't have to end for stocks like that to, you know, have a big pullback or have a correction. Just, you know, little things have to change, you know. Interest rates moving higher could change the perception of growth stocks, for example. A comment from somebody in a powerful position could have an impact on some of these stocks or the overall market for a moment too, Doc. We're not talking about, you know, you don't have to have a grand moment to have an upset in some of these names.
Very, very true, Scott. And again, back to that Tilray example, you know, when you've got a stock that goes from, I think it was $1.9 billion, and yesterday, that was the beginning of the year, the 4th of January, I think it was $1.9 billion valuation. It exploded yesterday to over 10, almost 11 billion in market cap. Now, that's not part of an interest rate or growth. I mean, that's just a feeding frenzy created by many of our friends over at Wall Street Bets and the gang weed in particular that just kept piling into that stock and the options of that stock. I mean, option trading, Scott, this year is up 61% versus an all-time record last year.
Yeah, so what about it?
So obviously there's a lot more
Well, what about it? Why are you calling me?
Because of that sports betting thing that we
Wait. I have 1,100 people. If everybody called me to tell me what they were doing in the middle of the day, I'd be nuts.
More
Thank you.
speculative trades like a call option, for instance, or a put, if they want to bet, and they did bet both ways. I mean, last March, a lot of these same Wall Street Bets guys were on the puts as the market was trading down, but all of that additional trading is just driving things up or down for moments in time, and then things recalibrate. They're recalibrating right now in Tilray as the stock goes from that after-hours high yesterday, 77, down to, I think it hit 39 this morning, and maybe it's fluctuating around 40 as we're talking now, Scott.
So, Sarat, it's good to see you again. Your stock's back up, so I'm bringing you into the conversation. Again, reacting on the Meister stock from yesterday when he joined us, the setup quite constructive. And that's separate from a conversation that we are having here about slices of the market that may be frothy, overheated, overvalued, or in need of a correction.
Yeah, I mean, you got it right. When you look at the FANGs, those are really good, you know, what I would call secular growth stories, and they're trading in multiples that have now come down. They've gone sideways, as we've talked about. So I think, you know, in a diversified portfolio, I look at those as kind of a, you know,
Hey Joe, I said to short the gold.
4 positions that you can now invest around because they're great cash flow, they got secular growth rate.
Just in case you fall ahead, Joe.
A couple of good years coming forward, it doesn't really matter in terms of interest rates. The only thing that interest rates are going to affect them is if capital flows out to other sectors that will have better growth rates or nominally better growth rates coming forward. So, you know, it's not a question of you don't need to own those. It's really avoiding kind of what we've been talking about, the frothiness in a diversified portfolio, because if some of these stocks have tripled, quadrupled in a span of months, it just doesn't connect with the fundamentals of those. So it's a question of where do you want to be, and I think being in the banks is totally good. Fine, this is a question of exposure, and then looking at other areas that if and when rates do move up, Scott, and kind of that's an ongoing question, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but you can be in the cyclicals, you can be in the financials, and you can be in kind of areas like Mike said, you know, the
the semiconductor space where right now the demand is just outstripping the supply. So we know that's going to continue, and it's going to continue when we actually even get to partial reopening and to full reopening. So there are plenty of areas in the market one just has to be very careful about valuation and the fear of, the FOMO fear.
Okay, so I want to know where things are overvalued. I want to play off of what Kramer said and have you guys identify stocks that people may very well have in their portfolios and think and should think that they might be poised for a pullback because you think they're overvalued. Weiss, you have some interesting names on this list. What did you tell me? Which ones we should focus on?
Well, I've got Zoom, I've got Tesla. Not that Tesla's going to correct anytime soon, but you've got massive competition coming on. It's always overvalued, so no reason to believe that it's going to calibrate until you see that competition come on. But to me, it's the SPACs. The SPACs are a ridiculous space, and I'm being generous here, or conservative. 80% of them will fail, okay, or they will do nothing as stocks. We keep hearing the dialogue. Well, these investors looked at, they spend time, it's transparent. That's crap. These investors, whether it's T. Rowe or Fidelity, they have a portfolio of these things. So to think you can pick the one that's going to work, and a lot of them are giving these egregious valuations, including, by the way, we had one on yesterday, but also you take a look, we'll talk about them with others, the EV stocks, they're just not all going to succeed. Life is not that easy, and investing is not that easy.
Well,
so I be very, very careful.
Where do you get the 80% number will fail?
Just an estimate. Just a guess. Purely a guess from years of experience.
Yeah. I mean, obviously,
we haven't done the due diligence.
Our S&Ps are down $1. I don't like what I see particularly.
A number of them are venture stage companies.
Not jumping into a lot of stocks.
High-valuated venture stage companies.
Tiffany, Steve mentions
CYGY gets better.
And that has been discussed for months now as the pinnacle of overheated. You did own NEO, right? I don't see it though in your book anymore. That was up almost 1,500% over the last year. When did you move out of that?
Yeah. So that was purely client driven. Again, I exist in the real world where we have to have conversations with clients, and sometimes it's a meeting of the minds. So Steve brings up a really good point, this whole idea of Tesla, which we do own, and I think it's a different story. So NEO, as you pointed out, precisely in the past year, 1,464%, does not make any sense to me. To Kramer's point, this is an EV company out of China, listed in the U.S. It's gotten help from the Chinese government. It's gotten subsidies. It's gotten looser restrictions. It has not really delivered, along with, by the way, other local Chinese EV companies. Tesla is crushing it compared to them, right? Has delivered 5 times as many cars, vehicles, and not up as much. So I'm looking at those two things, the comparison of Tesla
AYRO, crush.
And NEO.
Oh my God, now 2.5.
So we got out of that a long time ago. Again, it was client driven. We kind of tested it out, if you will. And at the end of the day, we won, and we were able to sell it.
What do you mean client driven? Clients called you up and said, "What are we doing in this stock? It's gone up so much. Let's get the heck out of here."
No. Client says, we really want to be in this stock. And we say, well, we're not so sure that's a good idea. And so we have a conversation. So, Pivotal Advisors is not a dictatorship. Sometimes clients have convictions around stocks. And so, they hire us to yes, sometimes make decisions for them, but also to be partners with them and have conversations. And sometimes they still want to own stocks. And so it's their money. So we oblige. But we're able to have these conversations with them, and we ended up selling it, and that's what happened.
Oh,
so,
Kim.
I do not see a very good future for NEO. Again, to Kramer's point, it makes me extremely, extremely nervous when you have a company that's up that much. Again, over almost 1,500% in the course of almost less than a year.
Kim.
No strong fundamentals to back it up. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Josh Brown, how about playing off the Kramer thing? Are there, did you say, you know, are beware of right now?
I have an article on my computer from October 25th, 2013. 5 warning signs that stocks could be getting too bubbly.
I thought you were going to say
That's 8 years ago.
of 1987.
No, but like seriously, you could just pull out the names of the stocks in here. In this case, they're worried about Micron and Green Coffee for some reason. Those are like signs of a con. You could just pull those out, put today's stocks in, and it's all the same. It's sentiment, its valuations are stretched. Kramer's in here too. He's talking about sunny side up eggs, like the grill is so hot that like 1 second too long on the grill and they burn to a crisp. It's all the same. It's all the same conversation. So I don't think it takes much to look at a market where stocks have gone up and say it's like frothy.
Wow.
But like if that's how you're investing, you have no returns, like none. I know those people. They're like fully hedged to the point where they might as well not even bother and just do real estate.
But look,
So,
there are a lot of though. I guess what I'm trying to get at, Josh, and I'd love for you to opine on this, is there are very specific stocks, you know, some of which Tiffany owns, and that she mentioned, not to single out Tiffany, but I think a lot of people may own the Zooms and the Pelotons and the Zillows, all of which have benefited from a pandemic-led trend. And now that we're towards the light at the end of the tunnel, you have to wonder whether the best days are behind those stock moves. Isn't that fair to question that? Go ahead, Tiffany, and then Josh, I'll bring you in. Yeah.
Let me just make an important point. So yes, those stocks that you mentioned I own, but this is in the scope of a larger portfolio, right? So it's very important, especially for people who are watching us at home, to have a buy-sell discipline and also have a set asset allocation. This is in the context of a larger portfolio. It's important for you to have, a reasoning for purchasing a stock. And I think that we tend to talk about all those reasons on the show. But you also have to understand at what point are you going to trim and take profits off. So all those names that you mentioned, we've trimmed and taken off profits. So we're constantly rebalancing portfolios. So that's just as important as the conviction and the reasoning behind buying a stock. So it's not like I bought Zillow and we're riding on Zillow at the same levels all of the time, right? So once something goes up,
LABD up 46 cents.
We can calculate a decision to determine when we're going to take off profit. And then in the case of Peloton, we had that tip. So we trimmed Peloton across portfolios, right, depending on the client. And, it's also a good time sometimes to buy it back with new clients at a point where it's on sale. So it's all advanced, and the strategy, the asset allocation strategy, is just as important as the conviction and the reasoning behind buying the stock.
All right, I'm glad you had that really important context to it, Tip. Josh and then Sarat.
I just think one of the things missing from the conversation is that a lot of the overvalued levels that we're seeing are starting before these stocks even come public. They're happening in the private markets with valuations. Coinbase is going to come public. They're probably going to do a direct listing, not an IPO, but not a SPAC. That thing could be worth $75 billion on the first day. That has no bearing on reality, but that's not happening just because of the public markets. That's happening with the levels of financing that they're doing pre-coming public with big capital. And that's supposed to be the smart money. That's venture money beating up their own buck. And they're doing that over and over again before it even becomes in the public domain where regular people can be involved. So I think what Weiss said about electric vehicles is true. Actually, it's worse than he stated. Throw out the 80% number. We had 200 some odd automobile producers 100 years ago, and there's like 3 left today.
Well, he's talking SPACs. He's talking an 80% failure for SPACs.
Right. A lot of the SPACs.
Right. Exactly. No, I'm not putting out a lot of SPACs. I'm saying in that space. Sarat, let me bring you into the conversation now, if I could.
Yeah.
I wanted to add to what Tiffany was saying, and she's spot on there. One of the key words here are risk management. When you look at the portfolio, when you look at your core positions, when you look at a diversified portfolio, the positions we're talking about, whether it's the Zillow, the Neo,
Something works until it doesn't work.
what we call satellite positions.
And this one I didn't want you to buy because I want you to see something. Not only is the market vulnerable, but look. Yeah, just look. And you wanted to buy it because, and the market's not good.
Really be cognizant of the risks of the
Well,
portfolio.
look at
What I'm seeing sometimes
times like Tesla extended it going higher.
Yeah, well, that's what happens until the market doesn't go up. Yep.
But the concentration that make up 75% of the portfolio, fabulous companies, but if the air comes out of these
Yes,
areas,
somebody obviously said, I sold 6 million euros. I don't like a short squeeze that stops the rest. You know, a short squeeze when you're squeezing the shorts, you don't give them a break. You just keep going, keep going. So
the markets are rising and the beta in your portfolio is huge, but that can really hurt you on the way down.
yeah, well, my other reason is I don't like the market. So I don't like the market, and I decided to get out of a lot of stuff. And Rafa wasn't one of them. Somebody like that. And that's it. Just decided.
I was doing exactly what all of us have been talking about.
Nelson was buying it also. I bought a little full house at Bella that came down to Alabama.
Or something like that. How do you not take some off? Yeah, you can keep rolling up and putting a stop or a put option underneath that position, but you know, sooner or later you got to say, okay, I think these might pull back. To everybody.
Oh, you didn't get it 40. You got it 4
EVs and so forth. There's one huge play in EVs, and
you know,
yes, that lyric that Mary Barnes
that's why I felt something to buy it.
In that Super Bowl commercial with
I'll talk to them.
Fantastic. That, though, all of those run on lithium. Virtually every one of them, except for the Toyota hydrogen versions. If we're talking about alternative energy for vehicles, most people are talking about EVs, which means lithium. So ALB up 87% year over year, great, fabulous play. Lithium America, LAC, same thing. I am an advisor to American Battery and Mining, ABML. This thing is up 600 and some odd %, Scott, just in the last year. I think these stocks go a heck of a lot higher because, again, if Mary Barra goes from where she is right now to even just 40 or 50% of her fleet being offered as an EV, which is what they're trying to do, and by 2030 or 2035 even, the whole fleet, there is not enough out there for these folks. So any of these companies in that exploration and delivery of lithium and so forth are going to zoom, and they're going to put all of these other stocks we're talking about, leave them in the dust, because that is the next big play right now.
We will take a quick break. When we come back, Dow Component Disney reports after the bell tonight. We'll size up that one. Also, shares are up big. As you know, the investment committee takes their positions. We're back in 2 minutes.
The world's first fully autonomous vehicle is almost the finish line.
What a ride! I invested in Invesco QQQ, a fund that invests in the innovators of the NASDAQ 100, like you.
Becoming innovation with Invesco QQQ.
Interactive Brokers charges 1.59% for a $100,000 margin. You know how much your broker charges? Upwards from 6.82% Fidelity or Schwab. Go as high as 7.45 or 7.75% in Trade or Ameritrade. Move your account to Interactive Brokers and save at least $5,200 or much more if you're trading big bucks.
You packed a record 1.1 trillion transistors into this chip.
I invested in Invesco QQQ, a fund that invests in the innovators of the NASDAQ 100, like you.
Becoming innovation with Invesco QQQ.
There is so few black business and technology journalists that I was aware of coming up. I didn't see anybody black doing what I do. I really standing on the shoulders of my parents and my teachers. Education is such an important piece because unless we really see the uniqueness and potential and talent in the people around us, everybody doesn't get to move forward.
CNBC celebrates Black History. When you switch to Xfinity Mobile, you're choosing to get connected to the most reliable network nationwide. Now with 5G included. Discover how to save up to $300 a year with shared data starting at $15 a month. Or get the lowest price for one line of unlimited. Come into a local Xfinity store to make the most of your mobile experience. You can shop the latest phones, bring your own device for trade-in for extra savings. Stop in or book an appointment to shop safely with peace of mind at your local Xfinity store.
Hello, I'm Dwayne Clemens, 10-year veteran in the NFL. Professional athletes take a pounding. I was sidelined with back and hip pain. This Centers of America put me back on the field. Call today and schedule your visit at one of their locations. When I'm in Wellington, Florida, I make sure I see the great Dr. Kaplan. Get your life back and go with the pros go. This Centers of America. This Centers of America, because us can change your life.
I'm contestant Brewer. Here's your CNBC News update at this hour. Speaker Nancy Pelosi says the House's COVID relief bill will include a $15 minimum wage. She says she expects lawmakers will finish work on the legislation by the end of the month. Don't count on extra time to file your taxes this year. The IRS says there are no current plans to extend the April 15th deadline. Last year, the IRS gave Americans an extra 3 months because of the pandemic. The White House says it's not considering any new restrictions on domestic air travel. Reports the administration is looking at COVID-related limits on travel to Florida brought denunciations from many Republican politicians. And Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, has won her privacy battle against a British newspaper publisher. Printed parts of a personal letter she wrote to her father. That decision ends prospects for a high-profile trial, though parts of the case will still go to court. That's our CNBC News update for this hour. I'll send it back to you.
All right, contestant, thank you very much. Contestant Brewer. All right, let's talk about some more of these moves. Steve Weiss, I come to you. I find this interesting. You have repeatedly dissed Bitcoin on this program, yet you repeatedly get into the trade. You've called it really nothing more than speculation, a momentum play, and you're back in grayscale Bitcoin. And you also have Bitcoin directly through Robinhood.
Correct. So my job is to find stocks or instruments that are going to go up. Bitcoin, I've got a speculative part of the portfolio, as most do, and I've owned Bitcoin. I haven't sold Bitcoin. I actually owned through Robinhood, where the execution was horrendous, by the way. And a good thing, because I can find cheaper than I could price it. In terms of GBTC, look, you've gotten these announcements coming out every day. So whether I believe Bitcoin will be a currency or a hedge, whether I think it's ridiculous or actual, it doesn't matter. I think it's going to go up. So when you have Bank of New York Mellon coming out today, when you have Elon Musk, who I think is pulling everybody's chain with all his tweets, but the fact is that's marching forward. PayPal, which I also own from PayPal. So it's going up. And I think it's going to go up for a while at this point, because now there's a race to say, we're cool, we want to be involved. So I'll be there for a while. I bought it on the dip the other day.
But let me ask you this.
Until further notice.
But let me ask you, I know, okay, till further notice, that's fair. I mean, you obviously have the prerogative to do what you like. Why are you trading in and out of it if you're convinced that there's so much momentum behind it?
Don't do it. Because I use stops on trades.
So we have the opening of the official public offering of Bioventus, BVS, Bravo Baker Sierra, opening at $15.10 a share. Deal price of 13. By trading at 16.90.
The stock John does the same thing. He does the same thing. That's just smart trading. I also want to limit my risk. So if it's coming down, hitting my stop, I'm gone.
All right, no, it's good to know. I mean, it's a little trade school too for people who are in perhaps more speculative.
But I'm sorry. It takes the emotion out of it. You don't get married to it. So you just put it to the side. It takes the distraction out of it, and you make money great. If you don't, hey, it was a little fun.
Well, obviously, more people are talking about Bitcoin than ever before. Josh, do you have a position in Bitcoin at all? And if not an actual financial position, do you have a position on it to share with us?
Yeah, I would very publicly, like on the show, and like Market Watch made a graphic where I'm holding up a Bitcoin. I look like cryptocurrency Hitler in the picture, but like I announced in the summer of 17 that I bought my first Bitcoin after having several dinners and events and meetings with like some of the
Telroy is basing. Telroy, I mean.
They didn't necessarily convince me that it would be a currency, but I was convinced that there would be a lot of people coming in later than me, which I think is what Steve is trying to say. So I'm not like a disruption hippie, like screaming about how Bitcoin's gonna change the world. But I've been in it ever since. I bought Litecoin, I bought all this other stuff. I don't understand any of it. It just goes up every day. I don't trade it. I don't have any opinion on the price. But I do believe that digital assets are going to be a big part of the economy in the future. And I think Bitcoin, as a Bitcoin maximalist, which is what I called myself in 18, I thought it made the most sense for everyone to surround this one rather than having all these ICOs, which were a disaster. So I stuck with Bitcoin. I'm still in it. I'm a believer that it's going to be part of the wealth management industry, the asset management business. I don't know that we'll be buying and selling things every day with it, but I understand the need to own assets that are outside of the financial industry, and I've always said that for years now. So I think everyone's talking about it because it's gone up so much, which is how fear and greed works and how Wall Street works. And the higher it goes, the more people want to own it, which actually gives it a very unique quality. It's what they call in the economic profession a beveling good. It's worth more, or it's a better buy the higher it goes. Well, so that's what's happening there. I have a big project to announce very shortly in that space. I don't want to say too much now, but I'm in the mix. Okay. I'm down.
Speaking of going up a lot, we're showing you Bumble, which has opened for trade. You can see shares are up better than 80%, just shy of $78. Again, priced at 43. About an $8 billion valuation in the IPO today, and adding to it by the moment. Doc, you try to get an allocation here. You usually try and do with perceived hot IPOs here.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Judge, now that I'm on several public boards, I can't get an allocation anymore. The brokers basically cut me off. Yeah, and that's okay. That's fine. It's not like I try to move it over to some secret account or something.
Yeah, we have the Bumble BNBL. It was traded $76 each. So again, the deal price was 43, but I'm holding $78.60. BNBL.
Don't tell my wife.
Yes, the judge, the other judge would not be happy. Would not be happy with
No, she would not.
All right, Saran, Disney, after the bell, core holding of yours.
It is a core holding, and I think the focus here is going to be on what is Disney Plus doing, and really the trajectory of that, and then the further discussion of when things do reopen. What is the strategy going forward? They've had enough time now to figure out what's the best way to maximize profit and also client experience. So we'll be very interested to hear what they're doing. Stock has done very well. It's reflecting basically a really good future. So I'm hoping that they can expand more of that.
Yeah, what a run. Just 37% in 3 months. It's been really an incredible run. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We have unusual activity coming up. Plus, in celebration of Black History Month, we're honoring some of our CNBC contributors. Here's James McDonald with his advice for the next generation.
The most important advice I can give the next generation of Black Americans is look at the success as an example that's before you. We've been a president of the United States. We've excelled in some of the largest financial institutions, and we've generated billions in those areas of finance that are the most complex. You can do it too. Go after what you want and be all that you can be.
What if you could have the perspective to see more? At Morgan Stanley, a global collective of thought leaders, offers investors a broader view. We see companies protecting the bottom line by putting people first. We see a bright future, still hungry for the ingenuity of those ready for the next challenge. Today, we're translating decades of experience into strategies for the road ahead. We are Morgan Stanley.
USA insurance for members like Kate, a former Army medic, made it the flexibility to handle whatever one day has in store. and tackle 4 things at once. So when her car got hit, she didn't worry. She simply filed a claim on her USAA app and said,
I've got this.
USAA insurance is made the way Kate needs it. Easy. She can even hit her payment plan, so it's easy on her budget and her life. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
The Lexus ES, now available with all-wheel drive.
This rain is bananas.
Lease the 2021 ES 250 all-wheel drive for $349 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing with your Lexus dealer.
Ever better. It's when disruption hits your supply chain, and Ryder makes you ever ready with end-to-end warehouse, transportation, and logistics solutions. Ever flexible through our e-commerce fulfillment networks and last-mile delivery. Ever seeing with innovative technology that provides real-time visibility. Ever better is not a tagline. It's our standard. Discover how Ryder Supply Chain Solutions can make you ever better.
This is the American dream. You're supporting local business.
Every Thursday in February, Shark Tank highlights Black entrepreneurs.
Fantastic idea.
Shark Tank, tonight starting at 8 Eastern. CNBC. Get yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a buyer of Bumble. Tiffany, you just bought it literally a few moments ago, I'm told.
I did. I just love the story. For those of you who don't know, Bumble is a dating app where women control everything, and I love that. I love the story of this female founder. We don't really have a lot of those with publicly traded companies. I love the moves and decisions that she's made with the company before today. So I think it's a great story. Clearly fits into my tech conviction. So I'm expecting good things. So I bought something.
I love the reasoning, where women control everything.
Yeah, I mean, put a girl in charge. See what happens.
Yep. All right. Good stuff.
Saying.
I hear you. Thanks for believing. We all hear you. Thank you for telling us about that. All right. Unusual activity, Doc.
All right, Scott, Canopy Growth was one that was one of the many stocks on the Gang Weed, that's part of the Wall Street Bet site that also had Tilray in there. And they have driven these stocks, Scott, to dizzying heights. And you see the flame out over in Tilray that we talked about earlier. This one, it had about a 55% run in the last month. And then it's pulled back today to only be up 22% or something like that. A lot of that's probably the Constellation is such a significant owner here, Scott, but the speculative paper in both those names, Tilray and Canopy, was up 85% was call buying, and those calls that were being bought are a lot of those folks, whether they're coming in through Robinhood or elsewhere. Unusual activity today, Scott. Take a look at Beyond Meat. They're buying the next week expiration Feb 180 calls. That's with the stock at 170, 170 this morning. They bought about 4,000 or 5,000 of those. I think this one could easily make that jump, but I'll probably buy something slightly lower strike, Scott, and then on the rally that I hope occurs, I'll sell a higher strike against it.
I got you, Doc. Thank you for that, John and Jerry. Straight ahead.
Jerry had mentioned he liked ABML. He didn't mention he has a lot of stock that comes in in 4 months.
Confusion about the coronavirus vaccine, how to get it, when and where. Well, today, NBC Universal is launching a new tool which can be found at planyourvaccine.com. It's an interactive personal tool where users can find state-by-state eligibility, the closest vaccination location, lots of data on the vaccine itself in that area, plus a checklist of items you'll need for your appointments. Check that out. We're back in just 2 minutes.
It takes baby steps. Let's start by reducing hiring bias, training managers, and guaranteeing an equitable and inclusive workforce. Take your first step. Become a SHARE member today to get the tools you need. We see temperature control software giving everyone a shot at vital vaccines. At Emerson, our software is shepherding medicines through every step of the cold chain, helping track conditions to keep each dose safe and effective. Emerson, consider it solved.
Yeah, you. I opened a Save My Money account, and it was the first time that I realized I could be earning interest back on my money. I just discovered SoFi had I'm an investor with a diversified portfolio. Yeah. I refinanced my student loan with SoFi because of their low interest rates.
Thanks, SoFi, for helping us get our money managed.
I was once among the largest option traders of Wall Street. They're a high-risk way to make money, and seeing all this new interest from first-time investors does make me feel nervous. I think the risks aren't widely understood. We all have the right to lose money by making dumb trades. Watch or listen live on the CNBC app.
Right now, because the housing market is on fire and inventory is low, multiple people are trying to buy the same house. And I'm trying to put as many things in place as I can to help give our RP funding clients an edge to help you get that home you want.
Ready to move on from workouts like this? Now, February 11th, join Planet Fitness for no enrollment, $10 a month, no commitment. With all this variety, you can move it in our clean and spacious clubs. And the new crowd meter in our app helps you find the best time to visit so you can work out with plenty of room to move. America, your fitness is essential. Join today for no enrollment, $10 a month, no commitment. Hurry, deal ends February 11th.
I think people are ready for a change. The mortgage industry had just made such a mess of so many people's lives. I decided to open my own company, open RP funding in the wake of that, but to do it differently, to try to change the industry if I could.
Josh Solomon joining us now with our calls of the day. How can I help?
Hi, Scott. Yeah, so these are all upgrades in retail or retail adjacent. So I'm thinking
S&P down 17. Long LAVD and SPXU
so the stock is at fresh high, but it's more than double.
are below 3,900.
That it still has 25% more to go. Scott, they like the company's discipline around inventory, promotions, and cost controls. Bed Bath & Beyond is also being upgraded to the today. So this is one of the stocks that rallied, of course, as part of that Reddit trade, reaching as high as $24 a share before then coming back down to around 28 now. Analysts upgrading it after meetings with management and also saying that this recent pullback in shares make its valuation much more attractive. And finally, Malta is being upgraded to overweight at Morgan Stanley. The price target goes to 125. Scott, this is already a stock that's up 27% this year, but analysts think that the stock is still cheap, and they see several earnings drivers that support the new target, still, however, around 25% for weekly high stock.
Yes, Josh Brown likes it too. For those who've been watching this program for help, thank you. Ralph Solomon joining us. Let's talk Uber. It is near the lows of the day, and we have a lot of ownership on it. Tip, you bought more ahead of the earnings. Josh, you own it. We've heard about, you talk about that. Doc, you got calls, but I want to hear from Sarat. You bought it a couple of weeks ago, so you bought it ahead of the print.
We did, Scott, and I like the story for a couple of reasons. One is that Uber Eats is working. Secondly, management's really focused, and this is the most important point, on being positive cash flow and having positive earnings. And I think that is in where we are right now in the environment that we're in. Once we get to a reopening story, I think the stock has a lot of upside to it and a lot of financial leverage that'll be positive. So I think it's a good time to own this stock, and if it goes down, we'll be adding more to it.
Josh, any concerns at all about the amount of money this company continues to lose?
No, they just cut their loss from $8 billion to $1 billion. If it weren't for the pandemic, they might have been cash flow positive already by the midpoint of this year. So that might have pushed them off a quarter, but it doesn't matter. The stock price is higher than when those projections first come up. People don't even understand the potential here. They bought Drizzly recently, like in the last couple of weeks, for like $1 billion. Do you have any idea how much money Americans spend a year at liquor stores? Like, if they just get a few percentage points of that market share delivering alcohol, this is a business that nobody was even thinking about. It could be a huge business for them. So they have this last mile thing figured out. They have the drivers, they have the vehicles, they have the technology. They will be a preeminent mobility solution for Americans and people all over the world for years and decades to come. I can't imagine being worried about last quarter's earnings, being an investor in this. It just makes no sense. Like, what are we talking about?
And one more thing to add to that.
I got to split. I did it. I'm sorry, guys. We'll try and get to it before we go. I got to go, though. Treasury yields are pulling back. Fed Chair Powell saying the Fed's not going anywhere anytime soon. We'll talk to the futures traders to find out how they're playing it next. And a reminder, you can watch or listen to us live always on the go on the CNBC app. We're back after this.
And now I'm reading an invitation. Inhale serenity. Exhale. Whatever is happening here. Now bring your focus back to your customer, Tom. Salesforce Customer 360 helps you focus on a single view of your customer. Like Tom. Who's Tom?
Of all the companies on the Fortune 500 in the year 2000, more than half no longer exist. Digital transformation isn't just a good idea. It's a matter of corporate survival. Enterprise AI enables organizations to use artificial intelligence at enterprise scale, solving previously unsolvable business problems to help you not just survive, but thrive. C3.ai. This is Enterprise AI.
This is where everything started. Before where it is engulfed in history.
You're sitting in a place where giants ate.
The four-way is the harness of the
Switching because I'm on options trading and something it feels like I'm just wasting time.
That's why TD Ameritrade designed the first of its kind personalized education center. Their award-winning content is tailored with your investing goals and interests, and it learns with you. So as you become smarter, so do its recommendations.
So it's like my streaming service.
But except now you're binge learning. See how you can become a smarter investor with a personalized education from TD Ameritrade. Visit tdameritrade.com/learn.
Let's do the futures outlook. Yields moving lower on the back of Chair Powell's comments. Scott Nation is joining us for more on how to play it. I can't imagine his comments were a surprise to anybody.
No, we know that they want to be lower for longer, but Scott, despite that, right after the first of the year, we saw the 10-year yield move from a sideways range to a higher sideways range, and it's been in there since, again, just after the first of the year. I think they're whistling past the graveyard at the Fed when they say that inflation's not going to be a problem. And so it's easy to see lots of catalysts that would drive.
ABML up 22 on Nigerian recommending.
I want to be a seller of the 10-year future in the March contract. I would be a seller at 137 even, as you can see right there. Once I'm short, my target to the downside is going to be 136 even. That's just below the recent low that we had on January 12th. My stop, we're always going to trade this with a stop 137.16, and at those prices, we're risking $500 to make double that, $1,000.
Gotcha. We'll talk to you soon, Scott Nation. Thank you very much. We got final trades coming up next.
Futures Outlook is sponsored by CME Group and Interactive Brokers.
Every era presents its own unique set of challenges and opportunities. Trade CME Group futures with Interactive Brokers at low cost and speeds with moments. A single integrated account gives you access to the world. Navigate evolving markets with confidence using Interactive Brokers' cutting-edge technology and powerful analytics platform. Interactive Brokers now offering CME Group Micro E-mini futures contracts with small size puts you in command. Start investing today at interactivebrokers.com.
It came suddenly, a financial storm no one knew was coming. That's why the wise investor turns to one of the most secure investments on Wall Street, or any street, Assured Guaranty, the proven leader in municipal bond insurance.
We see increased efficiency connected to more comfortable homes. Emerson's Energy Star certified Sensi Smart Thermostat uses geofencing to simplify how homeowners manage comfort costs. Emerson, consider it solved.
Snowflake, Airbnb, DoorDash. Who's next on CNBC's list of disruptive innovators? Startups that could be the next generation of great public companies. Go to cnbc.com/disruptors and nominate your company today. The race to vaccinate on the path forward. Help for troubled states and cities.
The COVID pandemic has driven something of a municipal bond boom.
Chip shortages threaten auto sales. Stay connected, stay informed. Watch or listen live on the CNBC app.
Discover the plus at 55 Plus Living in Crestwind, Palm Beach. Located in Westland, Florida's newest city, Crestwind Palm Beach is a fresh new home choice designed for the next generation. Crestwind Palm Beach is a 55-plus community for those who thrive on a happy, healthy life through fitness, nutrition, and relationships. 9 decorated models now open. To learn more about all the pluses Crestwind offers, visit CrestwindPalmBeach.com. That's CrestwindPalmBeach.com. In the world of business, things can change in a heartbeat. Protecting yourself from unforeseen circumstances is critical to the livelihood of you and your business. Pike & Lustig has the vision and experience to navigate you through the minefields of a business transaction or fiercely litigate the other side of your business.
We have a stop at SPXU at 25.72 break even.
Call Pike & Lustig for all of your commercial business.
Railroad's down 225. CNA down 266. I don't like it.
Some see a grilled cheese sandwich and ask why. I see a new kitchen with a grill and ask why not.
I really need to start adding less to cart and more to savings.
Sitting on this couch so long made me want to make some changes. Starting with this couch.
Yeah, I need a house with a different view. And this is the bank that will help you do it all. Because at U.S. Bank, our people are dedicated to turning your new inspiration into your next pursuit. Want to build a gaming business that breaks the internet? That means working night and day. And delegating to an experienced live bookkeeper for peace of mind. Your books are all set, so you can finally give John some attention.
Trusted experts, guaranteed accurate books. Intuit QuickBooks Live.
We all want to feel safe in the places we spend our time. Restaurants, theaters, stores,
Hotels, stadiums, offices, banks.
Semiconductor still up 43.
I'm Dr. Richard Carmona. This is the Well Health Safety Seal from the International Well Building Institute, the global authority on healthy buildings.
When you see the Well Health Safety Seal, it meets health and safety measures that met rigorous scientific standards.
so look for the Well Health Safety Seal outside and feel more confident going inside. Labradoodles, chromettes, sports, it's a skirt and shorts. The world loves a hybrid. So do businesses. So today, they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach lets them use Watson AI to modernize without rebuilding and bring all their partners and customers together in one place. That's why businesses from retail to banking are going with a smarter hybrid cloud using the tools, platform, and expertise of IBM.
When the market is unpredictable, BAM gives you certainty. In the face of market volatility and illiquidity, BAM insured municipal bonds deliver default protection, value preservation, and a durable rating. BAM. Build America Mutual.
PR rail out 76.
Sleep soundly from the
brand, the more families trust the quality and timeless protection of ADT.
So you want to learn to do that thing, big things, small things, anything, on anything, anywhere, anyhow, anyway. Well, as long as when means now, today is a day.
Let's do final trades. First up, Tip, then Sarat.
Yeah, so how you compete with Tesla in the EV space and win, you be GM, the largest producer of cars in the U.S.,
Okay.
and you make a commitment to go 100% EV. So that's how you win Mary Farr.
Sarat.
Charter Communications, great cash flow, broadband growth. This is one you want to own even through the pandemic and the reopen.
Okay, Josh, then John.
Both been now under 200 very recently, staying with it. They go on this of the rally.
Wynn Resorts, Scott, bought it on this dip, got back into call spreads.
Okay, lastly, Wax Club.
XPO, great quarter, high attitude management, shocked the stock was lower. Great guidance as well.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for watching the exchanges now.
Thanks, Scott. Good to see you midday. Hi, everybody. I'm Andrew Sorkin. Bitcoin hitting another record high as BNY Mellon and MasterCard embracing crypto. We're going to look at what it means for the industry and how it could open up the gates for new investors. Plus, how the recent rise in popularity of Clubhouse could spark an audio-only internet revolution. How big players like Twitter could cash in. And angry Robinhood customers are showing up at the company's Menlo Park doorstep. We've got the details. But let's begin with the markets this hour. Seema Modi has that story. Seema.
Andrew, good afternoon. 3 hours left in trading. Here's where markets stand. Fresh data on the jobs front, raising some hopes that the labor market is on the mend. After hitting a record high yesterday, we're looking at the Dow and S&P lower, but just fractionally on the day, sort of wavering between gains and losses. Worth noting overseas, Shanghai Composite hitting a 52-week high of 1%, and the German DAX at a record high. Two names, though, we are watching after the bell, Expedia and Disney, as Wall Street's tries to better understand the outlook for travel and entertainment. For Expedia, it would be growth in its vacation rental platform, Vrbo, which competes with Airbnb after its blockbuster IPO. I also just want to show you a 6-month chart, Andrew. Walt Disney up 44%, Expedia higher by 67%. Talking about some hot stocks, take a look at Bumble. That certainly is heating up right now, pushing its valuation to over $8 billion. CEO Whitney Wolf spoke with our Julia Borson earlier today, who talked about how the pandemic has really underscored demand for relationships and connectivity. The stock trading higher here by around 67%. Andrew.
Thank you, Seema. Meanwhile, the data for Main Street, a bit less rosy. Initial jobless claims, while trending in the right direction, did come in worse than expected today. Over 20 million Americans receiving assistance under pandemic-related programs. This, as the Fed Chair, Jay Powell, said yesterday, the real unemployment rate is actually closer to 10%. Stocks taking notice today with the averages losing all their early gains from the morning. Did the bullishness get stretched? That's the question. Midday here right now, Gabriela Santos, global market strategist for JP Morgan Asset Management's here. Lori Cavasna, also head of strategy at RBC Capital Markets, is with us as well. Good afternoon to both of you. Gabriela, I'm going to start with you. We've been on quite a wild ride. We've come up a little bit here this morning, but more importantly, let's think out a little bit more long term here. Given the news you saw this morning and where you think the real economy is today and where it's going, what are you doing?
Yeah, so I think where the real economy is at the moment is resilient in a very difficult environment. That's the message we're getting from indicators like the jobless claims. Is it as low as we would like? Absolutely not. It can't until we're past the pandemic. But is it more resilient than it could be? Absolutely. And I think that speaks a lot to the fiscal and monetary support that we've gotten. But we're much more excited about where we're going. We very much see a surge in economic growth here in the U.S. and around the world, starting in the second quarter into the second half of the year. That's what we want to be positioned for. That speaks to a risk-on posture, and it speaks to balancing out some of the structural stories that worked last year around tech, innovation, with some of the more cyclical stories for this year of the recovery.
Lori, is this the Roaring 20s all over again? Straight off of 1918?
I don't think it's the Roaring 20s necessarily, but I think you do have a lot of pent-up demand, people anxious to get out and about their lives again. On the question of, have we gotten to bullish. You know, I do think investors did get pretty excited about the stimulus that's coming, about the economic recovery that's coming at the end of last year. And you do see sentiment indicators, things like AAII net bullishness, CFTC data on U.S. equity futures positioning. You do see some stretched indications on metrics like that. So we are bracing for a pullback here. But I actually agree with Gabriella. I think where we're going is very strong. I don't see any big looming threats to the outlook for 2022 and beyond. So we'd be kind of bracing for a pullback, but not necessarily doing a whole heck of a lot about it.
So that was the question I was going to ask you, Lori, which is, if you're bracing for a pullback, first of all, how big a pullback are we talking about? And there are those who would say, don't try to time the pullback, and there are those who are watching us right now saying, guess what? Even though you're telling me not to time the pullback, I'm going to try to time the pullback.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So one thing you have to understand is that pullbacks of a decent size are normal coming out of a recession. We actually looked at the past 3 recessions, and on average, 10 months past the kind of mid-recession low in the S&P 500, you get a pullback, and they've ranged anywhere from 5 to 30%. The average has been about 16.8%. I don't necessarily think it'll be that deep this time around. But I do think you can expect something more than 5%. There is a lot of froth from a sentiment and a bottom-up valuation perspective. We do need to take this market down a notch or two, but I do expect it to be a temporary phenomenon. And frankly, I think as soon as a width of valuation opportunity gets back in this market, buyers will return.
Right. But Gabriella, I don't know if you agree with Lori, but if she's right, in this market, given just how hot it is, and perhaps even the expectation across the board that there will be a pullback, if that's in the consensus, it becomes hard to have a pullback, right? Because every time you see just even a little bit off, there's somebody who's ready to jump in.
That's right, and I think it provides a bit of a limit to how big the correction we see actually is, exactly because there are so many investors waiting for more interesting valuation opportunities, because that's one of the main things we hear. Investors are optimistic about where we're going, but they're not optimistic about valuation. So everyone's waiting for that better entry point. And actually, if you do look hard enough, you do actually find interesting valuations opportunities. They're just not at the overall index level. And I think there's a lot to be said here about investing outside of the U.S. for the year of the recovery and for this brand new cycle that we're beginning. There's a huge discount of 23% outside of the U.S., and that's something to take advantage of today.
Final thought on this. We're about to do a Bitcoin segment when we're finished. You guys are in the traditional banking world. What does the rise of Bitcoin say to you about the marketplace right now? Does it say anything?
Well, you know, look, I've looked at some of the comments that have come out from companies in recent days. There are some people who are more willing to embrace this part of the market than others, but I would probably, sort of veer more on the side of the companies who say, this is a bit speculative, it's not necessarily where we want to go. At the end of the day, this just tells me that there is a lot of risk-on behavior in the market. There's a lot of stimulus, there's a lot of cash sitting around looking for a home, and animal spirits have been around. That's probably the biggest signal I take away from it.
Okay. We're going to leave the conversation there. Gabriella, Lori, thank you both for joining us this afternoon. Meantime, Bitcoin hitting a new all-time high, crossed 48,000 just earlier after some big announcements. One from BNY Mellon announcing it plans to hold, transfer, and issue the cryptocurrency. Meanwhile, MasterCard now saying it plans to allow merchants to accept some cryptocurrency this year. Joining me right now is Diogo Monica, co-founder of Anchorage, the first federally chartered digital asset bank in history. Good afternoon. From your perspective, you're right in the middle of it. You're right in the middle of it. You look at 48,000 and you say to yourself, fair value, this makes sense to me, this doesn't make sense to me. What?
The most important thing is not if the prices are going up or if they're going down. The most important thing is for the prices to be down. 3 years ago, people were saying they could not get into crypto because it was too volatile and there was not enough liquidity, there were no qualified custodians. And now what we're seeing is, as you mentioned, BNY Mellon announcing they're coming into the space in a meaningful manner.
Oh, CYD what?
Digital asset platforms like Anchorage that are allowing these institutions to come and enter crypto.
So, give me the upside and downside valuation in your mind right now.
over the long run, there is no doubt that the crypto assets will be more valuable than they are today. And we know the volatility, and we know this will change pretty dramatically. But the company is a digital asset company and the first regular digital asset bank. We are solely focused on this market because we believe in the long-term potential.
I appreciate that. What I'm trying to get at is there's a lot of viewers out there right now thinking either own Bitcoin, that are either thinking I need to buy more, or I need to get out of this at this price because it doesn't make sense. And I think we're all trying to understand, quote unquote, what fair value is. I want to push you on that particular point. When you look at the trend line right now, but also recognizing the kind of pullbacks we've seen before, where do you think is the lower end of support right now? And where, let's say, within the next 6 months, do you think the higher end of support might be?
I think people should take a look at the portfolio and include crypto on the portfolio, regardless of the current price. We just talked about how the stock market is also at all-time highs. So the same logic applies here. It is part of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are part of a modern portfolio. People should be diversified.
I understand that, but look, I don't mean to be difficult about it, but at some point there has to be some kind of analysis beyond everybody's going to be using crypto, therefore it's worth more, right? I think there has to be an upper limit on what you look. We could start taking percentages of the gold market, and I could work with you to get it to 100,000. I could go up to get you to 200,000. Maybe I could get you to $500,000. I could also get you down to 30,000. I might even be able to push you all the way down to 10,000. And what I'm trying to understand is how you actually think about it. Not whether it's a good business or not. I know you're in the business and you're doing great. And by the way, we're rooting for you. We want it to work. I think there's probably some people who don't want it to work, but I think we also want to understand your analysis of it.
Yeah, I think the same question can be asked of gold. What is the upper limit of the price of gold? What is the fundamental value of gold? Is it all of it because it has institutional demand and institutional use, or is a lot of it speculative too in nature? And what is that upper bound? So the answer is no one knows. We know that the market goes up because there's more buyers than sellers. And we know that one of the advantages of Bitcoin is its inflationary nature. There will never be more than 21 million Bitcoin. And so the more Bitcoin are currently being held by people that do not intend to sell, the higher the price goes. And that is the only metric that we can follow. There's no fundamental analysis.
But Diego, let's talk about that though, because it's an interesting fact. The people who are buying it think it's going to go up, therefore they're holding it. So when you hear an announcement that MasterCard says you're going to be able to transact in it, or you hear that Elon Musk is going to allow people to buy cars with it, should that be a great sign, or should look, to me it's fascinating that Tesla is actually buying this and planning to hold it themselves. That's one thing. But if you have an option to either use the money to buy a car or keep it because you think it's going up, why would you ever use it as a currency?
Software is up and semiconductors are up.
People are using
The DNA is not good. The oils are terrible.
Capital preservation. You mentioned Tesla. Tesla is not going to be the last publicly traded company to take some portion of the
Penny stocks are very good.
We know that MicroStrategy is that.
But pockets good and pockets bad.
And we are getting so many corporate treasuries reaching out to Anchorage because we can provide them the brokerage, the buy and sell, the ability to enter, and safe custody regulated as a bank. So we're seeing this. They're not the first ones. So if anything, I would say to the viewers that you have only seen the beginning of it. You have only seen other companies, or a couple of companies, dozens of companies, that are public traded companies, take this on their balance sheet. And the goal is not to use it for currency. The goal is to use capital preservation.
Final question then. What do you worry about? I know this is your business, and clearly you want it to succeed. I want to know what is the biggest risk in your mind right now to the entire ecosystem that we're talking about, to the value of Bitcoin?
The worst risk for the value of Bitcoin right now is obviously any kind of regulatory approach that does not consider the value of Bitcoin and the innovation that is happening around digital assets in the United States. And it's a too heavy-handed approach, or some kind of approach that is not done with the private market. And so this is why we're so excited to be the first regulatory chartered bank, because this is a clear signal that the OCC, the oldest banking regulator in the United States, has been forward-thinking to want this market to be regulated the same exact way that the other national banks are regulated. So this is actually really
fair enough. we're going to leave the conversation there. I appreciate you hanging in with me and going back and forth on it. It's fascinating to all of us, and I think we're all trying to make sense of it and figure out where it's headed. Talk to you very soon. Meantime, on the other side of this break, we got a lot more coming up on the exchange.
Good volume on RCRT today. Really good volume.
Went from a $100 million valuation to just $1 billion in less than a year, and how some big players are looking to replicate the model. Think Twitter Plus. We're going to talk about what's going on in the pot market. Check out some HotStocks right now. We'll tell you what's going on. Exchange back in 2.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
His USAA made for? It's made for him, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her. She's serving now. We also made USAA for military spouses and their kids. Become a member. Get an insurance quote today.
We need a better world of work. I'm Johnny C. Taylor Jr., President and CEO of Sherman. I'm calling on all HR professionals and managers to change the workplace. Sherman's P&Q improves managers' ability to lead successfully. Get your managers qualified today.
Restorative care. It's hard for everyday people to get access to startup investments. But with Start Engine, you can choose between hundreds of startups to build your portfolio. It's your turn to become a shark. Visit startengine.com today.
The White House will ship vaccines directly to drugstores instead of to the states for distribution. Johnson & Johnson asking the FDA to authorize its COVID vaccine. This vaccine will require but one shot. SpaceX will launch a 4-person, all-civilian crew into orbit. Hate groups across the country are migrating online. The shift makes the groups harder to track.
The facts, the truth, the news with Shepard Smith. Weeknight, 7 Eastern, CNBC. When you switch to Xfinity Mobile, you're choosing to get connected to the most reliable network nationwide. Now with 5G included. Discover how to save up to 3.
I told you I was buying Bumble at 71.5. I did. I just sold it at 73. Got down to 70.5.
You can shop the latest phones, bring your device for trade-in for extra savings. Stop in or book an appointment to shop safely with peace of mind at your local Xfinity store.
I also told you I was buying General Motors. I lost on that.
Tons of unsold turkey. If you're Gilbert Swanson, create a frozen dinner. What do you do when you accidentally freeze a wooden stick in your glass of soda? If you're 11-year-old Frank Everson, you invent an iconic frozen treat. What happens when you're fired from the world's biggest chocolate maker? If you're Avery Reese, you invent the more popular chocolates in your old boss's backyard. See how your favorite foods got to your plate on the History Channel documentary series, The Food That Built America, Sunday at 9.
Welcome back to the Exchange. Clubhouse is the new audio-only social networking app, and it is attracting so much attention from Silicon Valley to Wall Street and seemingly everywhere in between. The number of daily downloads now, according to Aptopia, is growing steadily just in the past couple of weeks with more than 277,000 just yesterday, bringing the total number of app downloads to 5.2 million around the world. At the same time, its valuation has ballooned from $100 million less than just a year ago to report $1 billion today. Here to talk more about this audio-only social revolution and the rise of Clubhouse and Clubhouse copycats, or CBC.com tech editor Steve Kovac, who I saw last night on Clubhouse and also on Twitter's new version of it called Space, and Julia Borston on the West Coast this morning. I should say this afternoon. I'm still in squat mode here. Good afternoon to both of you. Steve, we were on this thing last night. And I say this thing, we were on Clubhouse, I was bopping between both, all sorts of fascinating conversations happening. John Gare, former CEO of T-Mobile, popped on. All of a sudden, there are these intriguing conversations and interesting groups of people that are mixing up. The question I'd ask you is, it seems fascinating today when everybody's stuck at home, right? The question I have is, in a post-pandemic world, I have to hope that some people go out for dinner and can't be on Clubhouse.
Yeah, exactly. You brought that up last night. I think
came on, the VP of product over Twitter, he happened to hop in the same group we did, and he even said he doesn't know how he's thinking about that. This is so experimental right now. We don't know how it's going to look in a post-pandemic world. We know podcasting has grown very nicely pre-pandemic and doing great now during the pandemic. What I liked about Twitter's version of this is how organic it feels. They already have this massive network. And for example, last night, I saw at the top of my feed, oh, Andrew's there. He's having a chat in Twitter Spaces. I'm going to pop in. And next thing I know, hundreds of people are talking with us, and we're having a really deep, intelligent conversation about this product, about where it's going. And then there was that great moment, an unfiltered moment from you, where we heard you munching on cereal. So I thought that was fun too.
That I didn't realize the mic was on. So you got a hot mic with these phones all the time. I was munching on these oatmeal squares very loudly too, because it's sort of hard to eat the oatmeal squares particularly quietly.
We heard you clanking your joystick too. It was really fun.
My son was running around. Julia, when you think about this, we've seen situations before, and I'm thinking of Snap actually, that had great success, and then we saw the copycats come, right? We saw Facebook come with Insta. We've seen others try to do similar things, and now similar things happening to Clubhouse. Who wins in the end?
Well, I think what's interesting here, Andrew, is that this may just be an entirely new category. There may be many winners here, and I think one reason this is sort of the social audio space is considered the next frontier is because even if you go back out about your life, you're going to be able to listen to these conversations when you're commuting. People are going to go back to work, when you're walking around, and now that we have these lightweight, wireless earbuds, these headphones, it's going to be easier to do this while you're doing other things. I listened to a great conversation on Clubhouse about Robinhood trading on Saturday evening when I was making dinner. So I think there's this idea that people are just going to be listening to a lot more audio, and maybe this will replace some of the time people spend listening to podcasts before. So I think there just might be a lot of space here, and I think there will be copycats. Twitter, Facebook, all going into this space. You have Mark Cuban backing a new startup in this space that's a little bit more sort of celebrity-led, and a little bit more like Cameo meets Clubhouse. So I think we're going to see a lot of action in here, and a lot of who succeeds is going to depend on which speakers are on which platforms.
Okay, so Julia, if you are Spotify right this second, are you thinking I need to call up Paul Davidson, who runs Clubhouse, co-founder, and I need to buy this thing immediately, and I will overpay big time? And is Apple, Apple Music, or Amazon, how does this work out?
I think that Clubhouse is not ready to sell yet, and I would say that because they just raised a bunch more money. They now have raised over $100 million, and Mark Andreessen and Andreessen Horowitz is backing this company, and Andreessen Horowitz is such a force. They're trying to build out their own media arm. So we'll likely see them take more conversations that have those Andreessen Horowitz partners on, leading them on Clubhouse and using them, say, as podcasts. So I think that Andreessen Horowitz is not going to let go of this just yet. We're going to have to see how big it gets. Remember, there's still limited invitations. This is really early days for Clubhouse. So I think that with that in mind, we're more likely to see the Spotify and Apple of the world start exploring this technology themselves and thinking of it more like a live podcast situation. And if you do that with limited access about who could participate, it would be easier to start that off than if you're just opening the floodgates and having a full conversation with headlines.
Chevron goes at 2 and 16.
Who's poised to make money out of this? Because at some point you're going to have this sort of influencers group. You might have news organizations that are trying to effectively convene people and have these kind of conversations, and they want a piece. They're going to want a piece. They're not just going to do it for free.
Fear index goes unchanged.
Clubhouse has already said we're going to have more like
Dow gets better. Stop on the SPXU.
Or someone in Twitter Spaces I really like to listen to.
Sell my FFIV for 24 cents.
Or a small subscription fee every month. That's been a really good business for sites like Patreon and OnlyFans. Cameo is about to raise, I just saw a headline cross before we came on, they're about to have $1 billion valuation too. It's a similar model. It's celebrity focused, of course, but it's people paying the creators directly with the platform and that seems to be the way they want to go, as opposed to finding a way to stuff ads in here.
Right. Steve, Julia, appreciate the conversation. Hopefully we see each other both on TV, but maybe on Clubhouse. I'm surprised
the SPAC hasn't tried to take these guys over and take them public already. Great conversation, and look forward to seeing both of you very, very soon. Meantime, on the other side of this break, big buzz on Wall Street for Bumble as the stock surging on its debut. Another IPO, another big day. Are the fundamentals, though, there to support such a high valuation? That is the question of the program. Plus, angry Robinhood customers, they are showing up company's doorstep, literally, to vent frustration as the lawsuits against the platform.
Apple down $1, Amgen down 170, Boeing down $2.
Right now on the CNBC app, the exchange. It's right back.
Shaped by technology.
Well, John, I don't think we need to be that concerned about the market. Again, it didn't have any follow through.
At Empower Retirement, we help you open doors that get you ready for everything that lies ahead. Because your financial wellness is what matters most. Behind every door is an opportunity to save for life's moments. These are your goals, and it's time to help get you there. We've been opening doors for more than 12 million customers across America as they save for the future they want. We are Empower Retirement, and we're ready to open some doors for you.
This is where everything started. The 408 is engulfed in history.
Wow, CYDY on the run.
You're sitting in a place where giants ate.
The 408 is the harness of the community.
Any thoughts on CYDY, BRL, BRGO?
Goes without saying that COVID had a significant impact to us as a retailer. Salesforce had technology ready to go that was easily incorporated into our guide interface. We were able to bring that interface at scale rapidly, pushing even a little harder on the pedal, kind of pivoting and innovating so that we can be more responsive to our consumers' behaviors and preferences, basically in real time.
No, you wouldn't bet your son's life. That wouldn't be nice.
Your safety is our priority. That's why experts like Kyle install lethal gun protection even on the coolest days. Snow and ice build up.
What you guess? What you guess on what BRGO might do?
The worse the damage gets. Leaf filter filters out debris, allowing water to flow freely, and you'll never worry about your gutters again, which is safer for everyone. Call or visit getleaffilter.com. Save 15% plus an extra $100 off.
Welcome back to the exchange. Want to check on the markets right now. Dow hitting a record high earlier, but giving up some of those gains since. All three major indexes in the red right now. Let's get a quick check on the sectors. Technology, the only sector in the green right now. Take a look at energy, industrials, and utilities, the biggest laggards right now. And here's some of the individual movers of the hour. Shares of Sonos sharply higher. Follows a beat on the top and bottom line. The company also raising its full-year guidance. Strong speaker sales continue to be a tailwind in the holiday quarter. Meantime, shares of Molson Coors sharply lower on an earnings and revenue miss with guidance weaker than expected. Pandemic restrictions for restaurants and bars hurting those results. Shares of Zillow are sharply higher following a beat on the top and bottom line. Some upbeat guidance. The real estate website also announcing it is buying home viewing and scheduling platform called Showing Time. Price tag $500 million in cash. Now to Courtney Reagan for a CNBC News update. Courtney.
Hi, Andrew. Here's what's happening at this hour. In Fort Worth, Texas, a massive crash has killed at least 5 people. 75 to 100 vehicles piling up on an icy interstate. The total number of injured is still unknown. The Biden administration is expanding sanctions on Myanmar in response to the military coup there. It has blacklisted 2 top generals and 6 others and targeted 3 companies in the jade and gems sector. Britain's Prime Minister says it is unacceptable that China has banned the BBC's World News Channel. China says the ban is due to biased reports. Last week, British regulators pulled the license of a Chinese broadcaster, citing its ties to the Chinese Communist Party. And a hacker
poison the water supply of a small Florida city is raising alarms about just how vulnerable municipalities are to cyber attacks. Watch the news with Shepard Smith tonight to see how the FBI is telling local authorities to get their systems up to snuff and fast. Andrew, back over to you.
Thanks, Courtney. Coming up when we return, it's not just about supply, it's also about acceptance of results of a new CNBC survey that shows how willing Americans are to take a COVID-19 vaccine. And a volatile day for Uber. Shares down right now, but off the low. This company posting a narrower loss as its ride and delivery business rebounded slightly from the pandemic lows. CEO Derek Khosrowshahi joined me on Squawk Box earlier today and had this to say about the path to profitability.
After opening happens, people come to ride Ubers again. We are seeing share gain on our platform versus other modes of transportation. We've invested a lot in safety, we've invested a lot in trust and showing, and then the delivery business is going to continue to boom again. So what we're looking forward to is both of our engines pushing significantly positively, and we think that's going to happen by the end of the year.
It's every municipal bond investor's dream, a bright shining city on a hill where there won't be any financial problems. But what if there are? That's why Assured Guarantee protects your principal and interest payments. Assured Guarantee, a stronger bond.
Of all the companies on the Fortune 500 in the year 2000, more than half no longer exist. Digital transformation isn't just a good idea, it's a matter of corporate survival. Enterprise AI enables organizations to use artificial intelligence at enterprise scale, solving previously unsolvable business problems to help you not just survive, but thrive. C3.ai. This is Enterprise AI.
Mr. Leonard here. It's hard for everyday people to get access to startup investments. But with Start Engine, you can choose between hundreds of startups to build your portfolio. It's your turn to become a shark. Visit startengine.com today.
3 meetings and 3 stops a day. There's just never enough time. If you've ever considered flying private jets, you have to check out One Flight's badge. The badge makes searching and booking private jets as simple as booking a hotel. Just type in your location to find the closest airport. Then choose from over 4,000 jets in one flight. When I land, there's always a car waiting for me, courtesy of One Flight. What's your time worth back?
You still have BRGO?
10-year veteran.
Well, because I sold 800,000 shares this morning. I just called him up. He says it's definitely Tuesday. He says it'll be 3 to 5. So that's my bid.
When I'm in Wilmington, Florida, I make sure I see great Dr. Kaplan.
He's adamant. And DRLL some announcement. He gave it to us originally. And he says he's holding it. He says he's holding it till Monday. That's when Tuesday. That's when he expects it. The CYGY, he says he doesn't have any idea why it's going out.
I'm booking you a one-way ticket to Flavor Town with the King's Hawaiian meatball stuff. I gotta go. Your neighbor needs King's Hawaiian bread.
Everything's better between King's Hawaiian bread.
Hey, I got you.
Got yet?
Get an edge. Invest like a pro. Access CNBC's live streams around the globe. Unparalleled access to CNBC experts. Actionable investor insight and ideas. Start your free trial today.
Welcome back to the exchange. Since the vaccine rollout began, close to 45 million people have been vaccinated, with 33 million of them having received at least 1 dose, and 10 million now having received 2. Getting as many shots as possible into arms has been a top priority of the Biden administration. Got some new and exclusive data on how Americans feel about the process. Steve Leisman's here with a special edition of CNBC's All-America Survey looking at Biden's agenda. Steve.
Andrew, thanks. Americans feeling as if the vaccine rollout is not going that great, but they have hopes it will improve and support the new president's efforts so far. The CNBC All-America Economic Survey of 1,000 people nationwide. This was an online survey. Finally, 68% saying the federal government's vaccine rollout has been fair or poor
Chevron going ex-dividend Tuesday, been moving up. 96.20.
Could be helping to fuel President Biden's high approval rating, which is
No, it can't be 90. Must be 90.20.
62% giving the president the thumbs up when it comes to the job he's doing in the first, we'll call it 22, 23 days. 56% or so saying they approve how he's handling the economy, 59%, and how he's doing uniting the country. And there's that big number, 65% approving how he's handling.
CYDY 590.
Asking about their preferences. 11% each, really no difference, say they prefer Pfizer. 11% say they prefer Moderna. Johnson & Johnson not on the market yet, of course. 42% no preference, 7% saying they've been vaccinated. And there's the big number that probably matters the most. 28% say they're not willing to take the vaccine, and that's going to make America getting vaccinated a big challenge. Overall, 46% of the public supporting Biden's $1.9 trillion relief bill. 18% say it's too little, 36% say it's too much. The most popular parts, helping small business, the $1,400 individual checks, and more funding for vaccine distribution. I guess for political purposes, Andrew, right now, it's the vaccines. I don't mean that completely.
And it's fascinating. It's fascinating. I think the question I'd ask is, how do Biden's approval ratings today compare with the first kind of ratings of other presidents at this stage in the ballgame?
We went back, Andrew, and looked at all the way back to Bill Clinton, 1993. And these are the best ratings. They're about a couple points better than Obama, who you know.
Kim, you want to buy this stock?
Better than Clinton, who was down sort of
this stock you want to buy.
And about 18 points better than Donald.
No, this stock.
44%. Sometimes it goes down, and sometimes in the case of, for example, the second President Bush, it went up big time because of 9/11.
Okay. Steve Reisman, we will continue this conversation. I got more to ask you about. Maybe we'll do it on Squawk tomorrow morning, but we got to run. We have a news alert just out for the White House.
Chevron, meanwhile, you didn't want to buy Chevron because ex-dividend rallied a dollar.
Press Secretary Jen Psaki
Ex-dividend Tuesday, $1.60 dividend.
some comments about the global semiconductor supply shortage, saying that the administration is currently looking at ways to immediately alleviate and identify any potential choke points in the supply chain, but that the chip industry will figure prominently in a forthcoming executive order where the White House will be initiating a comprehensive review of critical goods that are manufactured here in the U.S. and setting potential incentives for onshoring that manufacturing. But she was asked specifically about a request by the Semiconductor Industry Association to include funding for research and development and manufacturing in the president's upcoming Build Back Better infrastructure plan. She said those discussions are ongoing and there is not yet a price tag for that package or a decision on whether it will be included. Andrew?
Okay, Kayla, thank you for that. It's important. We have to keep our eyes on all of it because it has such a large impact across this country and our economy, the autos, and everybody else. Meantime, coming up on the other side of this break, investors, they are buzzing over what else? Bumble and HotStocks as they sing. Landlords are upping their game, and Taylor Swift dropping her first re-recorded music. We'll explain. That's all ahead in Rapid Fire.
What if you could have the perspective to see more? At Morgan Stanley, a global collective of thought leaders, offers investors a broader view. We see companies protecting the bottom line by putting people first. We see a bright future, still hungry for the ingenuity of those ready for the next challenge. Today, we're translating decades of experience into strategies for the road ahead. We are Morgan Stanley.
Said that it couldn't be done, but you managed to pack a record 1.1 trillion transistors into this chip.
Oh, hi. I invested in Invesco QQQ. I find that invest in the innovators in the NASDAQ 100, like you.
You don't have to be a circuit design engineer to help push progress forward.
Can I hold the chip?
Become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ.
Yesterday you gave me a stock, HQGE, and it was very good for the site, and it was good for me, thank you. And today I will share with you that I bought, first of all, I had 860,000 BRD, which I sold. And never I got to follow them and report it back. Not that much though. It will be between 2.5 and 5 on Tuesday.
Grubhub perks give you deals on all the food that makes you look.
And BRLL, it came from him. And he's expecting news on Tuesday, and they'll probably sell it. He gave it to us at 10. And I see CYDY is going up, and he says there's no one.
Welcome back to the exchange. It is time now to talk rapid fire. Get just caught up with some of the stories that should be on your radar. Here with their take, we have Robert Frank, Dietrich Bosa, and CNBC contributor, Fast Money Trader, Tim Seymour. First topic, folks. Popular dating.
I only bought 5,000 AZZF because I didn't like the market at the time, but the market's survived again. So I'm gonna give you a technical. The TNA is 5 points from the high that it made yesterday. And if the market rallies again and that TNA does not make a higher high, which I'm concerned, as you just said, on the market, if it doesn't make a higher high, it would be nice confirmation for the whole market. It really pulled back a lot. So I would be somewhat concerned about the market if that doesn't happen.
Anyone you might be looking for well beyond love, and so stay tuned.
Okay. Bumble already has versions for friendships and
And,
business relationships.
But this is BR, this BR, whatever thing is, BR, DOI. Talk about it very soon.
The women make the first move, so that's ultimately the market limiting. And you look at some of the stats versus Tinder and Match versus Bumble, there may be an argument to make, but it really comes perhaps to Bumble BFF and Bumble Biz that could be the dark horses, right? When you get into the friendship and business sphere, and you're bringing more women in, perhaps it's an easier proposition through Bumble than through some of the other apps that are trying to copycat that business strategy. That's where the value.
I'm a little concerned about the market. This is Barry at 20-2. However, BRGO, boy, Robert Shulajowski, if you don't chase it, I don't want to pay above 1.5. However, I think you get 2.5 to 4 on early part of next week. It should only do as well as HQGE did, and I think it will. CYDY is having a very good day. It's 5.99. It's exploded. Well, it went below the gap, and now it took off. And that's and Chevron goes ex-dividend on Tuesday. Any back off on Chevron today, as long as the market's okay, which apparently it is. The semis are up about $56, so we're going to have a lot of trouble getting much progress to the downside. Anyhow, BRGO, if you want to bid, if you want to pay, take the 1.45 offer. I think you have a double by Wednesday, probably maybe Tuesday. Big Tim will want to.
As much about the story of the success here, but look, exciting space, certainly a very prominent new leader in the world, and I think this is a company that has a lot of attention as it should.
Okay, Tim, don't go anywhere because this next topic is all you. What goes up must come down. The marijuana trade is going up in smoke, losing most of its gains after getting a boost from the Reddit rebels earlier this year, or actually earlier this week. The alternative harvest ETF, which tracks many of these gains, on pace now for its worst day ever, while Tilray has gotten more than 40% in pacing for its worst day ever too. Tim, I feel bad. You own a lot of these names.
Well, look, it's a case where the fundamentals in cannabis are great, and I think some of the fundamentals for a handful of these Canadian companies don't justify the valuations. And I think there's a difference between what's going on at Tilray and a difference of what's going on at Curaleaf and Green Thumb and Terrascend and some of these other names. So I think you have a place where, first of all, I run an active ETF, so we were actually selling Tilray into some of this news yesterday. It's not ever been a very big position because, again, the valuations for some of the Canadian LPs, it's not an indictment against them. They're doing what they're doing, but they're not U.S. players. And I think investors really need to understand where valuations make sense, where there's long-term fundamentals. I mean, we're still very early in the cannabis trade, and I think that's the good news.
Okay, I've got to get Robert Frank into this rapid fire, and this is his story. Landlords are getting so desperate in New York City, this is unbelievable, by the way, that they'll actually let you move in for free. I said it, yes, you heard it right, free. It comes as thousands of apartments remain empty as the pandemic choking the rental market right here in the Big Apple. Robert, you have been following this story for us from the beginning. What do you make of it?
Well, look, the recovery has started, but this is going to be such a long road for New York City. There was a 58% increase in new leases in January over last year. So that's a good number in the third month in a row that we've seen strong increases. On the tough side, you've got 12,000 empty apartments in Manhattan. That is about 3 times what we had during the same month last year. And the vacancy rate is now above 5%. Normally, it's about 2%. Landlords offering 2.3 months of free rent to move in. So that attractive pricing incentive is working. You are getting new leases. But if there are 12,000 officially empty apartments, people say that there are probably at least 20,000 truly empty apartments because of the shadow inventory that they don't want to put on the market because it would make it look so bad. So there's still so many empty apartments that will need leasing. And the question is, prices were down 20% in January. How much further will they have?
This is Barry. We had a nice push on that HCGE order value. I think we recommended at 2 cents. I sold this morning at 6. I'm now playing a stock, Boy Robert George Oscar, expected to be probably 3 cents, maybe 4 cents on Tuesday, Wednesday. I would buy some, obviously speculative, but I think these low price stocks are speculative. But I would buy it. I think it's going to work. I don't want to pay about 1.5. I sold 860,000 in the morning, thinking it was not good, and then bought back out. Anyhow, Chevron goes ex-dividend on Tuesday. By the way, if the market would back off, not terribly, I might tomorrow or whatever pick up some Chevron for the dividend. Speak to you soon.
Okay, finally we have this story. It's a Taylor Swift story. Taylor Swift re-recording Love Story just ahead of Valentine's Day. The pop star announcing she is re-releasing a new version of her 2008 hit at midnight tonight. She also said she plans to release a re-recorded version of her Grammy-winning album, Fearless. That's going to happen in April. Swift is re-recording this stuff not just for fun, but because of her feud with former associate Scooter Braun, who allegedly sold her back catalog last year without her approval. Swift says she hopes re-recording her songs will bring down the value of the masters.
This is Barry. It's a stock, DRGO. You might get it. It's 14. There seems to be some stock around at 1.4. 0.014. I think it's a double, maybe even triple by Wednesday. I hope it does as well for us as the other one did. The HQGE. CYDY is doing very well today. CYDY. And the semiconductors are exploded up 52, led by NBU and company. But I think if you're speculative, you might want to buy some stuff. Don't run the stock. The highest I would like to pay is 1.55. That means I don't want to be paying 3.2 cents. However, it could very well be 3.5 or 5 by Tuesday, Wednesday.
The value of that auction, and it kind of worked. And really, as Deirdre just said, this is about artists taking control of their market, and it's great because they should be the ones controlling their market. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens to the value of her previous recordings. I don't think they're going to go down. I think this is really just doubling the value of everything she owns because now she'll have 2 of the same album, both selling in the millions.
Tim Seymour, if you could invest money, I mean, if they were stocks, and by the way, there are some musicians that now are the equivalent or turn themselves into bond stocks of some sort. Would you invest in Taylor Swift or would you invest in Scooter Braun?
Well, look, I'd invest in both of them. Let's be clear. I mean, T. Swizzle is she's a torchbearer. She's someone that's a style leader. She's clearly phenomenally talented. But Scooter Braun, look, the private equity world has been buying music catalogs aggressively for the last 5 years and even more. And I think this is going to continue. Again, this is about returning revenue streams. And remember the Bowie bonds and
and the ability of musicians to actually use collateral or cash flow streams in the future to underwrite. Look, this is very interesting stuff. I think Scooter Braun is someone who's been phenomenally successful in the private equity world. Paid attention to this a long time ago. The great news for Taylor Swift.
This is Barry. I do not want to run the stock. I do not really want to pay about 15.5. It's not 15. It's 0155. I believe the stock could be maybe 3, maybe 5 cents as early as Wednesday. I like the stock. I think this is going to be some good news. CYDY is acting well. Semis are up 53. Market stable. And I have concerns about the TNA that's made a 7-point retracement from the high. It could be that we would have a technical correction from there. But it wouldn't stop little stocks like BRGO. If it's meant to be, it's going to run. There's also some rumor that there's going to be some news on BRLL on Monday. We gave it to you 10 cents. Mark like me didn't keep it. Finally, my impressions. In any case, on this BRGO, there's some stock around. You may want to bid 14.1. I do not want to chase the stock. I can see it's taking some supply. That's it. This is Barry. We will talk to you again tonight. One more thing: if you're not getting my updates, you need to text me or call me something to let me know. Thank you.
Thank you guys for the conversation. Robert Frank, Steve Rosa, and Tim Seymour. That was a fun rapid fire. They're always fun, but that was particularly fun. Coming up on the other side of the break, we got so much more. We're going to talk angry Robinhood customers. They've been showing up literally at the company's headquarters in the wake of those trade restrictions. We are live in Menlo Park right after the break.
Rapid Fire is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing.
Stay restless with the icon that does the same. The RX, crafted by Lexus.
Lease the 2021 RX 350 for $429 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing with your Lexus dealer. You could think getting commission-free trades is as good as it gets, but you know better. At Schwab, free means more. You get commission-free online trades and quality trade executions on our powerful platform. Plus the satisfaction guarantee. Expect more from your firm. Trade up to Schwab, the better place for traders.
Nice game. Your crossword shots are killing me. Give any thought to that proposal I sent you? G7X 974?
We're going 883 lowercase p uppercase t, you know?
Okay. 74892 percentage point $sign bracket HB. Oh, hey, Roger. 4968.
Listen, A93B4862. HN70. I can do HN70. I think the shareholders happy.
EchoWorks, the leader in email encryption solutions.
I look for the well health safety seal at my favorite places.
It meets health and safety measures have met rigorous scientific standards. Look for the well seal.
Look for the well health safety seal outside and feel safer going inside.
Strategy in the market's crucial moments.
Let's break the close.
We're going inside the market zone to bring you uninterrupted coverage of the final minutes of trade.
Commercial-free coverage. Enters in now. Sponsored by E-Trade. Trade commission-free today with no account minimums.
When you switch to Xfinity Mobile, you're choosing to get connected to the most reliable network nationwide. Now with 5G included, discover how to save up to $300 a year with shared data starting at $15 a month. Or get the lowest price for one line of unlimited. Come into a local Xfinity store to make the most of your mobile experience. You can shop there yourself, bring your device for trade-in for extra savings. Meet shoppers or equipment payments to shop safely with peace of mind at your regular Xfinity store.
We all know when something feels just right. Like when you found the one. Or maybe the one. It's the smallest victory. Or simply a moment of peace. It's what feels good. And what feels like home. It's different for everyone. But when you find it, you'll know. Because when something's just right, it's more than just a good fit. It's what fits our lives. Badcock home furniture and more. Just right.
Welcome back to the exchange. Robinhood is still facing a backlash from its decision to restrict those trades of GameStop and other stocks. In just the last hour, Dow Jones saying that the Justice Department has subpoenaed information from the company. Now, Customers are taking their anger straight to the company's front door, literally. Kate Rooney is live at Robinhood headquarters in Menlo Park right now. Kate.
Hey, Andrew, a handful of Robinhood clients have been coming right here to the headquarters in Menlo Park to vent some frustration that they can't get in touch with anybody when it comes to their account issues. Menlo Park PD have been called here multiple times in recent weeks. Police records obtained by CNBC show a total of 10 incidents at the startup's headquarters. That was from January 29th to February 9th. Before late January, the department said that they had seen 0 reports this year. In one case, a man threw a T-shirt at a security guard's face. Another vandalized a sculpture here. The most extreme example we've seen, someone allegedly threw dog feces at the door. This week, we witnessed one man kicking and banging on the front door. He claimed that he was unable to access his account. We also spoke to 43-year-old Ray's Rail, a Robinhood customer who says he drove 2,400 miles from Indiana after losing $50,000 trading Nokia. He says he was also locked out of his account.
I had money in my account here at Robinhood that I need for living expenses, bill money, grocery money, family money. So my money's currently held hostage to Robinhood. I can't get it out.
And Robinhood did decline to comment on these police issues and some of the customer complaints, but after we reached out, they did get in touch with Rail. He says that some of his account issues have since been resolved. These are just a few of Robinhood's 13 million customers, but their experiences really echo conversations that we've had with other users and complaints made to the FTC in recent weeks. This, of course, started with Robinhood limiting the buy side of certain stocks in late January. Robinhood said they did that because of requirements from their clearinghouse. They say it was not for the benefit of hedge funds that had gotten squeezed by traders on Reddit. In the past 2 weeks, Robinhood clients have filed more than 30 lawsuits seeking damages. And Andrew Rail is a professional poker player, but he says that now Wall Street is too risky. He's moving his money into cash, and he says he doesn't trust Robinhood or any of the other brokerage firms.
Wow. FLL.
Hey, Kate, don't go anywhere.
Pay $7.40 to $7.95.
Robinhood has been able to bring in more users. I mean, this is the oddity of it than any other brokerage firm. So what do Robinhood investors say about the growth, and are they concerned about these incidents?
So venture capital investors that have bet on Robinhood and even funded the company during the weeks that the GameStop chaos was going on, point to those user numbers and say it's similar to the growth that you see in a social media company, for example. So they see that as the reason to back Robinhood ahead of an IPO. And all of the investors that I've talked to in the last couple of weeks think that the IPO is imminent. It's coming at least in the next year, they say.
We got to run. We got 20 seconds. Do you believe that they're going to set up a phone number so you can actually call a customer service? This has been the one issue that people have been upset about before GameStop ever happened.
I'm told that they will contact people by phone in certain cases, but this is some evidence that if they've been thinking about it, you think that now is the time.
Kim, do we have a hand calculator?
Okay,
Do we have a hand calculator?
You can use the computer.
I don't want to use the computer. I want a hand working thing like everybody else uses.
Mr. Worldwide, aka extensive investment portfolio, which now includes NASCAR, push for minority investments, as charter schools, and so much more.
No, I don't want to do that. So don't even tell me about it. I'm not using a computer.
This is Decision Tech. Find a stock based on
You got FL up?
or what strategy.
Yeah.
794.
Insights in your customized view of the market.
7.
It's smarter trading technology.
I'm
Good
a
girl.
well-health savings deal at my favorite place.
How long is going to hold?
Oh, I sold it already, but yeah, I was there. It's probably a sale.
outside and feel safer.
I mean, it's, it's probably a sale right now. You got a problem that you buy the press stock market's mediocre. I would sell right now.
If only it could identify what might fall. Nah, mine is green lights.
Whatever your business is facing, let's workflow.
Maybe I should work on my swing.
ServiceNow.
This is the investing book everyone is talking about. It's called Follow the Smart Money. And traders are lining up here to meet the authors, John and Pete Najarian, and get a free copy.
Smart money on Wall Street belongs to the big boys. They're the ones with the resources and technology to know before any of us when a stock is going to move. By following their trades the way we do, you gain their advantage and get in first, ahead of the herd on the smartest trades.
You see John and Pete Najarian on TV, whether you trade stocks
I didn't
or
think when
options,
the chair was a
how they
corporate
pick
company.
their trades.
The fact that he recommended ABML on TV, when he owns stock, it comes with.
This is the that I care about.
All right.
Because of therapy device has been the secret for professional trainers, weekend warriors, and all-star athletes
I don't know
looking
the
to get
difference
to
between
their next level. Visit
I know the difference.
Marathon.com. Change the way you move.
Grab a perks with deals that make you want to
So what else? I mean, whatever has that kind of stuff, geez,
get free delivery on your first order from Banana.
Yeah, even this one has, it's you know, it hasn't gone well.
Let's celebrate Black History.
On History Day, have history in the making. It's about Black History Month.
Well, you have to have Jimmy's stocks next to each other. You got parts, you have them in one row.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Power Lunch. I'm Tyler Matheson. Melissa Lee will join us here in just a moment. Stocks hitting
Look at
record
parts.
highs before turning lower. And Jim Cramer says we are
The
moving
Tuesday.
into the danger zone. Kenny Loggins, is it time
AQMS.
to some games? Plus the dating app Bumble.
That's just
In its
spam.
public debut, the stock is up more than 70% after pricing at $43.
Lazy.
Tell you why investors are swiping right today. And Pitbull in the pits. Mr. Worldwide, now the co-owner of a NASCAR team. He's going to join us to talk about that and much more.
Melissa, the NASCAR Congressional Budget Office now projecting that the deficit will hit $2.3 trillion this year. That's 25% larger than it had previously forecast. And it's mostly a result of the relief package that was passed.
If you buy the right stocks. Stocks that are in uptrends, when they come down, people rush to buy them.
World War II eclipsed only by last
You buy
year's
good stocks.
shortfall. The CBO
Chevron's a good stock.
to continue to average more than $1 trillion a year for the next 10 years. And that is going to push
Chevron's
national
next to
debt
it.
up to 102% of GDP this year and 107%
CZR is a
of
good stock.
GDP in 2031, the highest level on record. I want to point
This
out
got
that this
crushed.
forecast does not incorporate the $1.9 trillion relief package that Congress is currently debating regarding
Down, market's down 10.
reform that future legislative action could lead to markedly different outcomes. Back to you. Elon, it sounds like this could be yet another stumbling block in the negotiations.
Yeah, you gotta also about watching, not buying. There are
No.
concerns I have with the market right now.
Get this out now so that it can warn lawmakers thinking about the size and scope of the package. Clearly, Democrats have demonstrated that they're okay with this large number. The risk of going too small is greater than the risk of going too big. Republicans, I'm sure, though, would use this as another piece of information to hammer Democrats with as this debate goes on. All right, Elon, thank you. Elon Moy, Washington. The stock's taking a bit of a dive after the Dow hit a record high this morning. Mike Santoli's looking for signs that stocks may be overbought. Mike.
Yeah, Melissa, looking at fatigue in the market, modest losses in the major indexes right now. The NASDAQ actually holding together okay, but the big caps have been kind of spinning their wheels the last few days. And if you look at the S&P 500, nobody really feels as if it's completely run away to the upside. But if you just sort of look at how this trend has gone recently, it's been this really tight only trend, and we just kind of bump along the top end of it. Every time we've done that along this angle, it's created at least a little bit of a breather for the market, but it's really other parts of the market that seem more overheated, not so much just the big benchmarks. So take a look at these ETFs right here. IWC is the micro cap index. That's the Russell 1000 micro. This is year to date. Year to date means less than 6 weeks, up 26%. The ARK Invest ETF, that's the main one, up 24%. Self-fulfilling prophecy. They buy disruptive tech, and it just goes up, and they have massive inflows. And this is a clean energy ETF. The sort of Kensho S&P clean energy up 33% year to date. Of course, that compares to just about 4%.
CYDY on the run, 608.
Overexcited in the market. Tough to know if that's going to drive a reckoning in the overall market anytime soon. All right, Mike, let's pick up on that theme with stocks near record highs. Our Jim Cramer sounds the alarm on the market, saying it's showing signs that people are getting too greedy.
But this is starting to feel a little bit like a Kenny Loggins market. Yeah, we're on, I'm going to say it, the highway to the danger zone. All right, overly dramatic, I know. But you know what? I watch fraud. Okay, fraud really matters. In a frothy market, stocks will have enormous rallies that are totally disconnected from the underlying fundamentals. You get enough of these moves, and you have to take something off the table. Because just like when you pour yourself a beer, the froth doesn't last.
Looks good, doesn't last. On the other hand, FundStrat's Tom Lee says investors are too cautious, and that has him keeping his bullish suit on. Let's bring him in, see if he's a contributor, Tom Lee, for more. You heard what Jim Cramer just said. He sees signs of fraud that won't last. What do you say?
Well, I agree with him. I think there is signs of fraud in the market in 2021. And some of the areas Michael Santoli mentioned, but these are, there were signs of fraud every year since 2009. So I think one of the things we have to be mindful of is how pervasive that level of speculation is. It doesn't seem that high in our Zooms.
So it doesn't seem worse to you now than it did years ago?
I don't think this is. I think this is at a far lower level than even the biotech craze that was in that 2016 period.
What makes you say that?
Well, for instance, look at retail investor cash. They pulled out about 110 billion out of stocks at the start of this year. Mutual fund and equity ETF flows have been negative. It's been averaging 7 million a week, which means people are not buying stocks; they're taking money out of stocks. And then if you look at measures of our institutional client sort of sentiment, it's not that bullish. And then we know hedge funds degrowth dramatically. In fact, it was.
Oh, Steve, did you put on the bull-bear ratio this morning?
Put that capital back into the market. So I think more money's been leaking out of the stock market than coming in, and that doesn't.
Why is there no chat record? What does that mean?
More of a, as Michael said, it's an air pocket that's being created here, which might be quite healthy.
But is it true or is it not true? Correct me if I've got the facts wrong, but specifically with respect to the retail investors, the trend of money moving out of stocks and into fixed income has been the case for quite a few years, with some periodic exceptions, right? They've missed out on a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's, the retail investor is multiple cohorts, because I think older Americans, like baby boomers plus, have been allocated to bonds. But this sort of shift into bonds is a 10-year story. I mean, in the last 10 years, $3 trillion of household savings flows created. 94% went to bonds. You look at any other 10-year period, unprecedented. Most of the time, it should be 50% or more into equity. So stocks have had no real net inflows. And now we start to see retail investors getting interested in equities in 2020. And just because they're starting to buy stocks, I don't know why we should say this is the top. I mean, this could be the first year out of 10 years where real inflows.
So if I sum it up in a quick, overly glib phrase, fraud, yes, you see it. Danger zone, no, you don't.
One of the greatest things about
age, there was 30% of the stock market in insane territory, and they were going up, gapping up 10% a day. Then that's pretty scary. But the aggregate market cap of everything that looks frothy is a tiny percent of your stock.
Tommy, like epicenter stocks, and you've liked them for some time now, and some might equate those stocks, many of those stocks at least, with reopening trade. Given we are expecting to see, sort of a hockey stick for the rest of the year in terms of vaccines and, coming out of the pandemic, by the end of the year, do you think that you will like these stocks as much as you do right now? Or is it going to be very different?
Melissa, I think there's a real bona fide opportunity for people to make quality returns owning epicenter stocks. Because number one, these companies all dramatically cut costs. Even things that are like casinos and cruise lines dramatically cut their cost structure in a time when they could start on the top line. the top line story is going to come back, so there's true operating leverage. And I think people are overly bearish because they're like, well, stocks, wherever they traded in 2019 is where I'm going to trade them. But if these companies have cut their costs, and now we have pent-up demand and a GDP recovery and then lower cost of capital, they should be flowing through their prior highs. And I think that's the opportunity because many are still 50 to 75% below their all-time highs.
Tom, we're going to leave it there. Good to see you. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Probably a fun strat. Let's get to Rahel Solomon for Market Flash on PayPal. Rahel.
Hi, Melissa. Yeah, PayPal issuing some new guidance during the annual Investor Day event. CFO John Rainey is saying that the company expects to triple total payment volume to $2.8 trillion in 2025 from $936 billion in 2020. They expect revenue to more than double to more than $50 billion from about 20.
Kyle had his baby. They had a baby girl. He will be back on Tuesday.
$1 billion in free cash flow over the next 5 years.
He wrote a report on RCRT, which you see had an effect, and he 385, and he gave United Healthcare.
And the comments come a week after a strong earnings report for PayPal. They reported record payment volume. The stock, by the way, dipping a little bit lower, still positive on the day, hit a fresh all-time high today and has rallied 260% since March of last year, essentially the start of the pandemic.
All right, Rahel, thank you very much. And coming up, the dating app Bumble making its public debut today. I've been on some bumbling dates. The former senior advisor at Bumble about investing in women-led companies. We'll hear from that individual. And later, we get behind the wheel with Pitbull. He is now the co-owner of a NASCAR team, and we'll talk to him about that and what he thinks the music industry will look like in a post-COVID world. Much more Power Lunch right after this.
Welcome to Three Brothers Bakery. It's a location that has experienced 4+ a fire, a hurricane, and obviously now we're in the pandemic. This is during Hurricane Harvey. The water was like a river.
When you talk about NASDAQ, people don't think about insurance or catastrophe risk, but that's a product they offer. We have 12 companies that build these models. For example, we have Fathom. They are experts in building flood catastrophe models, and we get it through our NASDAQ platform. So insurers would be able to provide the right guidance to channels and people like her, project forward the risk, and actually use that to advise the policyholder where they buy a house or where they buy the next commercial property.
Now we have this predictive flood modeling that we can go to and find out if it's going to flood there or not. And if it's not, then guess what? We get to sleep easier. We get to go on a vacation. We get to grow.
How can you build wealth during uncertain times and maintain peace of mind? CNBC and Acorns can help you focus on a new game plan for your money. Get the tools you need to earn, save, lower debt, invest, and manage your
Good shot, Tony.
Strengthen your decisions with expert advice.
Broke out on the daily.
CNBC and Acorns help with the resources you need within reach. Take charge of your financial wellness at cnbc.com/invest in you.
Discover the plus of 55+ living in Crestwind, Palm Beach, located in Westland, Florida's newest city. Crestwind Palm Beach is a fresh new home choice designed for the next generation. Crestwind Palm Beach is a 55+ community for those who thrive on a happy, healthy life through fitness, nutrition, and relationships. 9 decorated models now open. To learn more about all the pluses Crestwind offers, visit Crestwind.
Losing a fortune.
That's CrestwindPalmBeach.com.
I got a little up because I was so tired of scooping there. I remember that because I'm terrible at scooping there.
Because I was tired of wasting my time scooping my kids.
Why would I scoop my cat poop if there's a litter box that'll literally do it for me?
Because honestly, scooping was one of the worst parts of my week.
I have cats and I don't scoop litter boxes. I mean, scooping litter boxes sucks. Nobody wants to do it because ain't nobody got time to scoop litter.
This company needs money, this APDM.
Bumble began trading today at nearly 70% of the initial $43 price. Bumble CEO Whitney Wolf Herd spoke to Squawk Alley about the IPO and how the pandemic has fast-tracked digital dating. people are really leaning into a digital-first approach when it comes to building their relationships. So prior to the pandemic, you would see people engage on the product, and then they would jump into the real world as far as interaction went. And this fascinating shift has taken place that we think is here for the long term, which is people are getting to know each other on our products. They are spending time on video, on audio.
Joining us now is Sarah Kuntz. She served as senior advisor at Bumble from February 2018 till July 2019, helping them launch their VC fund. Is now a managing director at Clio Capital. Sarah, great to see you. Thank you. We all have heard the stories and the anecdotes about people during the pandemic. We've heard it from Whitney herself about the popularity of these apps while people are cooped up at home. What is the growth trajectory outside of the pandemic once we get to that other proverbial side?
Yeah, that's a great question. Functionally all adults end up in serious relationships at some point in their lives. 40% of relationships now start online, and those are pre-pandemic numbers, and certainly post-pandemic there's a buildup of demand for this because, people have been inside a pandemic in relationships that don't work, and they've
Camera went off.
or been alone now for over a year, maybe 2 years by the time
Just
it's done.
typing in an
and
order.
the idea that there's not going to be demand to go out and meet people and have fun and go on dates and kiss somebody without having to see their COVID test results just seem really, really far-fetched. I think the demand is only growing.
Outside though of the dating app itself, there's Bumble Biz, there's Bumble BFF, and I'm wondering in terms of the growth areas, where do you see the most growth?
Tony, they need money badly. You better be aware that their secondary is probably coming.
It's a fascinating product. You can actually turn off in the Bumble app the dating if you're, new to a city.
That's good, Dan. You can get a steak.
Where you're looking for new friends, new people to share hobbies with. It's incredibly hard for adults to make new friends right outside of college and work, and making workplace is something that we might not go back to on a full-time basis really ever. Then where do you go for companionship? And even outside of romantic relationships, Bumble is a company that's about connecting people for meaningful relationships in their lives, and so it makes perfect sense that these areas like Bumble Biz on the employment side, like Bumble BFF on the friendship side, will only continue to grow and make it an app where you don't just leave because you found somebody on the dating part, you stay and you can flesh out the other parts of your life too.
When I hear Bumble BFF and I hear Bumble Biz, I think about the competition from a LinkedIn, which is owned by Microsoft. I think about competition from a Facebook. I think about competition from just being able to go outside and join various affinity groups there. So how do you think about the competition for those verticals, particularly if you're saying that those are the places where Bumble will see the growth in the future?
I think Bumble's going to see growth in their core, in their core dating products. Certainly, I think they'll continue to see that strong growth. The idea that the desire to connect with people is not going away romantically, but I do think that there is a lot of growth available in these other categories. And, LinkedIn serves a great purpose. It is a great sort of phone book of sorts of everyone you've ever met in a business sense. I think Facebook serves that purpose for sort of everyone you've ever met in your social life, but it's not really a place that facilitates meeting new people well. And I think that Bumble does that in a really meaningful one-to-one way. You can say, hey, this is what I'm looking for in a friend. I need a roommate. I need a running buddy. I just had a kid. I need somebody who also just had a kid. And you can get really granular in a way that these other products just don't and can't really offer.
So Melissa asked about competition in the BFF space or the professional sort of LinkedIn area, but even in the dating space, there are a lot of players here. What sets Bumble apart and makes it one of the 1, 2, or 3 winners?
Yeah, I think it's like Tesla, right? Tesla did not invent cars. Tesla did not invent electric cars, but what Tesla did was brought a new brand and a new message that was value aligned with customers, and that's been working incredibly well for them. And I think that Bumble does something similar. Bumble tells women, hey, dating doesn't have to be giving up your autonomy or waiting around to decide who chooses you. You can make the first move. And I think in this moment, that's a message that women, resonates deeply with women. And when you look at, dating apps in sort of heteronormative cultures, if you can get women to to show up, the men will show up, right? Ask any bar that's ever hosted a ladies' night.
A good point. Sarah, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, still, Bitcoin hitting a record. I'm supposed to look here now?
Because we're together. We're actually on the same set.
Oh my gosh, this is
Monumental.
Yeah, it's really good.
CYDY 607.
So crazy on Wall Street this
Let's see how the volume on the stock is.
Bank of New York Mellon and MasterCard, two of the latest companies to jump in. We've got those details. February, of course, Black History Month. We are honoring some of our CNBC contributors. Here is CNBC contributor Jake Didas Wright with a personal story about investing in himself.
When I was in 8th grade, I was taking algebra and I made a D. I showed my mother my report card and I said to her, I'm one of 2 black students.
Wow, BRGO. Really some selling
She
pressure.
said that, well, you need to learn this material.
That's good, I guess.
So the next day, I made sure that I asked questions. My next report card, I had an A. And to this day, math is my favorite subject. I learned how to invest in myself.
Ever better. It's when disruption hits your supply chain, and Ryder makes you ever ready with end-to-end warehouse, transportation, and logistics solutions. Ever flexible through our e-commerce fulfillment network and last mile delivery. Ever seaming with innovative technology that provides real-time visibility.
No.
Ever better is not a tech.
No, I mean, it's all this noise we hear before. You don't have to hear it. The answer is you know all of them, and what do we have to hear something for? Wait. Let me make it clear. All the things we heard. So they're not talking today. That's foolish. That means one of those things is probably happening. What do we need to hear it for? Oh, wait. I don't want to hurt your feelings. I don't care how you look at it. That's how I look at it. And I'm doing my money how I do it, and my update how I do it. I'm not in it. And you know what? And I don't care how you look at it.
We see breakthrough medicines getting to patients in record time. At Emerson, our automation supports empowering pharmaceutical companies to accelerate the production of critical vaccinations for the world. Emerson, consider it solved.
You know what's making Sarah's migraine worse?
Yeah. Okay, let's table this. Oh, hello.
Much worse? Much worse?
Sorry, no video business. You'll have to come in.
Oh! But you know what gives her some relief? Using ZocDoc to book a video visit with an in-network doctor.
You'll get the prescription this afternoon. Does that work?
Yes! Instantly book an in-person or video visit with ZocDoc.
Looking for a better dinner routine? HelloFresh delivers. That means goodbye grocery shopping and hello fresh ingredients and simple recipes at your doorstep. Get refreshed with HelloFresh. Quote CV10 for 10 free meals, including free shipping.
Mr. Wonderful here. It's hard for everyday people to get access to startup investments. But with Start Engine, you can choose between hundreds of startups to build your portfolio. It's your turn to become sharp. Visit startengine.com today.
On Squat Products, breaking down Disney's quarterly results. What's driving performance during the pandemic? How does Disney plan to maintain the magical momentum? Tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern. Watch Squat Box anytime on demand.
Welcome back to Power Lunch, everybody. It's time for today's Power Rundown. Remember that? First topic, the growing acceptance of Bitcoin. BNY Mellon, one of the nation's oldest banks, will start transacting in digital assets. That news comes alongside MasterCard's announcement that it plans to allow merchants to accept payments in cryptocurrency. So this year, Melissa, it is not just Tesla that will convert to cryptos.
I think MasterCard is really interesting because MasterCard and Visa have had partnerships with various crypto players, but basically they allow the cryptocurrency to be used, but they had to convert it to fiat at the time the transaction was actually processed. So in this case, it's actually using cryptocurrency for the actual transaction without the need for the dollar.
I guess we would say that I'm thinking about how hard it would be to do this, but obviously MasterCard and these others transact in lots of different currencies.
So it's fundamentally the same sort of thing.
Just another currency. But
Just another currency.
there is an interesting point out there, and that is if you hold Bitcoin and you are a true believer, why would you want to give it up and pay for a Tesla with it, or a hot dog, or whatever it is that you're buying in crypto? Why would you just hold on to it if you're a true believer in the long-term value? So that's an interesting point there. On to chips, or a lack thereof. The Biden administration promising an executive order aimed at fighting an ongoing and increasingly severe shortage of chips. In a letter to the
I don't want to be nasty, but I keep buying this fucking stock on strength. I never buy no weakness. I get my ass kicked about half the time. So I'm sick and tired of the fucking stock. The only way you can buy it is on weakness and then sit with it. And you know, every time I hear a story, I buy the fucking stock and then fucking nothing happens. So I don't want to hear it. Yeah. But the fact it doesn't know is probably both. I just don't want to buy it. I don't want to buy it. I sold it this morning. I don't want to hear about it.
Done a lot of work in China and Asia.
David, that's why I want to hear what you think. I don't care.
One of the major impacts of both the trade dispute that we've had with China and the coronavirus are going to be blockages in the supply chain. And this is certainly one of the consequences of exactly that. The supply chain isn't working the way it used to, and it's going to take time to repair. You know, we're sitting across from one another. We set this up on Bumble, didn't we? Right? We bumbled in.
I made the first move.
You made the first move. All right, on the earnings front, Disney hitting a record high ahead of its earnings report after the bell. That makes me watching this one. And one focus, of course, is going to be on Disney's streaming services. Still trailing Netflix, but making its presence felt. More than 137 million paid subscribers to Disney Plus as of December, across its Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus offerings. Disney Plus alone is at roughly 86 million, and it is only a little more than a year old. Disney making a real bet on streaming and is paying.
And I want to hear about how it's impacting the release of other.
God, this BRGO right now acts poor.
Talk about direct-to-consumer releases. How will that impact the movie theaters? And also, of course, what they say about the reopening, what they're expecting with the timeline, given that we have a little bit more visibility into the vaccination levels across the country.
And I don't know about Disney, but I do know about some.
Two questions. Is there a reason? When that company announces that they have a contract with a media or whatever?
Sounds like you have a little bit of experience with this. Maybe a little bit, but we all do. Let's be honest. Ahead on Powerline, HotStocks getting crushed today. The ETM that tracks the group on pace for its worst day ever. We'll tell you what is behind that pain. Plus, we're making a pit stop with Mr. Worldwide himself, Pitbull. We'll ask him about his big bet on NASCAR and much more. Stay tuned.
We see smarter software delivering cleaner power. Emerson's breakthrough technology enables the power industry to integrate renewable energy sources to modernize and improve the electric grid. Emerson, consider it solved.
This is where everything started. Before where it is engulfed in history.
You're sitting in a place where giants ate.
The hallway is the hardest of the community.
Enterprise artificial intelligence has the power to transform the most complex organizations and the world, delivering medical supplies where they're needed, keeping our armed forces at the ready, cleaner, safer energy, all thanks to 1 billion predictions per day. C3.ai is AI at a global scale, harnessing the power of data to build a better future. C3.ai. This is Enterprise AI.
Flex shares are carefully constructed to go beyond ordinary ETFs. Instructed client confidence in you. Before investing in simplified investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Go to flexshares.com for a prospectus containing this information. Read it carefully. This is the American dream. You're supporting local business every Thursday in February. Shark Tank highlights Black entrepreneurs.
Fantastic idea.
Shark Tank, tonight starting at 8 Eastern. CNBC. Get yours.
Are you tired of looking at that old, worn-out entry door? Call First Impression Doors and More now and save with 15% off on all
winter sales event. We offer a complete line of impact-resistant exterior doors in fiberglass and wood, and we have numerous impact glass options available. This is one of three convenient locations in West Boca, West Palm Beach, and Jupiter. Call now 1-800-51-DOORS to schedule a free consultation.
I'm Courtney Reagan, and here's your CNBC COVID update at this hour. The latest numbers from the CDC show that 46 million doses of COVID vaccine have been administered in the United States, a one-day increase of 1.6 million, indicating the pace is picking up. Almost 35 million people have received one or more doses. Of those, 11 million have been given both doses. So far, most of the shots have been reserved for the elderly and healthcare workers, with some states starting to include people with underlying conditions. On NBC's Today morning show this morning, Dr. Anthony Fauci predicted when everyone will become eligible.
If you look at the projection, I would imagine by the time we get to April, that will be what I would call, for better wording, open season. Namely, virtually everybody and anybody in any category can start to get vaccinated.
Right now, the vaccine supply remains spotty. The mass vaccination site outside Dodger Stadium will be closed tomorrow and Saturday because the city of Los Angeles expects it won't have enough vaccine to keep giving those first doses. Melissa, back over to you.
Courtney, thank you, Courtney Reagan. Well, start your engines. The Daytona 500 takes place this Sunday. The Grand Marshal this year, none other than music mogul and entrepreneur Pitbull. Mr. Worldwide becoming a co-owner of a NASCAR team along with former driver Justin Marks. Here now to talk about NASCAR, investing, music, and so much more is Armando Christian Perez, a.k.a. Pitbull. Pitbull, great to see you again.
Great to see you as well.
It's been a few years. You look exactly the same. Why don't you off with NASCAR? You just turned 40. You announced the investment in NASCAR on your 40th birthday. Why NASCAR?
I mean, it's just a great platform to be involved with, and to be involved with the track house, which is the team. Justin Marks has given me an opportunity, Ty Norris, and also the driver is Daniel Suarez, which I relate to his story coming from nothing to something and being, the only Mexican to win a race in NASCAR. But the most important part of this is that it allows us to utilize NASCAR, the platform, and the team track house to bring everybody together. Because I feel that that's what we need most, especially in these times. We've done it in music, and now we're going to do it in NASCAR. It's a tremendous honor, and I look forward to being the Grand Marshal of Daytona 500 on Sunday.
Yeah, I've had the privilege of talking to you over the years for a few different times, and first and foremost, people, when I think about your ventures, I think you're a business person, and so when you take a look at the NASCAR audience that you'll be reaching through this investment, how does that further your brand? How does it further the causes that you're interested in?
Well, what it does is it basically it reaches everybody, to be honest with you. But the goal is to take NASCAR not only from the United States, but to make it something international. So with this story, this team, it opens the doors for those kind of conversations. And it also opens the doors for everybody out there to understand that it's about taking NASCAR and not it just being a sport, but creating a culture with NASCAR. So it's just the beginning, and I look forward to learning, like any business that you get involved in. But more than anything, it's about the movement, and it's about the message. And it's bringing everybody together through NASCAR the same way that we've done through music. So again, I just want to say thank you to Trackhouse and to Justin, Ty, and Daniel for believing in me, and I just look forward to being at Daytona 500 this summer.
Pitbull, I think if I had one tip for you, just work on the enthusiasm, okay? You need to live for enthusiasm. Right?
It's just 2:30.
I'll catch up with you later. Let me ask you this, because NASCAR last year had, I guess it was last year, an unfortunate incident involving Bubba Wallace that turned out to be very complicated and things that were said and so on and so forth. How much of this move springs from your desire to make a statement to advance equality in that sport and among its fans?
I think you understand what I'm driving.
I know exactly what you're driving, and I'm gonna step on the gas. So what that said is, listen, and that's exactly what it's about. It's about taking the sport, making it a culture, and showing everybody that this is for everybody. And I've been telling people all the time, and I tell them when I'm on stage, and when I perform all around the world, it's one race only. That's the human race. And when we start to figure that out, then we're going to make this world a better place. Now, all I'm doing is taking these platforms, utilizing them to get this message across one way or another. There's no hidden agenda here. We want to win. We want to create an amazing business, an amazing sponsorship. We want to make history. But not this. But we're going to take this and also show everybody that through racing, we can bring everybody together the same way that we've done through music. And I know Michael Jordan is a part of Bubba's team. So between me and Jordan, all we're trying to do is show everybody out there that racing can bring everybody together.
Let's hope so. Let's hope you're right, Pitbull. You got a lot of investments. We've got a whole graphical wall showing a big portfolio that you've got. But in terms of looking around you right now, as we are still fighting COVID and we're in the midst of the pandemic, where do you see the greatest opportunities? Is it in consumer brands? Is it maybe in the stock market? I mean, do you take a look at things like cannabis stocks and Bitcoin and think, hey, that looks interesting?
Well, I mean, we're involved in a lot of companies that have to do with cannabis and things of that nature. I mean, look, what's going to happen is the roaring 20s. When this opens up, everything's going to come raging back. And what I hope is that the public just has a different appreciation for life after all this and is looking at life from a different perspective. As far as that, I'm also involved in Live by Live. And Live by Live is a platform that allows artists to be able to perform and stream to their fans.
Well, that's why I said
they need time. They need it the most. Everybody needs a little bit of inspiration, motivation, and to give them a little bit of hope and some fight with everything that's going on. And Live by Live has been an amazing platform to be able to do that with, and for us to create that for other artists. And also, which we did the podcast with Live by Live as well. So that's been a great investment for ourselves, for more than anything, for the world to give them some kind of entertainment. That's what the world needs bottom line right now. They need something, some kind of escape to take all this negativity out of the way and give them this hope and motivation.
Sunday, to my next question, and that has to do with the fact that many artists make most of their in music make most of their money today by touring, by live events, and that has been just knocked off the shelf over the last year. I guess I can see a time when there is a kind of hybrid form of touring, like Live by Live, where on the one hand, you may be performing in front of a big stadium or an arena in New York or Boston or Chicago, but at the same time, you could live stream that event and have yet another revenue.
All right, you got 2 minutes?
Correct. And you know,
I just spoke to Joe.
So for artists, as we figure out and continue to grow Live by Live, which Dermot and Rob are giving me an amazing opportunity to be a partner in the company, that, to me, it creates another revenue stream for artists. So when we come back and hit live shows and we get on that stage, now they have another bucket. But in the meantime, we're just going to be tweaking and getting it just right, and we're there. That's what's so exciting about it. And I'm glad that we got a chance to speak about that today. And I go back to entertainment is what the world needs right now. The world just needs a break, needs to get moved, needs to have fun, needs to enjoy, needs to escape bottom line. And that's what we're doing here with Live by Live.
On that topic, our last question for you, Pitbull. When is your next live performance?
Live performance, as of right now, we're looking at summertime. You know, but I will get a date on the 500 live, swinging flag, and ready to go.
I bet you will be. Thanks so much for your time, Pitbull. Great to see you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Stay blessed. Bye.
Thank you, too. All right, despite what you may have read on the internet, stocks don't only go up. Check out Tilray. It's been a riser. Today, not so much. It is down big after a huge run recently. We're going to look at the cannabis stocks later this hour. And if you think the travel industry will rebound this year, you should look at Expedia ahead of its earnings this afternoon. There it is. Our traders will weigh in next on Power Lunch.
Bond Report is brought to you by Fimco, a global leader in active fixed income.
I look for the well health safety seal at my favorite places.
It meets health and safety measures have met rigorous scientific standards. Look for the well seal.
Look for the well health safety seal outside and feel safer going inside.
We're excited to do business with you, but before we sign, I gotta ask.
Sure, anything.
We searched you online and maybe you can explain this.
Can't believe that garbage is still coming in. That is so false.
Frustrated with your online search results? Call Reputation Defender today to join tens of thousands who improve their online reputation. Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
Today's the last day to join Planet Fitness for no enrollment. With all this variety, you can move it in our clean and spacious clubs. America, your fitness is essential. Join today for no enrollment, $2 a month, no commitment. Hurry, this deal ends today.
Some say this is my greatest challenge ever, but I've seen centuries of this. With a companion that powers the digital world, trading with a touch. The gold standard, so to speak.
Grubhub Perks give you the kind of banana deal that make you want to move.
20.
Get a free delivery perk on your first order from Panera. Only on? Well, what you got?
Even the biggest heroes started off small, just like that. It's the Rock's true life story.
Minus tequila. No, fine. I'll have a vodka martini.
Now, Kelly Rock, Tuesday on NBC.
Take a look at the alternative Congress ETF ticker symbol MJ, the marijuana ETF having its worst day ever yesterday. In contrast, it was the best day ever, showing just how volatile
Well,
the market has been. Let's bring in Frank Sloan now for more on the cannabis stocks. Frank.
We were talking yesterday about investing.
Probably wouldn't like that.
And those
All right.
cannabis stocks are off the highs that credit traders took them to yesterday. Let's take a look. It's a U.S.-based company.
Is this BRGO actual shade?
Canadian producer. The focus of many of those Wall Street bets post down big as well. We're seeing right here down about 45%. So generally, though, we are seeing more volatility in the Canadian cannabis stocks because you can trade them on Robinhood as opposed to U.S. operators, which generally trade over the counter and do not buy on the platform. You can also short those Canadian names, creating the volatility and the potential for a short squeeze like a GameStop situation. Also right now, if you look at the numbers for the ability to trade U.S. operators, well, a lot of people think it can be costing traders money because U.S. operators, according to Jefferies, they appear to be in a better position overall right now, and especially if U.S. legalization happens. Now, back to the Canadian operators at the center.
All right, the reason that this BRGO is acting poorly is they probably have a debt spiral. Let me go find that out, which is going to get eaten up.
Become the biggest cannabis company in the entire world. Tilray has also secured deals to sell cannabis in the UK and several other European nations, and is really focusing on being a global player in the medical space, as opposed to betting big on U.S. adult use legalization, like a number of other companies have. All right, back to the U.S. They are being seen as better positioned here in the U.S. market, and that's largely why you see the MSOS ETF that is a pure U.S. play. It's down, but it's down a lot less than ETFs with those Canadian names.
Frank, when we were talking about these stocks on the ETF's best day ever, the volumes of
Is it possible, and more likely than not, that BRGO has a debt spiral?
some very traded stocks, highly traded stocks like a Microsoft, it was orders of magnitude that average daily volume. What do we think of the downside? Are the volumes as heavy?
Yeah, the volumes are still heavy, but certainly not the same levels that we were seeing yesterday. I mean, I think
Well, where do you think all the size just bought a whole lot of it? It fucking came down. They just sit it down. They didn't. I mean, it's an aggressive sell. Aggressive. Stock was 15 and he fucking knocks it to 13. That's aggressive.
today, but we gotta keep in mind, they still young.
You see, and when there's buying coming,
Talking about getting out of these stocks and what to do with
13 to a half.
stocks like Sundial, Organic Brands, of course, Tilray.
Yeah, Frank, thank you. Frank Holland.
yeah, I mean, I recommend it. You know, there was a lot of buying, and he didn't even wait for the rest of the buyers to come in. If he didn't hit it, more buyers would come in. But with the weekends, so I'm saying it's something like you have 149,000, 112,000, 100,000, 87,000. This guy really pumped the shit out of stock. 875. No, that 875,000. A million and a half. 2 million. Over 2 million shares he sold. Yeah, at least. Oh no. I'm going back to. Yeah, there's another 203,000. It probably looks like 330 million. So I think you should call the company and find out who's
No, I
selling.
think that's really the story with Expedia. I'm trying to figure out why the stock is rising so much. If you just look at bookings, they're
You don't think
60% below pre-pandemic levels, and there's really no sign of it coming back significantly. Certainly, the business traveler is not going to come back in a very long time, as we've seen that a lot of business travelers.
CYDY keeps going up. This stock has me nauseous. I keep buying on strength, and I keep fucking getting killed. You have to sell it like a rat. I mean, this week today I didn't buy it, and I almost did.
When we are released from the pandemic, most of us are going to go either to the beach or to the lake. We're not going to go to the cultural centers, the cities, the museums, the restaurants, the theaters. And that's really where Airbnb excels. Airbnb excels in urban centers, and VRBO excels much more in vacation spots. And I think that's really the bet. That's why you're starting to see such strong price action in Expedia. And of course, after the earnings call, that's really what everybody's going to be looking at, is exactly how their home rental business is going to be going into the summer, because that's really the primary driver of the stock at this point.
No. Someone sold 3 million. What are you talking about?
Much higher than any other travel company. Does it make sense to you?
Someone sold 3 million. It's 875,000. Oh, that was at 12.9. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, you're right. All right, well, it did come down on very light volume, but someone did sell 3 million. Anyway. All right, we won't worry about it.
And if you look at Expedia, on the other hand, that uptrend still very much has positive momentum across time horizons. I'm not really one to fight that. But what I would say is that the risk reward is not great from a technical perspective. When you look at the proximity of support, which is initially around 135.
Telray down 29 points.
Resistance, which is right around 161. That's the 2017 high. That creates a bad balance between the downside and the upside potential here in terms of those levels. So I don't think it's very compelling, especially with the broader market showing some signs of short-term upside exhaustion.
Can't quite to come back from those pandemic lows. We'll see what the company says tonight. Katie and Morris, thank you. And be sure to tune in tomorrow. I'm sitting down with Expedia CEO Peter Kern at 10 a.m. Eastern. For more Trading Nation, head to our website. Follow us on Twitter. Tyler?
All right, SEMA shares of Kimco Realty, which owns a number of shopping centers, more than a number of folks, has been trying to get back to pre-pandemic levels, but will we ever shop the way we did before? The CEO of Kimco will join us after the break to talk the future of retail. Stay with us. Connor Flynn after this.
And now, the latest from TradingNation.cnbc.com and a word from our sponsor.
There's a classic investment thesis called the Dow theory. It says that transportation stocks can either confirm or deny a broader market trend. But it's important to remember that transports can be sensitive to changes in oil prices and other market influences. So don't rely exclusively on this theory when making an investment decision. I'm Randy Frederick, and Schwab is the better place for trading.
You know that tech stock we talked about? I picked up 500 shares. You get it at a good price? Oh yeah. Schwab saved you how much?
Schwab Order Execution Advantage, you get price improvement on 92% of orders and commission-free online trades. Are you getting complete price transparency? Expect more from your firm. Schwab, the better place for traders.
Many U.S. tech companies are global leaders. In this constantly changing sector, it's hard to know which companies will gain, maintain, or lose industry leadership. So why choose? The technology sector spider.
Okay, we're only down $6. The market doesn't want to go down.
Sector of the S&P 500 while reducing single stock risk. The technology sector spider, the next chapter in investing. Before investing, consider the fund's investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Go to sectorspiders.com for prospectus containing this information. Read it carefully.
Sometimes you want speedy, but reliable. State of the art, but dependable. In other words, you want a hybrid. So do telcos. That's why they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach with Watson AI helps them roll out new innovations anywhere without losing speed. From telco to transportation, businesses are going with a smarter hybrid cloud, using the tools, platform, and expertise of IBM.
Total market coverage in your hands. Now on the CNBC app. Up-to-the-minute updates, breaking news alerts, everything you want to know when you need it. Stay connected, stay informed with the CNBC app.
Municipal bonds don't typically get the media coverage that the stock market does. In fact, some people may even find them boring. What they typically do offer is a stream of income that's federally tax-free. Municipal bonds from Huntington Walsh can give you income that's tax-free, and you have to admit, tax-free income can be very exciting. At Huntington Walsh, we offer you tax-free municipal bonds from across the country, so you can benefit from tax-free income wherever you live. There's nothing boring about that. If you have at least $10,000 to invest, we want to send you our exclusive bond guide for free. 1-800-217-3217. That's 1-800-217-3217. We're out to prove that tax-free income can be very exciting indeed. For your free bond guide, call now. 1-800-217-3217. That's 1-800-217-3217.
Welcome back, everybody. Shares of Kimco Realty rising after fourth quarter earnings beat estimates. The stock is also up more than 25% in the last 3 months. The company is a retail and real estate indicator, basically, with tenants including TJX, Home Depot, Walmart, to name a few. Here with more on the consumer comeback that he sees is our friend Connor Flynn, CEO of Kimco Realty, one of the largest owner of outdoor shopping centers in the U.S. Connor, it's great to see you again. We thank you for coming back.
Nice to see you.
Why don't you sum up the quarter you just had? And one of the things that really stood out to me was that your ability to sign new leases in the fourth quarter of last year was even greater than it was in the fourth quarter a year prior, right?
That's exactly right. We're really pleased with the quarter. Incrementally, our collections are now up to 92%. 97% of our tenants are open and operating. We predominantly have a grocery-anchored shopping center portfolio, and obviously the grocers have been really the winners in this pandemic, as they were deemed essential and provide goods and services. But to your point, the biggest takeaway is the demand that's snapped back. And it's really impressive to see that retailers are out there today looking for new space to take advantage of the pent-up demand that they see coming. Really, I think there's going to be a lot of revenge spending going on, and they want to be, in a position to take market share when the reopening occurs.
So you said that I infer from what you said that you're collecting 92% of the rent that you should be collecting. That was that number you cited? What is the vacancy rate that you're seeing across your portfolio?
We're just above 93% occupied right now, and we came into this pandemic at all-time highs at just over 96%. So we are seeing that demand really be strong to recover that lost occupancy. It's across multiple sectors too. I think one of the interesting things is the essential retailers never took their foot off the gas. But what we've found is now the non-essential retailers are coming back and looking for space, meaning like the restaurants and the discount fitness operators. And so it's a pretty wide spread of demand across our portfolio.
I may want to start buying NLBS. The only thing holding it up, of course, is your stop sign. What year?
Percentage points in occupancy and non-paid rent, or because the fact of the matter is you're collecting rent as it is, and so what is your leverage to that reopening?
That's exactly right. We see a lot of upside.
You don't have to talk. I just talked to some people about your company, and
We
they
see just the blocking and
think
tackling
it's going to
piece
go up a lot.
really driving our earnings growth in the future. And now that we're starting to see that demand snap back, the retailers are starting to look at their real estate a little different. And the store has become what they're using the phrase fulfillment epicenters, which I think is really important as the dynamic is changing where the store is actually solving for that last mile fulfillment with the rise of buy online, pick up in store, and curbside pickup.
You know, we know the stories of, as you mentioned, the grocery stores, which seem to be doing very well, the Home Depots, which seem to be doing great. Walmart seems never to do anything but pretty well. How much of your rent or your revenue is tied to the overall revenue of those retailers? In other words, you might collect a percent of what their total revenues are, and are those revenues holding up as well as the other parts of the business seem to?
So the lion's share of the grocery-anchored shopping center leases are actually fixed leases, so that we don't actually get a percentage rent clause is what you're referring to, where you get an upside potential.
All right. Well, I may stop before you.
That's why
I'll let you know. I'll let you. But you'll see it.
really shine through this pandemic, and that the rents that we've been collecting have not.
Actually, I hear nothing, and that's probably the most bullish thing you can have.
We're sort of down the fairway, grocery-anchored, delivering everyday goods and services, which we continue to think is what's going to shine going forward.
And so, as you look ahead to 2021 and beyond, what do you see? You've mentioned a couple of times a real sort of parabolic bounce back in spending. That's what you expect?
Well, the nice part is I think the demand is the indicator of the future of what the retailers are going to look like. And what they're doing is they're activating the exterior space surrounding our open-air shopping centers. And that'll drive a lot of job employment as well, because a lot of these retailers are going to be opening in the next 6 to 12 months. And so in the future, it looks like it's going to be a combination of the essential retailers that have been obviously flourishing through this pandemic, complemented by a new push by non-essential, mainly quick service restaurants, I think ones that are activating drive-throughs and outdoor areas. Discount fitness, I think, is going to come back nicely. But we really think that the combination of everyday goods and services with some non-essential is the right mix to drive traffic at all points during the day.
All right, Connor, always good to see you. Thank you very much for your interest today. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Well, the Dow hitting a record high earlier in the session, pulling back since then. Now it is down by just about 84 points.
HQG is down 4 1/4.
Public soaring in its debut. Carolyn, be right back.
Welcome to your 30-minute full body strength. Yes, you can, Peloton. Come on. Nice work, Lisa. Never keep it up. Way to show up, Peloton.
Can you believe that fucking Nigerian recommended ABML on TV? Right? He owns stock and comes to in 4 months, and he talked about the lithium industry and ABML. What bothers me is that there's better companies than that, but then he owns it, so I guess that's why he talks about it.
But before we sign, I gotta ask.
Sure.
Yeah, but he didn't mention that one. Of course, he wouldn't say or whatever.
Maybe you can explain this.
Can't believe that garbage is still coming in. That is so
You know, it's funny how it goes down every day, and then it's like shorts knocking it down, and then somebody buys it back up every day.
Improve their online
85.
Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
That's only in 3.5 hours.
This is the investing book everyone is talking about. It's called Follow the Smart Money. And traders are lining up here to meet the authors, John and Pete Najarian, and get a free copy.
The smart money on Wall Street belongs to the big boys. They're the ones with the resources and technology to know before any of us when a stock is going to move. By following their trades the way we do, you gain their advantage and get in first ahead of the herd on the smartest trades.
You see John and Pete Nigerian on TV. Whether you trade stocks or options, this is how they pick their trades. And you don't have to be here to get your free copy. Call or go to followthesmartmoney.com right now. Just take care of delivery and it's yours free. Act quickly and you'll also get this companion DVD for free.
Call 800-850-3232 or go to followthesmartmoney.com now. That's 800-850-3232 or followthesmartmoney.com. That's followthesmartmoney.com.
After our conversation there about Melissa with Connor Flynn, we were talking a little bit about the future of retail and how a year ago we all thought retail was either going to die or be different or have to be anchored by experiences like gyms or amusement parks inside or bars, things like that. Nordstrom. But it looks like simpler may actually work.
Never interacting with somebody may actually work when it comes to placing an order online, driving up to pick it up, or have that package placed into your trunk directly. Maybe the experiences just were never chalked up, and so you got to think, what is the future of retail? How do they reimagine those malls if experience doesn't come back to what it had been viewed as?
I think of the place that's not far from here. It's called American Dream, and if you've not seen it, it's near the Meadowlands Sports Complex. And it was really predicated on this idea of having all families and entertainment and all of this stuff. Ooh, boy, they picked the time.
I think of a lot of hand sanitizer when I think of that. Thanks for watching, Kara. It's great to be with you, Tyler, in person. I say that. Closing bell starts right now.
Melissa and Tyler, thank you very much. Closing bell does indeed start right now. But first, along with Morgan Brennan, who's in for Sarah Isaac. Another intraday record for the Dow, with gains that faded throughout the session. Let's have a look at what's driving the action. The major averages mostly lower, though the Nasdaq back in the green this hour. Energy seeing the sharpest pullback among the S&P 500 sectors after a big jump to start the year. Jobless claims coming in worse than expected. 793,000 first-time claims last week. And then a throwback to the GameStop and AMC frenzy. HotStocks are pulling back sharply today after a fierce Reddit-fueled rally in the week or so leading up to it, till we're at about 46%. We have 59 minutes left in the session, morning.
Yes, so coming up on today's show, two key voices on the state of the economy in America. We'll speak with Council of Economic Advisors member Jared Bernstein about President Biden's relief package and other policy initiatives the administration is targeting. And later, Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker will join us to talk about the recovery.
Isn't it amazing when you have context? One after the other after the other.
Plus, in the headline, busy afternoon of earnings. We'll bring you the numbers and
It's kind of like a mafia. It's kind of like a mafia outbreak.
We got a big 2 hours. Let's get straight to Mike Santoli, though, who is tracking today's market action. Mike.
Morgan, thank you very much.
Meanwhile, you didn't know the answer to Jackie Robinson. You looked it up, right?
Level the past couple of days. Take a look at a chart of the S&P 500, and it's been in this really well-defined channel you keep talking about. But when it gets to the top, it kind of bumps up against that upper end of it. It has tended to sort of pause or curl down a little bit. So you have some room here before you even have to worry about if we got a few percent pullback. Maybe you're talking about challenging the bottom end there. But otherwise, nothing too much changing the trend. Maybe some fatigue is all we're talking about right now. Take a look at small caps measured two ways. Keep talking about how this has been really the locus of a lot of the strength of this market. Russell 2000 versus the S&P small cap ETF. Now, what's interesting is over very long periods of time, the S&P small cap tends to outperform. It's 600 stocks, they're all profitable. The Russell 2000 is a lot of unprofitable.
Well, they showed a program on him yesterday, and his life story. He died at 53 from diabetes. I mean, I don't know how. And diabetes, I said both. But you know what? It was interesting when he steals bases. He was unreal. He would jump up and down, back, and he would really fucking scare the shit out of the pitcher.
Retail investors, they try to kind of back into these numbers. Very, very long-term decline. This is the indexing trend. This is everybody essentially using managed money and all that. Yeah, it actually curled higher as of last year and picking up from there. So it's obviously between 20 and 30% or so, and that's now on the rise. Why? Well, demographically, it kind of fits. They point out that the blue line here is the peak investing and growth in wealth building ages and also earning years.
And what you saw in the 80s and the 90s, the boomers were in that 35 to 55 year cohort, and that's when you had the tremendous financial services boom and the stock market up, and valuations expanded. This is what's happening right now with millennials getting into that zone, and so arguably you see retirees.
Well, she'd have to be close to 100 years old now.
Just as growth rates of population, so it makes sense that now is the time you'd have a lot more public participation, maybe higher risk appetites among retail investors, and arguably the market could hold higher valuations.
No, he died 65.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at that blue line and the millennials. I mean, millennials are actually a larger
Are
generation.
you sure? Are you going to bet your reputation on it?
It seems like there is a long way to go to see more market participation within that generation.
This is annual growth rates of the population within that zone. So it's just the boomers, there were so many of them born in such a concentrated number of years. That's why I think you saw those annual growth rates surging back in the 80s.
Mike, thanks so much for that. Let's check in on HotStocks up in smoke today. Tilray having its first.
Yeah, same thing.
If I pre-read it,
No
as
problem.
well. HotStocks having its worst day ever, raising yesterday's gains after a slew of hot names surged amid increased online chatter. Joe Sluzzi from Themis Trading joins us now by phone. Joe, good to see you. Thanks so much, or good to hear you. Thanks so much for joining us. Do you think the run-up was more driven by fundamental factors than perhaps what we saw last month with some other names like AMC and GameStop?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. I think what you're seeing is something very similar in the style of trading that's out there, mainly with these retail investors that you guys were just talking about. The last couple of weeks when you saw those GameStop, and AMC, it was more driven by influencers, I would say, the Reddit forums and so on, and then really the high-profile influencers, which we were hearing from, which I was kind of surprised about, to be honest with you. Some of the guys saying that they were buying call options, and others were saying there's nothing wrong with this, and others were saying hold the line. Those are serious influencers out there pushing stocks.
All right, well, take a nap because you got to be alert. Let's fuck this one up.
And we have seen this, like a lot of you
Stock needs some help.
Done this in the past, so it is an issue with the retail trader now, but there is a, people call it the gamification of the retail market, and I do believe that's a proper word to use. Things are 35% of the flow. There's more retail flow, order flow. That's a lot different. It's up from 50% from last year. So it is different this time, but it is kind of the same style of trading.
Though I would say that we've seen, for example, Dave Fortnite tweeting
word cages that you fucked them. Terrible.
So there's another aspect to this as well, even if there wasn't perhaps a percentage of the float out for short sellers in the same.
I'm kidding you. I gotta go now. You gotta go to sleep.
To the other direction, another comparison. Why, therefore, is this different? Perhaps it's not from, say, Bitcoin or Tesla's surge last year and early this year. Why are we seeing?
I sold, and bought it back. GRYN. Because I hear news is coming out next week, and it's in the pot group, which of course is not good today, but it never went up.
But what we do study is market structure, and we notice that we can see that a lot of this retail volume that you're seeing.
And I'm not really concerned yet on the poor acting of BRGO. I think there was, I don't know what there was. They said there's no death spiral. Well, why it came down, it won't matter when the news comes out Tuesday or Wednesday.
And I think you've seen on a day like today, or on high vol today, we've been seeing over half the flow is traded off exchange. Now, that number is kind of high hidden because the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ and overall exchange volume, we're seeing 14, 15 billion shares a day traded. But half of that is not coming from exchanges. It's off exchange, and we think that that's hurting price discovery, and then you're going to see disjointing prices like you've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, the payment for order flow argument has certainly been thrust into the spotlight with everything we've seen with the so-called rebellion of the last couple of weeks. I mean, Congress is getting in terms of hearings. I know they're bringing Ken Griffin from Citadel, I believe, in to
Should have run down 80 cents. I'm playing for the dividend. I'm long it.
If anything, and if there wasn't payment for order flow, then would we be seeing such retail investor interest right now, given what it's meant in terms of commission-free trading?
Yeah, Morgan, those are great questions, and I think what you're going to see next week in that hearing is a big focus on payment for order flow. They are going to put, obviously look at the guests. They've got Ken Griffin from Citadel. They've got the CEO of Robinhood, and they've got the hedge fund, Melvin Capital. That's going to be really focused on the mechanics of the market. What went on here? What goes on inside the market? Why does Robinhood, the big complaint about Robinhood a couple of weeks ago was that they shut down. They didn't have the proper infrastructure, in my opinion. It wasn't that people were claiming, oh, they got a phone call. That was not proven. That hasn't been proven, but it's up to investigators to look at that. But the problem was they didn't have the infrastructure in place for the capital commitments, and they got a call from DTCC, and they needed to put up more money. And maybe they grew so fast because they're offering these free commissions, and the way they offer free commissions is they receive payment for order flow as one source of their revenue, and it's been reported that retail brokers overall $3 billion last year in payment for order flow.
I would like to give you, we'll have to see how long it takes, and $150 plus gas. I need to go to Sunday.
For some of these folks who are on Reddit, for some of these retail brokers. So this is a big investigation, and this turned out to be not the David versus Goliath story that people were hoping it to be. It's kind of like David versus David or Goliath versus Goliath, rather. There were big players on both sides of this, and I think the regulators just want to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, a lot of layers of onion to peel back, for sure. Thank you. Another shock saying big move today, Bumble, the online dating platform, making its market debut after pricing above its IPO rate. Bumble CEO earlier. Well, Whitney Wolfe Herd, at 31 years old, is the youngest female CEO to take the company public. Bumble raising $2.2 billion in its IPO on the NASDAQ. The stock now up about 65% today. The dating company, which includes female-focused Bumble as well as Badoo, an app which is popular in Europe and Latin America, has seen traffic surge through the pandemic. People are really leaning into a digital-first approach when it comes to building a relationship. So prior to the pandemic, you would see people engage on the product, and then they would jump into the real world as far as interaction went. And this fascinating shift has taken place that we think is here for the long term, which is people are getting to know each other on our products. They are spending time on video, on audio. Across its apps, the company has 42 million monthly active users, with more than 2.5 million of them are free. That's a number that Wolfe Herd says she is working to grow. She also says there's room to expand beyond dating and to start to make money from its users who want to make friends. And 90% of Bumble's dating customers also use its friendship mode. Guys, that was exactly where I was going with my question for you, Julia. The fact that she is, I know you asked her about this, she's looking to expand longer term beyond just dating. And I guess I wonder how much traction that could have, especially given the fact that they are going to have all of that data, all of that, I guess, more, sensitive data for folks that are actually looking for love. Well, that's the thing that's interesting, is that they have had these different divisions, Bumble BFF for making friends, and then also Bumble Biz, which is for people who want to do business networking. So if you get people on
S&P turned positive.
to say one thing, like the dating app, then maybe people get married, they have kids, and maybe they would want to make a friend who has a baby the same age. So the idea is they want to be there for different parts of people's life cycle, not just a tool that they use only once when they want to meet someone.
Julia, thanks so much for that. After the break, President Biden's approval rating coming in at a sky-high 62% in the latest CNBC All-America survey. So does that give him some political capital to pass a broad economic bill? We'll discuss with Council of Economic Advisors member Jared Bernstein. That's next. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Wondering what actually goes into your multivitamin? At NewTown, it's innovation, organic ingredients, and fermentation. Fermentation? Yes. formulated to help your body really truly absorb the natural goodness. New chapter, wellness well done.
These past few months haven't been easy, but they've reminded us there's no place like home. With rates at historic lows, home has new meaning. Home means everything.
Mr. Wonderful here. It's hard for everyday people to get access to startup investments. But with Start Engine, you can choose between hundreds of startups to build your portfolio.
Oh my
It's
God.
your turn to become a shark. Visit startengine.com today.
I was once among the largest option traders of Wall Street. They're a high-risk way to make money, and seeing all this new interest from first-time investors does make me feel nervous. I think the risks aren't widely understood. We all have the right to lose money by making dumb trades. Watch or listen live on the CNBC app.
Want to save hundreds on your wireless bill? With Xfinity Mobile, you can. How about saving hundreds on the new Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultra 5G? You can do that too. All on the most reliable network? Sure thing. And with fast nationwide 5G included at no extra cost, we've got you covered. So join the carrier rated #1 in customer satisfaction. And get a new Samsung Galaxy starting at $17 a month. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store today.
What makes Discovery Plus the greatest collection of real-life entertainment on the planet? Do the math. Whoa! 55,000 episodes. Plus, from nearly 20 of your favorite networks. Plus,
Chevron, come on, baby.
every year for just $4.99. Oh, it's the best value in streaming. Sweet deal. And the winner is everything you're into. You can't make this stuff up.
LAPD is still hanging up. 2 days in a row, the price tags haven't acted well.
We've got 45 minutes left to go, and the S&P has just turned positive just barely. Check out some individual market movers in the meantime, though. Shares of Pinterest higher on a report it was approached by Microsoft in recent months about a potential deal to be acquired. People briefed on the matter say talks were not currently active. Nonetheless, Pinterest is trading up 6% right now. Restaurant Brands International is under pressure after reporting mixed results. Same-store sales at Tim Hortons dropped 11% in the quarter.
I only have a minute, but we'll talk tonight if you have time. I'm meeting Joey.
So I will take it from there.
I knew that because you're always very good at this time. We are just fractionally on the S&P 500 with 44 minutes left of the session. The latest economic data shows the pandemic continues to weigh on the labour market, just with weekly jobless claims coming in at 793,000 compared to estimates of 760,000. This comes as the Biden administration looks to pass a $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill that includes more direct payments for Americans and extended unemployment support. Joining us from more, Jared Bernstein, member of President Biden's Council of Economic Advisors. Very good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. My pleasure. So clearly a good early approval rating on this front, 62%. You brings a smile to your face as I can see. How long is that sustainable, realistically, before we get into the weeds of it? I mean, do you have to be pretty much perfect to keep it above 60%?
There's a lot of wind in the sails of this administration for very good reasons that I think are going to help explain that, right? And I don't want to predict the future, but should continue to boost it. If you think about the way the president is taking on what is so key, not just to the American people from a health perspective, but from an economic perspective as well, which is finally gaining control of the virus, not just distributing and producing the vaccine, but getting shots in arms. It is clear to the president, and it is key and at the core of the American Rescue Plan, that those two tasks are completely complementary. They're not separable. And so the American Rescue Plan is calibrated to do just that. Make sure that we finally get ahead of the COVID curve, put the virus behind us, and launch a robust
I definitely don't want that.
recovery. That's what the
No,
plan
not in my thinking of that one.
How fearful are you that this is going to be the only major economic stimulus bill of his time in office? I guess we've already got a glimpse of how difficult it can be, even when all those factors apply that suggest this is needed. How hard it is to get bipartisan support.
this is far from our only bite at the apple. Very confident about that. And you said an important word, bipartisan. Of course, we've lived in partisan times and we see lots of squabbling going on. The bipartisan support for this plan, and I'm not just talking about Congress, is actually very deep. If you look at recent surveys, majorities of all political stripes are telling us that we need to do precisely what the American Rescue Plan sets out to do. Control the virus, distribute the vaccine, launch the recovery by providing the necessary relief to get families and businesses to the other side of this and reopen the schools. That's just so important to the American people. I don't care if they have a D or an R next to their name. We have 400 governors and mayors who've signed a letter saying you get this done quickly. We have support from former economists from the Trump and Bush administration as well as from prior Democratic administration. There's just a lot of very positive bipartisan energy about getting this done. Now, are we exchanging ideas with folks on the other side of the aisle? Of course, as we speak. But urgency and getting this relief to the American people quickly is the president's top priority.
Jared, as it goes through Congress, is minimum wage going to be off the table?
The president is committed to increasing the minimum wage. Now, there are parliamentary questions which I have to do with the machinations of how this process goes through the Congress, having to do with the minimum wage, and those are nothing that we haven't answered to yet. I think from the perspective of the president and the American people, the budget process is not the most important thing here. The most important thing is making sure low-wage essential workers, whether they're fulfillment workers in factories, whether they're healthcare workers, whether they're folks in the retail sector, whether they're sanitation workers, these are people who are helping to keep this economy going, and we know for a fact that tens of millions of them are on or near the minimum wage, which at $7.25 in some states in this country, that's the federal level, other states have raised it above that, is nowhere near a living wage, and that's something that the president intends to do something about as quickly as we can.
Yeah, just to shift gears a little bit, I mean, the president was at the Pentagon yesterday. One of the things he's unveiled is this Department of Defense task force. Had a phone call with President Xi yesterday as well. Let's talk China here for a minute. I mean, you kind of can't look at or strategize national security and not think about tech. You could say the same thing about trade and not think about tariffs. So are we going to see some of those duties, levies, sanctions stay on, or are they going to get removed?
One of the things, when I was a CNBC contributor, I would play all kinds of chin music in answer to that question. But right now, I'm trying to be careful to stay in my lane and not talk about things that have national security implications. What I will say is that,
there's economic implications too, right?
Yes, we're going to get to those. So I've worked with Joe Biden for a long time. And one thing you'll hear from him more than most other politicians is that we have to help our manufacturing sector. We have to make sure that our manufacturers can robustly export into global markets. Now, in the prior administration, I think it's clear that the efforts in that regard were not successful. The manufacturing sector was actually in a recession before the crisis, and that's clearly unacceptable. As the American Rescue Plan gets this economy to the other side of the crisis, so we're poised for a robust recovery to finally get launched, that's when you're going to hear the president start to trot out the recovery package, jobs, building back better, where issues like how we rebuild our manufacturing sector to connect them to global exporting markets will be unveiled.
Some very impressive jobs in your career, Jared, but nothing more so, of course, than when you were a CNBC contributor. I'm sure you'd agree. I wanted to pivot a little bit and looking forward over the next 4 years. I know it's not going to be in this stimulus bill, but we had Elizabeth Warren on this show a few weeks back, and she was calling for a wealth tax. One question I have, which never seems to come up enough in the debate relative to things like a wealth tax, is whether you would consider, the administration would consider looking at the step-up basis for capital gains and rethinking that part of the tax code.
So this is a great question. It's something that the president talked about during the campaign, and in fact, it was one of the pieces that he consistently pulled out and mentioned. That's on the record. In terms of the tax plans, the way the president thinks about this, he's also said this, and I want to underscore it. Temporary measures, which include the American Rescue Plan, should be deficit financed, but permanent measures should be paid for. And when we get to the recovery plan, when we start thinking about building back better so that on the other side of this crisis, we build back a more resilient, more equitable economy that gets deep into the investments in clean energy, child care, housing, racial equity, those are going to be thought of as more permanent programs, and they require pay-for. Step-up basis is something the President has, in fact, referenced in the past.
All right, Jared Bernstein, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Still ahead, we talk more about the economic recovery, and we're joined exclusively by Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker. Plus, some Robinhood users are taking out their frustrations by showing up at the company's California headquarters. We're going to take you there live next.
Tilray's got a gap at 30.
Sarah, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and a whole lot more? So what are you waiting for? Captain Ahab to help you find a parking spot?
Fire, Shimo! Loading zone. Pull hard to starboard. Too small. Seriously? Because it... Follow him. Steady. No. Thunder Racer. To the northern watch where there be parking spaces as big as whales. Geico. See all the ways you can save.
You could think getting commission-free trades is as good as it gets, but you know better. At Schwab, free means more. You get commission-free online trades and quality trade executions on our powerful platform. Plus the satisfaction guarantee. Expect more from your firm. Trade up to Schwab, the better place for traders.
Some companies still have HR stuck between employees and their data, entering data, changing data, more and more sensitive personal data. And it doesn't just drag HR down, it drags the entire business down with inefficiency, errors, and waste. It's ridiculous. With Paycom, employees enter and manage their own data in a single, easy-to-use software. Visit paycom.com and schedule your demo today.
Sunday playoff at the par 317. Less than 3 feet to win it all.
Tears of joy is a player's champion.
Tears of joy.
Welcome back. The fallout for Robinhood over GameStop frenzy is building, with some frustrated customers now showing up at Robinhood's California headquarters to get answers. Kate Rooney is there with that story. Kate.
Hey, Morgan, a handful of Robinhood customers have come here to the company's headquarters right in Menlo Park to vent some frustration about not being able to get in touch with that startup about certain issues with their accounts. Menlo Park police have also been called over here multiple times in recent weeks. Records obtained by CNBC show a total of 10 incidents at the startup's headquarters from January 28th to February 9th. In one case, a man threw a T-shirt at a security guard's face. Another vandalized a sculpture here. The most extreme example so far, someone allegedly threw dog feces at the front door. This week we saw one man kicking and banging on the front door. We spoke to another Robinhood customer who says he drove 2,400 miles from Indiana after losing $50,000.
BRGO 14 to 15-1.
Also locked out of his account. Robinhood declined to comment, but after we reached out, they did get back to one gentleman we spoke to and resolved his issue. These are just a handful of Robinhood's 13 million customers, but the experiences do really echo what we're hearing from other users and more than 100 complaints from the FTC in recent weeks. Guys, back to you.
Okay, I mean, yes, 13 million total, but also this number of complaints certainly there physically pales in comparison to the number of new account openings just this year.
That's right. They have added, by one estimate, as many as 600,000 in one day. So that's what venture capital investors really see in this company.
Tell Ray a little bounce from 32 to 33.
And in the eyes of venture capital investors and those in Silicon Valley, this company is still going places and it is still very much on track for an IPO.
Kate, I just want to go back to something you said, that one of the men you spoke to said that his issue was resolved. What does that mean, especially when you're talking to people that are driving these long distances because of how much money they lost?
So it's interesting. He's actually here at Robinhood's headquarters today. I was speaking with him earlier. He said that he was able to get access to his money, but the bigger issue had to do with what happened with GameStop last week. So he still believes that the shutting down of certain trades was unfair. That is really the reason he says he's still out here protesting and plans to be here for the rest of the week. So it is more about the bigger picture and sort of the cause that he now says that he's advocating for versus his personal account issues.
Okay, Rooney, as always, thanks so much. Time now for a coronavirus tracker. Some good news on the vaccine rollout. Dr. Anthony Fauci, appearing on NBC's Today Show this morning, said he predicts that there will be enough vaccines available in the US for all Americans to start getting vaccinated by April, earlier than some previous estimates. People who have been fully vaccinated against coronavirus can now skip quarantine, even if they're exposed to someone who tests positive, according to new guidance from the CDC. In the meantime, as the US continues to add close to 100,000 cases per day, the CDC has issued new guidance recommending that Americans wear 2 masks if one doesn't fit tightly enough. The CDC said that studies show any mask is better than none, though.
Well, it's time now for a CNBC News Update, and we go to Courtney Reagan for that. Court.
Hi, Morgan. Here's what's happening at this hour. Impeachment managers say there is little doubt former President Trump knew his words could start a riot and that his actions merit banning him from ever holding public office again.
Trump knew exactly what he was doing in inciting the January 6th mob. Exactly. He had just seen how easily his words and actions inspired violence in Michigan. He sent a clear message to his supporters. He encouraged planning and conspiracies to take over Capitol buildings and threatened public officials who refused to bow down to his political will.
Also on Capitol Hill, workers replacing the final pane of glass damaged during the insurrection. Some members of Congress, including Senator Mitt Romney, have asked that some of the damage be preserved as a reminder of what happened. And the CDC is expected to release new recommendations on school reopenings as soon as tomorrow, with guidelines on vaccinations and social distancing. Get to the news with Shepard Smith tonight for more on hospital requirements and the science backing them up. Back over to you, Will.
Cool, thanks so much for that. So we come here on closing bell. Shares of home builder Taylor Morrison off to a strong start for the year and getting a boost today as well on the back of earnings. We'll speak with the CEO about those results and what she's seeing in the housing market. As we hit the break here to check on bonds, yields mixed around today. Having pulled back a fraction, having got close to 120, the 10 years up a fraction today, 116. The current level, back in a couple of minutes.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
We heard there was money in our home. We were looking for it. Oh, you did. I did.
When you need cash out of your home and a simple way to get it, Rocket can.
When the future first arrives, we often don't recognize it. Interactive Brokers founder Thomas Peterffy brought the future to the floor of the American Stock Exchange in 1983. The company had fabricated Wall Street's first mobile computer, and it changed finance forever. Today, Interactive Brokers continues to push finance forward by building the latest technology you need to increase your success. Move your account to Interactive Brokers.
Mr. Wonderful here. It's hard for everyday people to get access to startup investments. But with Start Engine, you can choose between hundreds of startups to build your portfolio. It's your turn to become a shark. Visit startengine.com today.
At Refilter, we're on a never-ending journey to end gutter cleaning forever. Whoa! Way too dangerous, Bill. Way too clogged, Melissa. Refilter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system, will keep you safe and protect your home. We guarantee betters again. Everybody okay with that? I should. Call or go online for your free better inspection and estimate. Act now and save 15% off your purchase.
Tonight, impeachment latest. The House managers wrap up their case against the former president. Plus, could new variant concerns bring travel restrictions within the U.S.?
The facts, the truth, the news with Shepard Smith, 7 Eastern, CNBC.
Ready to move on from workouts like this? Now through February 11th, join Planet Fitness for no enrollment, $10 a month, no commitment. With all this variety, you can move it in our clean and spacious clubs. And the new crowd meter in our app helps you find the best time to visit so you can work out with plenty of room to move. America, your fitness is essential. Join today for no enrollment, $10 a month, no commitment. Hurry, deal ends February 11th.
Getting injured on the job caused me to lose control of my life. What medical benefits am I entitled to?
Will we get compensation?
I want to take back control. So do I.
Our family wants to take that control.
I'm Glenn Levine from the Law Office of Advantage Remedy. If you've been injured on the job and believe you're not receiving the proper compensation you're entitled to, call us at 1-800-7473 for a consultation and take back control of your life.
It is flat with 25 minutes left of the session. Up next, we'll get a read on the housing market with the CEO of Taylor Morrison, one of the nation's largest home builders. Don't go anywhere. Closing bells back in a couple.
Sales is down from last quarter, but we're hoping things will get better way for Q3. Yep. Sorry about that. It's
Never settle with Power E-Trade. It has powerful, easy-to-use tools to help you find opportunities, 24/7 support when you need answers, plus some of the lowest options and futures contract prices around. Don't get mad. Get E-Trade and start trading today.
Ready to move on from workouts like this? Today's the last day to join Planet Fitness for no enrollment, $10 a month, no commitment. With all this variety, you can move it in our clean and spacious clubs. And the new crowd meter in our app helps you find the best time to visit so you can work out with plenty of room to move. America, your fitness is essential. Join today for no enrollment, $10 a month, no commitment. Hurry, this deal ends today.
We see increased efficiency connected to more comfortable homes. Emerson's Energy Star certified Sensi Smart Thermostat uses geofencing to simplify how homeowners manage comfort costs. Emerson, consider it solved.
Tommy John is for people who value themselves and their comfort. We reimagine pajamas and loungewear with innovative fabrics that are lightweight, breathable, and insanely soft. The fit looks and feels amazing. We can guarantee your comfort whether you're working from home, relaxing with the kids, or streaming your favorite show. These are pajamas and loungewear to swear by, but the only four-letter word we use is soft. Go to TommyJohn.com and get 15% off your first order with this code.
Let's get checked for ourselves. Let's get checked for those around us. Let's get checked for a full range of conditions. Introducing Let's Get Checked. Health testing you do at home. Let's get round-the-clock support from a team of nurses. Let's get fast, accurate results. Know your health. Know yourself. Order now at letsgetchecked.com.
The pay wears you down? I see how Dallas Green can differ. Feel it working instantly, providing powerful relief for muscles and joints. Icy Hot.
Want to play with Shaq? Enter to win the basketball fantasy experience at icyhot.com/riseup.
On Squawk Box, breaking down Disney's quarterly results. What's driving performance during the pandemic? How does Disney plan to maintain the magical momentum? Tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern. Watch Squawk Box anytime on demand.
Welcome back. Home builder and developer Taylor Morrison has its shares up about 2.5% today on the back of earnings yesterday. The company saw 46% growth in its net orders from a year ago and entered the year with a record backlog of 8,400 homes valued at $4.2 billion. Joining us now, the first on CNBC interview, Taylor Morrison CEO Sheryl Palmer. Sheryl, thanks for being with us today.
Thanks for having me. Good to see you.
We know housing has been on fire, and when I see a growth number like 46%, Can that pace continue in 2021 as vaccines roll out, as people start to rethink their living situations, the economy fires back up? How far are we into the cycle?
I think it's a new cycle. I think when we talk about what we have ahead of us, we almost have to take a couple steps back and look at where we were pre-COVID days. I mean, if I think about first quarter of 2020, it actually started very strong. 19 was somewhat moderated, we come into the year 2020 pretty strong, and then obviously at the end of March we all know what happened. And we took a pause for, a good 60 days. And then for a number of different reasons, we've seen that demand very strong. So when I look at the numbers we reported yesterday for 2020, that's with consideration of really a slowdown during the second quarter. We also guided yesterday to closings in 2021 somewhere between 18% and 20%. And you already talked about our backlog numbers coming into it. So it's a very good segment.
Yeah, I'm curious where you're seeing the most demand, the most strength. And speaking to the CEO of Martin Marietta yesterday, he was talking about basically these hubs in terms of migration and what they're seeing, how that's affecting their business. This morning we had the CEO of Zillow on who talks about the great reshuffling. What are the geographies? What are the locations where you're seeing that robustness right now, and how does it speak to where people are leaving, where people are moving?
It's a phenomenal dynamic we're seeing out in the marketplace. What I shared yesterday is we're seeing strength across pretty much all geographies as well as all consumer groups. And that's a shift from a few months ago. I mean, when we first came into the COVID environment and sales started picking up, we really saw traction with that young millennial. They were wanting to build apartments, maybe out of wanting to build basement. And then that has really moved across all consumer sets. The 55 plus lifestyle buyer was the last one that we saw come back. Because they weren't really traveling for all the right reasons. But given all of our virtual tools, we are seeing them in such a big way. And I would tell you, we've entered almost a new normal when I look across our consumer sets and our product lines.
So Cheryl, that's all the good news, of which clearly there was quite a lot. What about some of the pressures? Are you concerned about rates rising, and are you concerned about raw material costs?
Yeah, so let's take those both separately, because two very different topics. When I look at rates, and I think we have all indications that rates are going to stay low for the next 12 to 24 months, and we are in historically low territory, even though we might have seen 3 or 4 movements over the last week or two. When you look at the buying power of the consumer today, given rates, they have about 20% more buying power. So I look at that $300,000 house a year ago and what that was costing them on a monthly basis. They can either buy a lot more house, or obviously what we're seeing them do is both buy larger, as well as we're seeing them point the house with a lot more amenities. On the production side, you're absolutely right. We are seeing tremendous pressures, and I think you have to put it in perspective. If you go back 6 months, in the second quarter last year, we were tracking to build about, on an annualized basis, about 1 million homes a year. We moved to the end of the year, and that's about 50% higher, where we're tracking at 1.4 to 1.5. So that's putting tremendous pressure on the supply chain, just in the numbers, before you consider any of the impacts of COVID and plant shutdowns. So it's driving commodity prices up. It's really putting stress on the labor market. In different markets, we're seeing that stress point at a different point in the construction cycle, maybe elongating the construction cycle in some parts of the country. But there's always something that we're dealing with, and right now we are dealing with higher costs. And there is room, as you've heard, and you heard from Zillow this morning, we're seeing prices move. And the other phenomenon we're seeing, which I think is probably most interesting, is we're seeing the differential between new homes and resale market get very, very close. When that happens, it creates a real bias for new. Because if I'm going to spend the same amount of money, I might as well have a new home.
2 million more just hit it. I took it up to 15, and bang, they killed it again.
Our liberal program last year to help really make sure that everything.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it too. 2 million more shares traded.
Water. That's all related to electricity.
Well, Cheryl, thank you for joining
us. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We were 14 and a half 2 million shares came in. Take a look at the volume.
HotStocks
Now somebody's selling 5 million shares. Now that's not a little guy. So my point is that you should be calling the company. You should be calling the company and asking what the fuck's going on. Are they doing a raise you don't know about? Is there a debt spiral being converted that you don't know about? Something you don't know. I'm telling you, 5 million is not acting normal. I know you don't know, but you should find out. Now it goes back to 14.8. What? Every time it goes back up, he beats the shit out of it.
Still hungry for the ingenuity of those ready for the next challenge. Today we're translating decades of experience into strategies for the road ahead. We are Morgan Stanley.
Stay restless with the icon that does the same. The RX, crafted by Lexus.
Lease the 2021 RX 350 for $429 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing with your Lexus dealer.
The loving family vanishes. And day after day, the mystery deepens. And now it looks like a human dog. All new American Breed, Monday, 10 Eastern. Send your DVR now. See what we see.
When you switch to Xfinity Mobile, you're choosing to get connected to the most reliable network nationwide. Now with 5G included. Discover how to save up to $300 a year with shared data starting at $15 a month. Or get the lowest price for one line unlimited. Come into a local Xfinity store to make the most of your mobile experience. You can shop the latest phones, bring your device for trade-in for extra savings. Stop in or book an appointment to shop safely with peace of mind at your local Xfinity store.
In the world of business, things can change in a heartbeat. Protecting yourself from unforeseen circumstances is critical to the livelihood of your business. Call Pike & Lustig today for your business and commercial law needs.
8 amazing full-size products for one incredible price. Isn't that the fun box this year? With a free mystery gift valued at $125 with your first seasonal box.
15 minutes to go.
HotStocks.com.
Yeah, I just bought 4,000 CYDY. Couldn't resist it.
But with Start Engine, you
How about AAZZF from Momentum, John? How come you don't like that stock?
it's your turn to become.
You never talk about it.
StartEngine.com.
26,000 at 275.
Breakthrough medicines getting to patients.
That's the reason it doesn't go. Because they take that block, that would be really, really bullish. They take it, I'd buy more. I bought 8,000 so far today.
This is how you become the best.
GRYN acting nicely. Acting very nicely.
Get E-Trade and take charge of your finances today.
The Market Zone is sponsored by E-Trade. Trade commission free today with no account minimums.
Just over 13 minutes after the trading day, we're now in the closing bell market zone. Commercial free coverage of all the action heading into the close. CBC CD Markets commentator Mike Santoni here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. And today we've got high-tech chief investment strategist Stephanie Link with us as well. Very good afternoon to you, Steph. Let's get things off with the broader markets. At the moment, we are essentially flat on the S&P, fractionally lower on the Dow, fractionally higher on the Nasdaq. The Russell's fractionally lower itself. Mike, clearly we've had a great run of late. Are we more or less overbought than a couple of the recent peaks late last year and early this year?
Well, actually, the last couple of days, it's sort of cooled things off enough that it's not too extreme at the moment. I mean, I think that you can measure these things various different ways. I think when you had that, at the very peak of that 6% rebound from a little 4%.
CYDY.
The last couple of weeks, things were looking like they got a little stressed. Certainly small caps look extremely extreme if you wanted to just focus in on those. But, you know, there's two ways that an overbought market can kind of gather itself together. And one of them is by doing not much of anything for a while. Maybe you pull back a little, maybe you go sideways, or short, sharp declines can sometimes also do it. So pretty tough to handicap how it goes from here, but nothing really is changing the trend as you observe this market right now.
Yeah, Steph, what would change the trend? I mean, what are, I guess, those key things to keep an eye on, those factors to watch, given the fact that we do have the S&P basically hanging out there at 3,900? Yeah, I mean, well, look, the narrative remains the same, and it's still very positive for risk on assets, or equities, if you will, right? We've got an incredible amount of stimulus, both fiscal and monetary. We're going to get more fiscal by the end of the month of another, looks like a 1.9 number, which is not a watered down number. That's what it sounds like anyway, which is a lot more stimulus. It's 55% of U.S. GDP if you add the two together, fiscal and monetary policies that we put in place since March of last year. So that's just enormous. Then when you add the Fed not doing anything, and they said that to us yesterday, they're not going to change anytime soon in terms of their strategies. And then you have the COVID numbers actually doing better, and you have vaccine and the distribution doing better. You add it all up, and it looks really good for growth in GDP, and it looks really good for earnings. We might, Morgan, see a 48% year-over-year growth rate number in the second quarter. I think 1Q and 2Q are going to see explosive growth.
GRYN 119 acting great.
Year over year, 0.7%, but it's still growth nevertheless. So we could pull that any time, but I want to stay in the markets, and I want to stay on cyclicals more than kind of defensive growth, because I do think you get that operating leverage.
CYDY acting well.
Covered. So on days like today, when the cyclicals aren't outperforming, I'm nibbling a little bit. The one group that did outperform today, or is outperforming in a big, big way, semiconductors and semicap equipment.
Apple going to 135 strike. Chevron getting better.
First, cannabis stocks giving back a lot of yesterday's huge gains. Frank Hahn has the details there. Frank.
There, Morgan. Cannabis stocks off the highs that went into yesterday. Let's take a look at the charts here. Medman, that's a U.S.
Well, this is selling this BRGO, let me tell you.
About 62%. Tilray hooks a
Oh, the volume isn't that unusual.
big as well. Generally, we are seeing more volatility in the Canadian cannabis stocks because you can trade them on Robinhood and you can short them, as opposed to U.S. producers, which you generally cannot on both accounts. Analysts also say that U.S.-based operators overall have better fundamentals, higher sales, and are more poised to take advantage of U.S. legalization. The U.S. stocks down today as well, but not to the same degree as the Canadian counterparts.
Steph, I want to bring you in on this conversation, the cannabis names. It's kind of curious to me that the Canadian names have been trading the way they have, when it's really been more of a U.S. legalization story that I think has been fueling this, at least up until recently. This whole thing is Reddit redo, right? I mean, the way these stocks are trading, it's incredible. And it's even if after today's correction, the alternative harvest ETF is still up 85% year to date, Morgan. I mean, that is still an enormous, enormous number. When we know this flies right into the face of a lot of supply out there, a lot of competition, operating losses across the industry. Even Canopy Growth has $2.1 billion of cash on their balance sheet, but they have operating losses. So I can't do that. That's just not investing in my mind. It could be for other people. I get the total addressable market. There are going to be winners and losers, but this is crazy action, and I just want to stay far away from it. The one name you can buy that's kind of old school that has Canopy exposure is Constellation Brands. I don't own it. I don't recommend it. It is expensive for what you get, but that one at least has fundamentals that I can analyze.
Mike, what are the volumes like in these cannabis names over this last week compared to the GameStops of this world the prior couple of weeks? And how does both of those pools compare to volumes in the rest of the market? Are we still pretty elevated as we look at things in any kind of traditional long-term comparison?
Yes. I mean, I don't think we got in the cannabis stocks quite the sustained levels of massive volumes that you saw in things like GameStop and AMC in particular during that late January run. Some of those stocks, maybe dozen Reddit stocks, were accounting for 5 to 7% of total tape volume for those days, which is just crazy off the charts considering that they have very small market caps in aggregate. So I think this is the counterpoint to the fact that, we have this quarterly uptrend in the big cap indexes. It seems like things are well supported. The macro forces are all in one direction. Is you have these sideshows going on at all times, whether it is these eruptions of volume in the cannabis names. Looking at penny stock volume, we don't really track that directly, but it's off the charts right now. And options trading, I mean, people are just piling into that edge of the market where it's just kind of like these binary trades. That's the other side of it, and that can create, some kind of instability or shakeout at the time.
Corporate America may be warming up to Bitcoin. BNY Mellon announcing today it's formed a new unit to hold, transfer, and issue Bitcoin and other digital currencies for its asset management clients. And Mastercard also jumping in on the crypto bandwagon, saying it plans to give merchants the option to receive payments in Bitcoin later this year. This comes just a few days after Tesla announced it bought 1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin, seen as further legitimizing the cryptocurrency. Bitcoin surging to a new high today, at one point crossing 48,000. It's at 47,000 and change at the moment, still up 5% on the day. Mike, clearly this is taken as overall good news for Bitcoin bulls. I just wonder, though, whether there's a different take that people should consider, that rather than seeing all of these stories crossing as a further reason to see it rally, to suggest that we've kind of priced in a lot of the good news already. And I guess the further point that the likes of BNY Mellon are just going to allow it to be traded and to be a custody. They're not doing what Tesla's doing, which is buying the product and therefore creating more of a bid for the price.
Right. It seems like, I mean, yeah, granted, these are not necessarily the early adopters of the financial services industry. And also what they're doing is just creating the capacity to accommodate transactions in Bitcoin or asset flows in Bitcoin if and when their customers want it. So I do think there is a general sense of established businesses deciding that they want to have capabilities, they need to be open to it. There's a sort of, hey, I guess this is the thing, let's get ready to do it, as opposed to, people in a very high conviction way throwing real money, at Bitcoin to the store value. But the news flow is very positive. Obviously, you're seeing the price react, and I don't know if that's really going to change. What's interesting is this can almost be self-fulfilling. This thing that the world was not necessarily asking for as a separate, digital currency, just by force of how much money is getting put in it and the infrastructure being built around it, it can kind of become the thing it never needed to be.
Yeah, I mean, you're adding value to the store value there. To your point, self-fulfilling prophecy. Bumble, though, making its market debut today, that stock surging 65% at 31. Founder Whitney Wolf Herd is now the youngest female CEO to take a company public. She also became a billionaire, at least on paper today. She was on Squawk Alley earlier today. Here's what she had to say about dating in a post-pandemic world.
As the world slowly transitions back to normal, we think we have this massive opportunity to help people meet each other in a seamless way, in a way that maybe feels safer than the historical opportunities going to a bar or concert or to a crowded place. And even as the world completely goes back to normal, the ease and the opportunity that online dating offers will be here to stay. We really think that this is a seismic shift for the better, and we think that this is a long-term industry with long-term staying power and long-term meaning both during and post-pandemic.
Yeah, Stephanie, I mean, just looking at the first day of trade for the stock, it would seem, at least today, and investors agree with that. I think
CYDY 2021.
IPOs like this one, or all the SPACs that have been coming to market, I mean, there are so many more stocks to trade than there were a year ago. We were talking about a short supply of stocks not that long ago. Well, I just think at the end of the day, focus on the fundamentals, and I am a little uncomfortable in terms of the SPACs and how many have come to market just in this year to date. It's just an incredible amount. But I focus on fundamentals, and actually I don't own Bumble, but I do own Match Group. I like the online dating business in general. The market's $3 billion. It's going to $4 billion in the next 3 years. The penetration rate is only 4%, going to 6% in the next 2 to 3 years. These guys are the leader, and that's what I like to do. I like to buy the leaders in every industry if I can, possibly on sale.
Right? They have a good product with a bad balance sheet.
Good products, they've got margins, they're established, they've got size and scale. So, and also it is a reopen, and I have a lot of reopen names in my portfolio because I really do believe those companies are still down and out relative to some of the other secular growth names that we've seen, or even the cyclicals for that matter. So I think that this one, I think this industry makes sense. You pick your name of what you want.
Mike, the demand for these types of IPOs is insatiable, still up another 60% or so on day one. Massive day one moves for these types of IPOs.
Yeah, this type of deal, it really checks all the boxes. The market right now has a tremendous appetite for, obviously something that...
Chevron better, Apple better.
Something that has subscription revenue, an app that ends up being in the hands of younger consumers. I mean, all these things have created these tremendous market values, and where do they trade? 20 times revenues or more. That's where it goes to. That's where Airbnb went to. That's where DoorDash went to. And, that if the market's setting the rules there, that it seems like I don't know what's going to change that, even though it's a super aggressive valuation, just because so many other trends are in these companies' favor right now.
Yeah, looks like the stock in the next couple of minutes is poised to close at $70. It priced, the IPO priced at 43. We got 2 minutes to go on the trading day, and Mike does have more on his market internals.
Yeah, Morgan, they softened up a little bit today, so it seems like a bit of a day of rest across the major market. The New York Stock Exchange advancing versus declining stocks slightly to the negative side right now. So there's definitely some give back on what had been record strong breadth out there. Steph mentioned a real strong point of the market today, semiconductors. It has been the case all week. It has been the case all month. It has been the case for a year or more. And you see 7% of NAC semiconductors ETF this week alone. The NASDAQ, 1%, of course, that is a big part of the NASDAQ. So clearly the shortage and the pricing power story is not necessarily used up in those share prices. The volatility index hanging around those same levels. It's made that big round trip into the mid-30s and now back to the low 20s. And here we are receding back to that 21 line. Has resisted going below 20 as we do.
Yeah, just over 1 minute left of the session, and we are nicely off the lows. The Dow is still in the red, but it's only down 15 points. It's down close to 200 at the low of the session. The high of the session was up 100. S&P's higher by 0.2% or so. The Nasdaq's up by 1/3%. And the Russell just climbing back into positive territory by a handful of basis points, but it's up 2.3% on the week. It has been the outperformer.
CYD weakens.
The green, quite impressive. Tech is the best performing sector. It's the only one that's really meaningfully higher. It's up 1%. A handful of other sectors are up slightly, and we've got about 6 or 7 other sectors in the red. The only one meaningfully low is energy.
AAZZF 74.75, 27,075.
1.2%, gold down about 0.9%, and the 10-year yield edging higher to 1.16. As we approach the close, though, we are looking at all three of the major averages trying to go into the green, and the Dow's touching green as we hear the bell ring. It's down about a basis point. The S&P 500 up 0.2%, Nasdaq up 0.4%, and the Russell up about 0.15%, and the Dow goes green at the close.
Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Morgan Brennan in for Sarah Eisen along with Wilford Frost and Mike Santoli, CNBC Senior Markets Commentator. As you just heard Will say, getting a read on the markets as the stocks settle here. It looks like that was pretty narrow. Yeah, it's a pretty narrow trading range for the day, but the Dow did finish ever so slightly lower, down by about 7 points. The S&P did eke out a gain up about 1/20%. The Nasdaq was the outperformer, up about 0.4%, and even the Russell 2000, those small caps, were able to end the day lower. I'd also just note we did see a record intraday high for the Dow earlier in the session. Investors now awaiting, though, more results, more earnings results. Today we're getting Disney, Expedia, Aurora Cannabis, and Affirm, which is reporting for the first time since going public. We're going to bring you all the numbers as soon as they are released. Plus, Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker on the state of the economy and how much more stimulus is needed from Washington. Stephanie Link from Hightower is still with us. Victoria Fernandez from Crossmark Global Investments also joins the conversation. But Mike, first we go to you.
Yeah, Morgan, market kind of idling for most of the day here, but the S&P 500 is up 4% year to date. That's only 6 weeks. It's about within 0.5% of its record high. So it's really has refused to do much more than just kind of sit around here in the last few days as opposed to pull back. Even though you can line up a lot of factors that say we're due for something, even though we had that little 4% shakeout recently. I think it's just as simple as it's a bull market supported by strong credit conditions, all these kind of liquidity injections from fiscal and monetary authorities, and a really powerful corporate profit rebound. I mean, it's ridiculous the margin by which companies are beating fourth quarter earnings. So, I think that all those things make it tough for bears to get any traction so far.
Steph, what would worry you? What would make you take meaningful amounts of money out of equities? Is it rates suddenly shooting up? Would that be a factor, or anything else in particular you're watching out for?
Well, it would be the velocity of the moves in either the VIX or rates or inflation, for that matter, right? If we spike up, that is something that the markets don't like. If we gradually grind higher, and basically grind higher for good reasons, like rates are going up because we are seeing better growth, inflation's going up because we are seeing better growth globally, those are good things, right? But if we spike, something that I would feel very comfortable with, and I think we have certainly have a correction. And the other thing is the Fed. I mean, as I mentioned earlier yesterday, they were very, very dovish, and really keeping to policy, the existing policy, very accommodative. That's not changing. When they do change, we're gonna have a big pullback, in my opinion. It will be interesting to see in that pullback what sector and what style actually works, because higher inflation doesn't equate to wanting to own growth stocks, and we know everybody is in growth stocks because we've had a 10-year bull market in growth, which is again goes back to why I actually lean a little bit opposite of growth, a little bit more value and a little bit more cyclical.
Victoria, how do you see it?
Yeah, so we're actually a little bit opposite of what Stephanie was just saying. I agree that it's the velocity of the moves that are really going to make a difference. And also, if we see a pullback on the consumer, on the consumption component, people are really relying on that pent-up demand. And if we don't see that pull through, that's going to be a concern. But for us, we like the values, we like the cyclicals, and we have exposure there. But we're still overweighting to the growth component right now. I mean, we actually bought NVIDIA this weekend. We're not saying that there's cheap stocks within the growth sector, but we think we're a longer-term investor, which is who our clients are. You have to really go back and look at those fundamentals. You need to see visible growth. You need to see a business model that makes sense, and you need strong balance sheets with little to no net debt there. And look at the cash flow as well. So for us, we're still looking a little bit more on the growth side, but we believe in that barbell strategy.
Mike, is the VIX ever going to fall below 20?
It's a good question. You know, the market action itself would tell you that it should be cold in that direction. You have the actual volatility of this market. If you observe how much it's moving day to day, it's really calmed down, to say the least. You would see usually the implied volatility of the VIX pull it down. I think there's a few things.
CYDY closed right against the moving average.
Kind of hyperactive stuff going on in options and in other parts of the market. Maybe keeps us on guard for something on the downside. There is still a bit in hedging of the indexes. Very low short interest in this market in individual stocks, but perhaps people are hedging the downside through the indexes, which feeds into the VIX. And then finally, there used to be a real active industry in selling that volatility insurance and sort of putting a depressing effect on those options prices that feed into VIX. That's kind of gone away. People are less willing these days to use that as a source of income because they're afraid of getting run over.
Victoria, as we start to get some of the earnings parade hit the tape right now, I just want to get your thought on what we have seen this season. I mean, I think if I had to sum it up in 2 words, it's been cost cutting. We've seen a lot of companies come out and beat big in large part because they've been reining in some of those expenses.
No, that's true, Morgan, and it's also interesting the way that stocks were actually reacting. If you look 10 days, 2 weeks ago, we had some big names come out who really put up good numbers, but yet the stocks were performing poorly, even more so than what you normally see. Normally, you might see about 0.5% move to the downside. We were seeing closer to 2-3% moves, and I think a lot of that has to do with the volatility that was in the market and some of the headlines around the Reddit stocks at that point in time. But that's starting to shift. We're starting to see stocks actually perform well with good numbers. We're getting guidance back from CEOs on the call. That's positive news. And when you look at EPS expectations going forward, I mean, we're looking year over year in the second quarter for about north of 40% EPS growth. So that reopening trade is really key to that, and we'll be watching to see how many CEOs continue to give the proper guidance that they anticipate going into the second half of the year.
We've got various earnings that are starting to cross. Just seeing Disney revenue coming in at 16.5 billion. That's ahead of the expectation of 15.9 billion. We'll dig into those. But first, Expedia earnings are out. Stephen Modi's got them.
Well, Fred, fourth quarter earnings out for Expedia, a loss of $2.64 adjusted versus the analyst expectation of a loss of $1.97. Revenue came in lighter than expected as well, $920 million versus the street analyst estimate of $1.12 billion. The CEO, Peter Kern, in the earnings release saying the fourth quarter brought signs of hope in the form of vaccine approvals, but rising cases across the globe as well as shutdowns of various travel markets made an impact. And as a result, Q4 did not show any real sequential progress other than some signs of modest improvement around the holidays. The company does not break out Vrbo, its home rental platform financials, which certainly has drawn more interest following Airbnb's IPO. Investors have certainly been giving the vacation rental market a fresh look, especially when you look at separate data, which shows that summer bookings are 30% of the same period
Who are you?
Airbnb. I'll be speaking with Peter Kern tomorrow on Squawk in the Suite at 10 a.m. Eastern.
No, that's when you bounce checks on people, you don't get a good reputation.
20 minutes. What he has to say about Verbo and competition.
What am I talking about?
Stock is down here. Back to
You know what I'm talking about.
Stephen, thanks so much for that one. Disney has crossed as I
Well,
mentioned.
Jimmy says you bounced a check.
The numbers
Who is this, Brian McLean?
better than expected growth. We
Well,
have Disney revenues of 60.
Who the hell is Jimmy? Jimmy Devlin, you didn't open the account and bounce a check on?
The company reporting an adjusted profit of 30.
Well, he said you did.
Unclear still if there are any one-time items that would make that uncomparable.
Wait. He's not full of shit. I know him for 30 years. If anybody's full of shit, it's shit.
Key things here in this report. One is Disney Plus up to 94.9 million subscribers as of January 22nd. That's up from 87 million was the last number the company reported. In ESPN Plus, now 12.1 million. So some growth there in Disney Plus as it continues its rollout. Also, they say there was a 2.6 billion impact of COVID at the Disney Park Experiences and Products segment due to the closures and reduced operating capacities. I'm going to continue to dig in here, and we'll be back.
Grateful closes 20 cents.
Nearly 2%, guys. All right, Julia, thank you. Stephanie, I want to get your reaction. I mean, we were talking about reopening trades recently, just before all these results started to hit. I wonder what you think of both of these stocks for that reason.
Yeah, well, Disney has very, very high expectations, and the only number that I think people really are focusing on right now is Disney Plus, and those numbers came in. I think Julia's 94. I think Julia said 94.9. I had seen numbers anywhere from 89 million to 95 million, so definitely at the high end of where people were expecting. Very good numbers, but this is the beneficiary of stay at home. Let's see how challenged the other parts of business, the theme parks and the studios and the networks, how they do. That's definitely the reopened part of it. So I'd like to see just how bad those numbers look, because they're going to look pretty bad. Expedia really wanted to figure out what the bookings number were. We were expecting down 66% year over year, so really, really bad numbers. But this is the ultimate reopened stock. So if you can get through this quarter, maybe even next quarter, second half of the year really sets up quite well with them, especially given the cost cuts. And the cost cuts actually came in line with their guidance of 900 to 950 million in cost cuts. The street was at a little bit higher, but that's, I don't know, I'm sure why that would be. And also Verbo is also going to be interesting to see how much that grows. Expectations are for about 20-25%, so we'll see what they say.
Let's go back to Julia, who's been digging through the numbers and has more for us. Julia.
So, Will, that EPS number, earnings per share of 32 cents, is comparable with analysts expecting a 41 cent per share loss. So those earnings much better than expected versus the loss that was anticipated. I just want to go through a couple more key numbers here. The total number of direct-to-consumer subscribers now 146 million. Bob Chapek saying that at the beginning of the results here. And I just want to show how much the revenue from that division has increased. This is the first quarter that Disney is reporting under its new reporting structure. So they have the media and entertainment division, distribution division, and then they also have parks, experiences, and products. Now that parks, experiences, and products division revenue dropped in the quarter by 53%. That's stronger performance than anticipated. And the media and entertainment distribution division, that number dropped only 5%. Which is notable considering that there was no meaningful theatrical business there. The direct-to-consumer division, that's the division with Hulu and Disney Plus and ESPN Plus, revenue increased 73% from the year earlier quarter. So really showing strength in Disney Plus and streaming, as well as better than expected results of the parks, despite the fact that ones such as Disneyland here in California are still closed, guys.
Julia, thanks for that one. We'll pivot back to Disney in a moment and discuss that, of course, in more detail. Just want to hit some of the firm numbers, of course, their first quarter since going public. Revenue 204 million. The forecast was for 190 million. Their GMV is 2.1 billion. That's up 55% year over year. 4.5 million active customers, up 52% year over year. Reporting a loss of 45 cents. It's kind of hard to compare because it's their first quarter to various estimates. I'm just trying to see what the analyst estimate was. So estimate for GMV was 1.7 billion, and they've come in at 2.1. So on the top line, which is easier to compare, for this first quarter, both GMV and revenue beating expectations. Just trying to see what else the expectation was for our customers. But either way, the market's not liking this. It's down 11.7%, but of course has had a decent run as well since it listed. Mike, what's your take on this one and Disney as well?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a guide in the upfront numbers that people are keying off of or not, but the Disney numbers are absolutely better than expected, even though the stock's up 140% from the lows. Valuations, certainly stretching what you the limits for this company. But only $500 million loss for direct-to-consumer in the quarter on $3.5 billion of revenue. So you're in the sight of when that streaming business is no longer even a cash burn, I would imagine. And so I do think that basically the market is treating the company as like, we're giving you credit for having figured out the future. At this point, they didn't have this long period where people were wondering if they could pull it off. And 146 million streaming customers is, I think, that that is kind of the mode that people are looking at right now.
Victoria, just final thoughts. Are you a fan of Disney?
We don't own Disney in our portfolio right now because we were really concerned about the closing of the parks and of the movie theaters and how that was going to affect them. And I would say we were probably a little surprised at the growth that we've seen in Disney Plus. Even though it's a huge positive for the company, we have to wonder, is that going to continue as the reopening trade goes into full force, similar to what we're seeing on Netflix, where they were positive cash flow for the first time, but maybe because they haven't been able to really put out new content. Is that the same with Disney? When things start coming back open and they're putting out new content and that cash has to be reinvested, how will the numbers look then? So we're a little hesitant on the name, but obviously strong numbers for the quarter.
Victoria, Fernandez, Stephanie Link, thank you both as always. Up next, we'll have much more analysis of those Disney numbers when we're joined by a pair of analysts with buy ratings, both of them on the stock. Plus, Philly Fed President Patrick Harker will join us on concerns that more stimulus could result in the economy overheating. We're back in 90 seconds.
You know that tech stock we talked about? I picked up 500 shares. You getting at a good price? Oh yeah. Schwab saved you how much?
With Schwab Order Execution Advantage, you get price improvement on 92% of orders and commission-free online trades. Are you getting complete price transparency? Expect more from your firm. Schwab, the better place for traders. Mornings were made for better things than rheumatoid arthritis. When considering another treatment, ask about Xeljanz, a pill for adults with moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis when methotrexate has not helped enough. Xeljanz can help with joint pain, swelling, stiffness, and help stop further joint damage even without methotrexate. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections, serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA may increase risk of death. Tears in the stomach or intestines and serious allergic reactions have happened. Don't let another morning go by without asking your doctor about the pill first prescribed for RA more than 7 years ago. Xeljanz.
Welcome back. Disney shares are up about 1.5% right now on the back of reporting quarterly results. They're doing better than expected. Joining us now to break down the numbers, Bernie McTernan of Rosenblatt Securities and Tuna Amobi of CFRA. Good afternoon to you both. Bernie, I'll start with you. What do you think of the results?
Yeah, really good results, and really the highlight for us was on the park side. And the parks beat on segment OI. It was actually revenue-driven. Expenses actually came in slightly higher than expected, so good that they're getting greater capacity utilization. The other piece on Disney Plus subscribers, great numbers. The only thing is that the Disney Plus ARPU was actually down substantially, probably driven by increased taker or a higher percentage of subs coming from Disney Plus Hotstar. So it was about a quarter of subscribers last quarter. So looking for what the company has to say in terms of how much the Disney Plus Hotstar drove the subscriber result. But Hulu had a really strong ARPU driven by advertising. So strong sub numbers on Disney Plus and then great parks profitability.
Tuna, we'll come to you next in terms of this subscriber number and the fact that we're getting quoted 146 million terms of DTC subs in total. Are all 146 million of those as profitable as each other, or are we really should be focusing purely on the Disney Plus part of it?
You know, I think within that number, Disney, Hotstar makes up quite a significant amount. A decent amount, I'd say about 30% of that number in India. But that being said, I think the way to think about this direct-to-consumer is kind of holistically, right? They've said that in the next by fiscal 2024, they're going to be turning profitable. We think based on what we're seeing now, actually, it seems to us that they're going to get there much faster than expected, where that business as a whole is going to be self-sustaining. And what's really remarkable now, we get a much cleaner picture of that direct-to-consumer business based on the new segment reporting. You can see that breakout now, the linear networks and the direct-to-consumer. So it's much more streamlined, much better handle for analysts such as us to kind of figure out the trajectory of that business going forward. And we think that based on these subscriber numbers and also the guidance that they've provided, you know, and we wouldn't be surprised if they would revisit those targets as early as next year.
I think about Netflix, right, and how much attention investors have spent over the last couple of years looking at their content spend. I mean, I think it's kind of Disney's turn now. What are you expecting, and what does that mean in terms of that equation over the next couple of years for that specific business to become profitable?
So Morgan, they've telegraphed that they're going to be effectively quadrupling the content spend within that streaming business, hitting almost $8 billion by fiscal
SMTI.
24. Now Netflix already
secondary at 25. The last sale was 41.
And given the pipeline that Disney has really prepared, Marvel, you know, Pixar, Star Wars, etc., we would not be surprised, Morgan, if that number actually hits 10 billion sooner than later. So it's really a rat race out there for content spend, and the way that you think about it is that you got to stand out from the clutter, and the way that Disney has kind of lined up, you know, these shows and the pipeline. I think content spending has nowhere to go but up. But the good news is that as long as they can maintain these subscriber numbers, there's really a tremendous runway. And remember, Disney Plus, as we speak, is right now in only less than little over 24 countries. Netflix over in 190 countries. So you kind of get a sense that even at 350 million target subscribers by fiscal 2024, that number is going to start looking pretty conservative pretty soon.
Bernie, where is Disney in the debate about how and when movies should be released whilst we're still in lockdown? What will you be listening out for on the call?
Yeah, well, so the next movie that's coming out in the PVOD window is Raya and the Last Dragon. That's going to be hitting the service, I believe, March, the first weekend in March. So, you know, we'll see. And the company has said that they want to maintain flexibility, but they really did roll out a pretty robust slate of movies like Cruella that's going to be hitting Disney Plus, and not in the PVOD window, but actually that comes with your subscription. So, you know, Netflix has a really robust slate of movies this year as well. HBO Max putting all their movies on the service as well as the day-and-date release schedule. So this is a really interesting year for all these different streaming companies to test to see that if movies can really drive subscribers to the platform, you know, the way that hit series can as well.
All right. We'll be listening out for the call. Thank you both for breaking it down for us right now, Bernie and Tuna. Up next, an exclusive interview with Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker on just how much more stimulus is needed and when the economy could return to pre-pandemic levels. And as a reminder, you can always watch or listen to us live on the Go on the CNBC app. We'll be right back.
FlexShares ETFs are built with advanced modeling to fill portfolio gaps and target specific goals, strengthening client confidence in you. Before investing, consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Go to flexshares.com for perspectives containing this information. Read it carefully. It's a 13-hour flight. That's not a weekend trip. 15 minutes. Yeah, you download the TD Ameritrade mobile app so you can quickly check the markets.
Actually, I'm taking one lesson in my dashboard code.
Excellent. And you will take your swim mobile?
So I can finish analyzing the risk on this position.
You two are all set. Have a great flight. We'll see ya. Now you're getting so smart. Choose the app that fits your investing style. Just don't want to forget.
It's hard for everyday people to get access to startup investments. But with Start Engine, you can
You see a great good thing?
hundreds of startups to build a portfolio. It's your turn to become a shark. Visit startengine.com today.
When you switch to Xfinity Mobile, you're choosing to get connected to the most reliable network nationwide. Now with 5G included, discover how to save up to $300 a day with shared data starting at $15 a month. Or get the lowest price for one line unlimited. Come into a local Xfinity store to make the most of your mobile experience. You can shop the latest phones, bring your device, or trade in for extra savings.
Let me
Stop in
mute
one
this.
clicking screen to shop safely with peace of mind at your local Xfinity store.
I turned down two ladies, she has a grapefruit, decided Mike, the fucking people. They just got takeover with trading 20 cents. Went up from 5 to 20.
With the latest medical technology, where you'll receive personal attention from an experienced team of doctors and specialists. At Wellmax, we offer over
Who says not going high? Another takeover.
receive the quality of care you deserve. Stay healthy, enhance your well-being, and live close to the next with Wellmax. Call us today to schedule a visit.
Yo, you want to make that sandwich the real deal, you gotta focus on the bread layers. King's Hawaiian sliced bread makes everything better.
Honey, why is Anthony in our kitchen?
I don't know. I'm booking you a one-way ticket to Flavor Town with the King's Hawaiian meatball style. I gotta go. Your neighbor needs King's Hawaiian bread. Everything's better between King's Hawaiian bread. Man, I got you. Yeah. Tonight, impeachment latest. The House managers wrap up their case against the former president. But could new variant concerns bring crowds to the U.S.?
The facts, the truth, the news with Edward Smith, 7 Eastern, CNBC.
This is great.
Let's get check on some of these earnings movers. We'll start with Disney.
They got an unsolicited takeover for grapefruit stock trading 20 cents.
Both revenue and earnings beat. Also saw 95 million Disney Plus subscribers, and revenue reacted positive. That TV is turning positive. It's fractionally right now. That is despite a revenue miss and a wider than expected loss. Also got the first earnings report from a firm. Revenue did beat, as you can see there. That stock is under pressure in the after hours trade.
The latest jobless claims data coming in worse than expected. 793,000 Americans filing for unemployment. Fed Chair Jerome Powell yesterday saying we're still very far from a strong labour market. Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker joins us now in an exclusive interview. President Harker, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks for having me.
Mention the outlook on the labour market just there. Does the relatively disappointing numbers mean that inflation is even lower on the agenda in the short term than perhaps it would have been?
No, I think it's pretty much what we were expecting in Philadelphia in terms of our forecast. This is going to be a choppy ride. I mean, the virus is driving the economy right now. Until we get vaccines in people's arms, we're going to continue to see a pretty choppy economy.
There's been a discussion over the last couple of years, but particularly this year, that now is not the time to worry about inflation. To what extent is that said in order not to spook the markets, not to spook people's inflation expectations, with a belief from people like yourself that if we do get to a point of, say, 3 or 4% inflation, then in fact it will be very worrying?
No, so I think that what I look at is not only the level of inflation, but also it's accelerating, it's decelerating. So we're clearly committed as an FOMC to exceed 2% for a period of time, but it has to be sustainably above 2% for a period of time. Obviously, if it was rocketing past 2%, we behave very differently. I would behave very differently than if it's just creeping past 2%. So it's really the dynamics of inflation, not just the single number.
Yeah, President Harker, I just want to dig into that a little bit more because there was this op-ed published this week by ex-Fed President Bill Dudley, who basically argued that we could, actually see the Fed pull back on stimulus earlier than expected to keep inflation in check, and increasing the risk of a 2013-style taper tantrum, and then proceeded to lay out the reasons why that could be the case. I just want to get your response to that.
So my dear friend Bill, I would disagree with to some extent. We do not see, I don't see right now, inflation running out of control. We will see a little bit of a spike as some months roll off in terms of the calculation and another dynamic in the economy. But again, I don't see it roaring past 2% anytime soon. So I'm not so worried
Hello,
about
Becky.
this right now. Now,
Hi, Becky.
the longer run, yeah, sure, it's something we have to take into account, but not right now.
Hi, Becky.
President Harvard, tell us about this new jobs tool that you guys have launched and exactly what that's
Hey, turn this off.
the effect it can have, not just on obviously hopefully finding jobs for certain people, but on driving productivity and economic output across the country.
Absolutely. If you think back pre-pandemic, and I know that's really hard for all of us to do, but think back to the job situation we had, the economy we had. Our goal is to get back to that somehow. That means we need to get people back to work. But things have changed, right? The economy has changed. The skill sets are different in this economy than they were even a year or 2 years ago. So what our researchers look at, and these are the Philadelphia and Cincinnati researchers, they look at 33 metro areas across the U.S. and ask the following question. What are those low-wage jobs that with a little bit of some upskilling, you can move to a higher-paying job? They found about half of the low-wage jobs, there was a match with an average increase in salary of $15,000. So this is real money. So what we've now launched is a tool, the Occupational Mobility Score, where you can dig down into these 33 metro areas, down to specific jobs, and see what the average increase in salary would be, and are those jobs increasing or decreasing in the economy? Let me just give you 2 quick examples. So take a receptionist. Well, they have skills to be upgraded to a medical secretary with an average increase of salary 27%. Or take a bill collector. There are skills there to become a credit counselor with an average increase in salary of 45%. So this tool is meant for people looking for work, for community colleges, training organizations looking to find what they need to put in place for these workers, for community organizations, for government officials. I think this tool is incredibly powerful, and the moment is right now to start using it.
From some of those examples you just gave, is this mainly a tool for white-collar workers, or is it across the board?
No, not at all. I mean, this is all based on work we've done for quite a while on what we call opportunity occupations, jobs that pay above median wages, where you don't need a 4-year college degree. So a lot of these jobs are not just white-collar jobs.
Yeah, so you're launching this tool. In the meantime, we do have so many people that are still unemployed right now. Some of the hardest hit industries, we keep hearing about the fact that there's this massive adoption across industries of new technologies, the digitization of everything. I wonder how you're thinking about potential fundamental changes to the workforce, people leaving the workforce, people being able to have those skill sets that you mentioned this tool. How big of an issue could this potentially be?
Well, again, the pandemic is just
Opco starts INO at a $35 price target.
brick and mortar to highly automated warehouse fulfillment facilities. So that's going to continue. And we're seeing this across the board. I mean, technology is not going to stop. I'm an engineer by trade, right? I'm not a lot of technology is going to continue to move the way it's going to move. It's incumbent upon us as policymakers, as employers, to then ask the question, how do we get people upskilled or reskilled into those new jobs? That's exactly what this work, this research is aimed at doing.
A lot of debate, of course, going on in Washington about the stimulus bill, the relief bill. And it seems that different stories each day, each week that we come on the network, that every industry lobby group is obviously trying to get in there, whether it's the banks or it's the airlines or the chip makers. Will there be enough to go around? And are you fearful of certain sectors being left out, or do you think this is a case where everyone should just be given their slice of the pie?
So I stay out of fiscal policy as a monetary policy maker. But that said, we have penciled in about $100 billion is what worked out. We'll see what occurs. I think you need to separate two. There's some short-term and long-term for me. In the short run, we need to help people now. And that has to be targeted to the people who need help now. To minimize the starving in the economy and the pain. I mean, look at the food lines that are out there. Look at the fact that the research that we put out, we look at about $11 billion of rent in arrears. That's going to come due at some point. And somehow that's going to be even higher. So the short-term needs that we need to address. The longer-term, medium-term needs there so we can accelerate the vaccination. Because if we don't get people vaccinated, we're not going to be able to fully reopen at this time.
On the banks specifically, they were given some regulatory relief as well last year around April, specifically on the terms of the SLR. That relief expires in March. It was a partly Fed, partly FDIC, partly FCC. Should that be extended beyond March?
Yeah, I'm going to stay out of the regulatory report right now in terms of whether it should be extended or not. That's in the hands of Congress and others. But that said, the banking sector, what we saw in the crisis is the banking sector went into it in a strong position, and that's really benefited. So we don't want to allow this to be a case of principle. We don't want to allow the regulation to put it back in a bad situation. And this is one where, again, the specifics I'll leave to others. But I'm a little worried about changing too many things right now in the middle of a crisis. Let's get through this, and then we can talk about it.
All right, we'll leave the conversation there. Patrick Parker, the Philadelphia Fed president.
Thank you very much.
Aurora Cannabis reporting its quarterly results as well. Frank Collins has the numbers.
Shares of Aurora up over 6.5% after reporting their earnings. We are not making a call in the U.S., but we can tell you that overall revenue, those increased 11% year over year. Its medical sales up over 2%. Its consumer cannabis sales up 25%. The company also says its international high-margin medical sales are up over 560%. A little bit of a downwind to it in the report, though. Its average price of cannabis, that actually was down. That's what I'm really concerned with Canadian cannabis companies competing not only with each other, but also the illicit market. Again, shares of Aurora Cannabis up over 6.5% after reporting their earnings.
Thanks for that one. And don't miss a first on CNBC interview with Aurora Cannabis' CEO tomorrow, 8 a.m. on Squawk Box. We're looking for on the firm's results. Kate Rooney's good.
And well, I just wanted to go with the firm CEO, Max election. This was, of course, the company's first quarter as a public company. You mentioned that some of the GMV growth and customer growth up about 50% year over year. He pointed in particular to American Airlines as an example of what the firm is gearing up for after the pandemic. He's now looking towards a different type of shopping and hopefully a rebound in travel, as he said. Peloton, of course, is still a key piece of the firm's business. Last quarter, Peloton made up 24% of revenue. That was less than the quarter before that. So non-Peloton revenue is accelerating, so diversifying a bit there. And he pointed to health of the consumer. He said that he is seeing, quote, sprinkles of recovery in travel. Health of the consumer is pretty good from their point. He also pointed to a step up in marketing for the company. He said the company did spend more on marketing, and as a result, they saw about a 10% increase in brand awareness. The stock, though, taking a hit, is down about 7%, was down as much as 11%. But back to you guys.
Okay, thanks so much for that one. Up next, Mike Santoni will take a look at Disney's battle with Netflix and how much is left of the Disney Plus magic. We're back in 10 minutes.
Today's the last day of joining Planet Fitness for no moment. With all this variety and improvement in our clean and spacious clubs, America, your fitness is essential. Join today for no moment, $10 a month, no commitment. Hurry, this deal ends today.
This is the investing book everyone is talking about. It's called Follow the Smart Money. And traders are lining up here to meet the authors, John and Pete Kajarian, and get a free copy.
Smart money on Wall Street wants to be. They're the ones with the resources and technology to know before any of us when a stock is going to move. By following their trades the way we do, you gain their advantage and get in first, ahead of the herd on the smartest trades.
You see John and Pete Kajarian on TV. Whether you trade stocks or options, this is how they pick their trades. And you don't have to be here to get your free copy. Call or go to followthesmartmoney.com right now. Just take care of delivery and it's yours free. Act quickly and you'll also get this companion DVD for free.
Call 800-850-3232 or go to followthesmartmoney.com now. That's 800-850-3232 or followthesmartmoney.com. That's followthesmartmoney.com.
This is decision time. Find a stock based on your interests or what's trending. Get real-time insights and your customized view of the market. It's smarter trading technology for smarter trading decisions.
This is my phone. It's my lifeline. It's also my new bank, GoToBank, with the ultimate app that makes banking super easy. There are no monthly fees with direct deposit, a free ATM network, and I get paid up to 2 days early. It lets me lock and unlock my account, so you know it's secure. And I get 10 times the national average on my savings. GoToBank. It's mobile banking at its best. Who's your go-to? Open an account at gotobank.com. We all want to feel safe in the places we spend our time. Restaurants, theaters, stores,
hotels, stadiums, banks, child care centers, and schools.
I'm Dr. Richard Carmona. This is the Well Health Safety Seal of the International Well Building Institute, the global authority on healthy buildings.
When you see the Well Health Safety Seal in the intelligent safety measures of that clear scientific standard,
so look for the Well Health Safety Seal outside and feel more confident.
We'll get some breaking news in the biotech space. Mike Well has got the story for next.
Hey, well, this is about Amicus Therapeutics, a company developing a drug for pain disease.